ik online. Is het eindelijk zover? Wachten op Hasan zijn stream. Zijn update parasociaal. Hij miste ons liegebeest. Wij hebben je heus wel door. Ieder uur ververs ik zijn Twitch-pagina. Al streamt hij elke dag bijna non-stop. Ik blijf hier totdat hij live gaat. En met een lach en een traan. Wat gaan we doen? Wachten op Hasan. Hij kijkt wat video's met ons. Lakte nageltjes en hij draait reclamespots. Zo groot als een rots, maar met een hoofd. Zo klein als een stroopwafel. Wachten op Hasan. Nu is hij in dit kikkerland. Het openbaar vervoer per stadje oorlog 1. Een Twitch komt in de rij. Welkom hier bij ons. Hasan.
What's going on, everybody? Hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, a fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We are live and alive, and I hope all the boys, all the girls, and all the MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. 83 degrees here in sunny California, Los Angeles. And it's an important day. It's a significant day. Right.
It's a good vibe.
Excellent. It's a fucking Tuesday! It's a fucking Tuesday, innit, bruv? It's Tuesday. It's Tuesday, innit? It's fucking Tuesday, 8/16. It's Tuesday, August 16th. Augustus, mate. It's August, mate. It's Tuesday fucking day, mate. And it's raining in the UK, bruv. It's Tuesday, August 16th. 2022 in it is Tuesday. It's fucking Tuesday. In the UK, which is originally supposed to be Daneland, right? And I hope you're having a great one, yeah? I hope you're having a fucking great one, innit? And 5 days until 8/21. 5 fucking days until 8/21, yeah. 5 days until I finally reveal the truth, bruv. And show you a different side of myself. Anyway, but yeah, it's fucking Tuesday. And I hope everyone's having a great one. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, what's going on in my life, you know, in the time that I ended stream and then clicked stop streaming and then clicked start streaming again. And if you were to ask me what the fuck happened, not much. There's a little bit of drama. There's a little bit of drama in the interwebs. It's the exact same bullshit. Oh, pretty funny. Great bonus episode with the Jeff brothers. Some awesome discussion. Definitely worth the extra money to make fun of you in another Discord. Oh, no. That's great. Thanks, man. Do not feed the troll. No, I'm not even going to feed the trolls. It's just like, dude, people are so fucking incredibly funny. Like, I caught up on the rehearsal and the ending was interesting. That PFD Commander podcast was fun to watch. Oh yeah, I was on macro dosing and that shit is out already. I'm at the gym working out, following your advice to get to a 7. Good job. Listen to the macro dosing pod. I'm confused on Billy Football primitive communist take. I mean, he was just talking about IOUs as a mechanism for like barter. I'm already at 9, but been going to the gym to get to a 9.5. Good job. So Ethan is jealous of you and Jeff. He feels threatened. Good. Should. Steal him right underneath him. Is there people who made Andrew Tate ally flag will place your Twitter as a fun jab at him? What? Anyway. We're live and alive. I finished the rehearsal last night, and then afterwards I went back into Vinland Saga, and that was great. And then, of course, I saw my name trending, and I foolishly clicked on it, and I found out that someone took yet another fucking short snippet. Someone took yet another short snippet of the stream and posted it on Twitter, and then certain communities went after it. And they got very upset. I mean, they got very upset. And then, of course, Quarter Pounder, Chicken McNugget Boy, like every fucking weirdo with a mid-tier falling off hashtag, ratio plus you're white plus take the L. Every piss boy with a YouTube page decided to take the clip chimped video and do zero additional investigation. And my hate watchers were popping off. Unfortunately, they're not really popping off that hard. They really can't get that fucking they can't get a lot of traction. Surprisingly, but they were just like, oh yeah, we got it. And then Marsh came out and was like, what do you mean? We're joking about him not paying me, you fucking idiots. I'm literally I own a third of the pod. It's a co-op. I own a third of the podcast. I'm getting paid incredibly well and also have the opportunity to literally build something as a producer. And I thought that was really funny that people literally were so desperate. They were so fucking desperate that they wanted to make something stick that they literally went with this. This was the original. 2 pods. So we're launching. Should I even say it? Yeah, we are going to launch at this point it doesn't matter though. It doesn't matter. My editors are fucking happy. My editors have literally had to defend themselves against these fucking psychos. My editors have had to defend themselves against the dogpiling from these psychos. Okay? Where literally they'll be like, nah, you're under Stockholm syndrome. He has a gun to your head. That's why you're not advocating for your best interest right now. I'm like, dog, what the fuck are you talking about? They literally, everyone that works with me, okay, not under me, with me, has full-blown fucking freedom. Full-blown freedom. Editorial freedom. Maybe too much fucking freedom. Ostenox. Okay? You know what I mean? All jokes aside, though, these are people I see as peers, not as fucking employees or anything like that, and I live by that standard. So it's really funny when these motherfuckers literally took something completely out of context because it's clip chimped, right? They cut it. This is the end of an episode. I'm tense because I thought Big Mike was not showing up, so. I'm like, should I even explain this right now? And Marsha's like, yeah, let's do it. Let's tell him. So I basically mention it. They clip it out of context because immediately after that, I describe what this is, right? I'm paying Marsha out of pocket, of course, for everything. But since this is a new venture and there's we're putting out more stuff and we want to do crazier shit with it and additional, you can get additional stuff on top of that. If you want the extra content, which is only an extra hour, plus additional things like being in another Discord server, things like that, then it's $5 a month. And it's literally a cooperative. Like, I didn't even come up with this shit on my own. It's me, Will, and Marsh, which is why Marsh gets a third of the revenue generated. That's how this works. Okay? This is a cooperative corporation, which is hilarious because all these fucking weirdos constantly were like, dude, why don't you do a co-op? Why don't you set a co-op? And then I set a fucking co-op and they go, well, fuck you. Why don't you just literally, like, why don't you just light your money on fire? Like, how dare you put out a product which you will, ask for additional revenue so it's a self-sustaining operation? That's crazy. That's like an insane fucking take. Like an absolutely insane fucking take. And they tried to like find anything they could. Dude, I have to read some of these because it's really funny. Like, some of these takes are actually fucking hilarious. Look at this. Look. One of the psychos that's like been at it for many, many years literally just said, I at a point I was like, all right, I have to fucking respond. Well, Hasan is basically Uber Eatsing it up here. Well, I can't afford to pay my editor, so you should. You wouldn't want my editor to go hungry, would you? It's the U.S. tipping culture, but for an e-celeb. How is this man taken seriously as a leftist when he exploits labor like this? This is a cooperative corporation, okay? It is a cooperatively created podcast, okay? So this person then goes, once they find out, because like Marsh came out and was like, you guys are fucking stupid. You guys are fucking idiots. Like, because the Quarter Pounder was saying this too, okay? Quarter Pounder was popping off. And then Marsh said, insane that I need to clarify this because we're clearly joking when we're talking about not paying me, but along with getting paid a competitive base amount, I also own a third of the podcast and its revenue, which makes me feel incredibly fortunate. I own something I'm also building. Okay? Like a peer. Okay? If you consider yourself anywhere adjacent on the left and you are literally aligning with the Quarter Chicken Pounder and a bunch of libertarians because like you think they are... you think they're like owning a guy you don't fucking like because you're going to be able to, build clout off of this, ultimately to then turn around and cry about how, oh my God, this guy, because like the next step of this always is, oh my God, they're bullying me. It's like, bro, shut the fuck up. What do you mean bullying you? You're a fucking adult. You knew what you were doing. You have a decent fucking sizable platform. You wanted a fucking nice little boost. And then what? When I say, this should be your moment of self-reflection, but instead you try to shift the blame back to me with more completely made-up accusations after admitting the latest one was false. Like, so as an update, apparently Hasan was kidding and Marsh is being paid. That's good and all, but people didn't believe this on face value for no reason. Hasan can play the victim all he likes, but he only has himself to blame for his poor reputation when it comes to paying his editors. No, I don't. I have quite literally you to blame. You and other people like you who have been at it, as one of my editors correctly pointed out, since 2019. It's like, I'm sorry that you have brain damage, okay? And yes, that is ableist, okay? If you're on Twitter and you do stuff like this, you're mentally ill. And I know this because I'm mentally ill too. So shut the fuck up. Okay, don't pull the, oh my God, these guys are ableist. Like, shut the fuck up. We know what communities you engage in, okay? Don't try to weaponize SJW shit. You've been schizo posting for the past 3 fucking years trying to get me canceled. You are mentally ill. Touch fucking grass. Stop doing this. It's not good for your mentality. You're not even getting like the growth and prosperity that you wanted to get by orbiting certain communities. Like, please. It's not working. Just, there's no harm in saying, you know what? I'm a content creator. This thing that I've been trying to do, I felt like was a good and easy way to generate a little bit of drama and farm a little bit of karma on the internet. It's not working. Move on to something different. Thank you, Linda, for the 25 get the subs. These people get clout for making you mad. You specifically don't even put them on the screen, dog. Anyway, it's just funny because like this was an incredible take. I love the implication here even more Even though I misconstrued this situation, he should really worry about how easy it was for me to do it, given the reputation I helped give him the last time I misconstrued a situation. It's crazy. These people literally are like, I can't believe this guy found himself in drama again, as I'm literally farming drama for him off of something that is like exactly the opposite. I'm telling you, these guys are fucking nuts. I saw another group of people that were like popping out because every time my name gets on the trending tab, the same fucking weirdos, like the same exact fucking weirdos. What is this? Here's the original 2019 tweet before it was deleted. What is? Oh, she deleted her tweet right after I fucking berated her back in 2019. Anyway, good tweet. All these shit talkers on here, you're just another view on the stream. Thank you for your support, you beautiful people. Yeah, I mean, they are. They're helping. They're helping. Get the cloud up. Amazing to see all of these supposed far-left communists and socialists defending a well-off streamer not paying his fucking workers because, well, the guy should have said he wanted money when it was pretty obvious in the logs. Wow, you guys sound like Ben Shapiro. Why did she delete that, you think? Because she did the exact same thing last time around, and when I fucking dunked on her, last time. She deleted the tweet, and then now she's back 3 years later. She's like, this will work this time. 4 years later. So remember, when you see like wild shit on the internet, there's a range of charitability. There's a range of charitability, and it's just like they've been trying for fucking 3 years, 4 years, swarming around the same shit over and over again. And every single time, because there's a lot of deranged people, right? Like on the internet. And every single time they get like one guy, two guy, three guy, you know what I mean? 3 guys to like join their side and be like, wow, I really like this Hasan guy, but you know, I thought something was weird about him. Well, I guess this is it. And it's like, it could not be further from the fucking truth, but it doesn't matter. They do this every time. No matter what happens, because they have built it in their minds that I am the most evil fucking being on the planet. So no matter what happens, they will try to fucking swing and figure out, no matter what happens, they will move they will shift goalposts, they will motorize the goalposts, they will fucking fly off the hinges. And they have nothing going on in their lives. I mean, they're like one level above the deranged, like the deranged mentally ill stalkers. You know what I mean? They are the same pretty much, but like with a little bit more clout. And that's pretty much it. It's just funny because like it's yet another great example of how easily like spreading misinformation like this has staying power. And then any mechanism of pushback against that is like immediately considered, you're a bad guy. You're being a bad guy. It's like, yeah, no, you're the bad guy. You're a bad person. And most people know you're a bad person. How incredibly disconnected from reality do you have to be to genuinely think that you have so much influence you can be the worst thing in the world, Lamau? I mean, it's because it's the same as like people that exclusively watch Twitch and assume people that exclusively watch Twitch and assume that like Twitch streamers are the wealthiest, most powerful entertainers on the planet. It's not in good faith. Yeah, I mean, of course, it's not in good faith. This dude says yep, I'm sure he owns it. Just like when I make money on Amazon, it's like I own heckin' Amazon. So epic, bro. The point is more money in Hasan's pockets. Don't be naive. I'm not going to hate on Hasan for no reason, but bro, just be honest to yourself. He's not going to suck you off. Shouldn't Hasan, a literal millionaire, just pay his editor out of his own pocket rather than starting an entire revenue stream to pay him? Seems more Bezos than Bernie. Maybe I'm wrong though, lol. I don't like. This is literally like being like Hasan is selling merchandise instead of literally making merchandise and just giving it away for free. Like, it's a new product. You are wrong. It's an entirely new product. Dog, I got 8 hours of fucking free content here every day, okay? 8 fucking hours. You can sit here, you could be a hate watcher, you can write the dumbest shit in the chat, you'll probably get banned, and then you'll cry about fucking free speech and then become even more psychotic in your stalking endeavors. Then on top of that, I have another podcast because I want to make different kinds of content, okay? And I want the podcast to be self-sustaining, okay? So then on top of that, I give you another podcast where you get additional free content in the form of a podcast. And then on top of that, the podcast is not just me. Why should I be paying fucking like Will and Marsh? Like these are my peers, okay? We wanted to launch something together. And it's like, no, dude. No. There should be no paywall, no podcast. They shouldn't make money. All the money that they're making, you should be paying them for the podcast. It's like, why would I do that? Like, why is socialism charity? Even when it's like literally people like Will who make a fuckload of money as well, too. Like, that's the other thing. They fucking cried for years about like, why don't you build a co-op? Why don't you build a co-op? Then I make a co-op and then they're like, well, not like that. I actually don't want you to build a co-op. I just want you to, you know, empty out your pockets. I do empty out the pockets. I raise a fuck ton of money for funds, mutual aid, charity. None of that ever gets mentioned by these fucking pieces of shit. You know why? Because they don't give a fuck. They don't care. They don't have like any sort of legitimate interest in like advocating for what's right. They don't have a slant towards justice, okay? The original editor not being paid drama was miscommunication. The editor didn't specify he was looking to be paid. It's not wrong. They assumed it was a viewer volunteering to edit some videos. Very common to have fans do edits. When the editor was asked to be paid, he was paid. Like, I'm not even hellbent on defending Hasan here. He was wrong to make that assumption back there. I just think you're making a bigger deal than it actually was law. Like, this person is not even like a fucking, is not even on my side on this. I'm sorry. Stop trying to couch your jealousy in additional. Stop trying to couch your jealousy because you want a fucking media job that's successful and it hasn't been successful yet. And I'm giving you the opportunity to make a successful slant for your fucking media career as someone who has one, okay? But stop trying to couch that in like some kind of moral conquest. Like there is no moral advocacy here that you're engaging in. You're just a fucking psychotic hater. Stop posting, make good content, shut the fuck up. I know Austin Ox made the y'all are getting paid meme, and then I said, dude, come on, and then he posted this. Anyway. They unironically think you're ontologically evil? Yes. And no amount of y'all mad Hasan paywall this content. I stole 59 million views off of his content in 1 year. We are not the same. Anyway, when I mention this stuff, for the record, when I mention this stuff, it's not even it's not for those people to change their minds. Remember, because this is not a debate. Debates don't actually end up changing a lot of people's minds regardless. All those dudes are about is moral consistency, that anyone move the needle for their personal view. It's actually the most useless endeavor to satisfy these people. I don't care about these people. I'm not even fucking reading into any of this shit. They are completely irrelevant. They are gnats, okay? They're little fucking flies. Why the fuck do you have to pay? Look how much likes. You paid an exposure? Wow, people so ungrateful these days. Thank you. You're right. Fuck, I shouldn't even do sarcastically. I shouldn't even sarcastically agree with that because... It's just like, these people are fucking bananas, dude. You see this yet? Unrelated. I wish I would have signed a contract to keep my part of the business I helped my former friend run. I mean, yeah, Well, I'm gonna blast off in a second, but hey, the pod with Jeff was great. Can't wait for you guys to have Big Mike too. Yeah, it'll be awesome. But yeah, no, it was a great podcast overall. There's another great podcast happening. There's another great podcast that we shot with the Chabo Boys. That'll be blasted off too. And yeah, did you give your customary reminder on chat not to harass these freaks? Yeah, you shouldn't harass those freaks. I mean, if you see someone on the internet obviously like saying wrong things, you can clarify if you want. But the main purveyors of this kind of misinformation, the main like misinfo dick riders, you not hiding the amount of Patreon's revenue is the biggest fuck you ever to these clowns. Yeah. Like, Mr. Weak, does Marsh get all the money from Patreon? No, of course not, dude. What? No, man. No, he doesn't get all the money from the Patreon. Okay, it's split 3 ways. It's a cooperative. Okay, it is. He owns 33.333% of everything. Okay. Hello? You're a 17-month subscriber. What is happening right now? Why are people like this? And Marsh isn't even my editor. He's my producer. Okay. Anyway, we're done with this now. We're never going to talk about this ever again until fucking massive, community adjacent, like weirdo fucking drama farming account decides to just make a complete fabrication of a story out of it. Hopefully that doesn't happen. Hopefully they just go, all right, this is fake, so we're just not going to move on with it. But, yeah. Tucker Carlson's back, so that's good. And we will, as far as, by the way, revealing the paywalled Patreon episodes, releasing like the paywalled part of the content, I have to talk to Patreon. I don't know what they allow us to do. But obviously I would want everyone to fucking see every piece of content that I make. So most don't care who Marsh is. Yeah, of course. Have you mended your relationship with Austin? Who's Austin? Like Austin, Texas? Okay, let's blast off. Trump's passports were taken by the FBI, but released. Tucker Carlson is back in a big way. Yes, Marsh was also with me in Oibrovland. Big HasanAbi head, long-time HasanAbi head. He also used to work at 100 Thieves, and he works with Valkyrie as well. What, Patreon staff want body pillows? Hugging our body pillows real tight for this one. Congrats, legends. Yo, chill. Patreon, chill. I mean, to be fair, this promo was fucking fire. Have nothing against. Just a bit jealous, I think. What do you mean? But why, Mr. Weak? Ask yourself why. I think the difference is like the main difference between this platform, Twitch, and the accessibility it offers people, and the different kind of community building it offers, is quite literally the reason why people have this like sense of jealousy. You know what I mean? Like that's where that comes from, where people are just like, "Oh man, I'm jealous that you're like what you're offering us more fucking content, more footage? Like, I don't understand. You guys are crazy. This Tuesday fucking meme is so dumb. Okay. Washington Beach drama Trump passports taken by the FBI but released. Tucker Carlson's back in a big way. Joe Rogan on the... Do you ever wish you weren't as big so you wouldn't have to deal with weirdos as much? No, I don't, because I wish I was as big and I didn't have fucking weirdos, okay? The reason why I say that is because me being the size I am, and I talked about this with, who the fuck? I did another podcast where I talked literally about this. Oh, it was with Ludwig. People just talk about it because they think they can successfully hurt your feelings and derail the stream. Yeah. Wait, what was I saying? Political audience is a different breed. Yeah, it is definitely. But look, here's the thing, okay? Here's the thing. The reason why I this comes with the fucking territory and there's nothing you can do about it. Okay, no matter what happens here, we're blasting off, by the way. This comes with the territory. There's nothing you can do about it. It sucks. It's unfortunate. I wish it didn't happen the way that it does. But ultimately, no, I love that this community consistently grows, because this community growing implies that these kinds of attitudes are becoming more popular. That person has tried to do a stream and do a podcast for 5 years now and failed over and over again. Totally ideological, totally not jealousy. Well, a lot of those people also don't have any fucking firm moral grounding, like, or the consistency in their worldview, and they change it with the seasons, or worse, they change it because, like, their favorite content creator has changed it. And when you do that, like, when you fucking do that, yeah, you're not going to be able to cultivate an audience. You haven't figured out a niche. You haven't been able to fulfill it. You're way more accessible and respond back, so they get a dopamine hit. You're way more accessible. That Kirby Twitter person rode your rant about them for all it was worth on Twitter. Oh, yeah, always. But the thing basically that fucking squashes it in its entirety is when you just stop responding, which is what we're doing. So when you do that, it's over. The macrodosing pod was dope. Big fan of PFT. Wish it was longer. You guys like that? Why is it they want an Azan hater community that doesn't last and is super toxic? Yeah, that's the problem. It's ironically clout sharky and very capitalist. To forego, like, to do like market research and like maybe figure out a way to consistently generate revenue for yourself and make content in a way that is like actually unique, compelling, and reaches people, right? Instead of doing that, they are foregoing long-term solutions for immediate dopamine hits on the fucking short term. They're doing that so that they do you think Arian Foster liked you? Yeah, I think he liked me a little bit. I think Arian Foster is a very interesting guy. I wish I had more time to talk to him. I mean, I could actually talk to him whenever the fuck I want, as a matter of fact. I should just DM him. Hold on. How did you get on the macro dosing pod? There's a HasanAbi head? Yes. And that HasanAbi head is PFT. Yeah. PFT watches the stream. I don't know. I know Arian is like familiar with my content, but I don't know if he still watches or anything. But I would love to talk to him further. But yeah, no, he is. Yeah, they're all dope. They're great. I love those guys. They're fucking awesome. And obviously, like, one of my favorite things to do on the fucking planet is to reach out to a new demographic. And let's be real, Barstool Boys, like, they're pretty powerful. They got a big fucking legion of fans. There's a lot of dudes in there that There's a lot of dudes in there that you could easily change the minds of. As a longtime listener to Macrodosing and You, it was fucking awesome. I really hope you go back on. Big T was great. I didn't even think that he was bad. Yes, Arian Foster is in the running back. Don't give David Portnoy any more money, bro. Brother, once again, I have to explain something to you. One, I like PFT. Two, regardless of your personal thoughts on Dave Portnoy, Barstool is a gigantic fucking audience, okay? Three, they're giving me a bigger platform by associating with me rather than vice versa, in my opinion. Are we blasting off? I already did. But I didn't juice it, so juice it. And Portnoy is not even a fucking right-winger. He's just the classic American, okay? He's just the most... He is literally the brain-broken American guy, okay? And yes, of course, that implies that he has a lot of reactionary fucking attitudes. Portnoy is if my uncle got a media company. Yo, literally. And like, I'm not even defending him, right? He's just... Doesn't that make him right-wing, though? Bro, you're on Twitch. Don't give Jeff Bezos more money. Yeah, literally. He is reactionary, right? He has a lot of reactionary takes, and then like sometimes, like even fucking Keemstar, sometimes it just like pops off on... He's just the Norman. He's the perfect Norman. I don't know how else to describe it. Portnoy is one of those guys my dad says, for better or for worse, that's our mascot about. When did you reach 1 million subs on YouTube? Grats anyway. Last week. Also, PFT's gone on the record and disagree with Portnoy on certain things. Yeah, of course. Anyway, no, PFT's dope. Abortion he was good on? Yes. Have you seen this Big T take? Let's see. What does he say?
Public schools shouldn't exist. I'll get that take off right now.
You don't think they should exist at all?
No.
Why?
Well, I don't believe like the federal government should really exist. So.
I like him. He's funny. I like him.
Okay. So let's take that out a little bit further. If there's no government-run schools, where do people go to school?
You can have private schools. You can educate your own children.
How do you pay? If you don't have a job that makes you wealthy, how would you pay for your children to go to school?
I don't know.
So if you're poor, your kids are fucked.
He said, I don't know. At least he's honest. At least he's not doing the whole thing where it's like, no, I'm just going to repeat like a watered down American Enterprise Institute Heritage Foundation talking point, you know, that a right-wing podcaster is like repeating. Okay.
Would that come with reduced taxes?
Yeah,
well,
sure.
There should be no taxes.
We'll make the people that are earning $22,000 a year pay like 4% taxes. They still can't afford to send their kids to school. I just don't. You have to have school. I feel like am I the only one that?
No, I'm on.
No,
I don't think that's a big lib take on my part.
No.
I don't know
Saying,
that you do,
Big T,
really.
that's a.
Dude, it's so funny. I love that. Oh, shut the fuck up, liberal. You want public education? You fucking cuck. Yeah, talk more about how you love big government. You fucking lib bitch.
Kids should go to school.
Yeah, public schools shouldn't exist.
Oh, dude, that's a great. This was the podcast I went on. PFT is living your Hank Piker fantasy every day. Yeah, dude. I love God, you guys know I love conservatives, okay? And some of you say, like, oh, if you love them so much, like, why don't you marry a conservative? It's like, I would. I fucking would. You understand? I would. This is a joke, right? Right? No, dude. No, that's not a joke. This is like how this person operates, okay? And there's so many people like that. You have to remember that, like, a lot of the people that we watch are the most annoying version of that. A lot of conservatives are just like what he just did, what Big T just did, what he demonstrated right there is like the perfect conservative take, where it's literally like, I don't think public schools should exist. No federal government. And then you ask them one question and they go, I don't know. Okay? And then there is like a different tier of conservative that is like one tier above. And it's like literally different layers of being annoying. And it almost completely revolves around how many articles you read or how many YouTube videos you've watched, okay? The more YouTube videos you watch where you look desperately for talking points to like reinforce your worldview, the more annoying you get. So like the tier 1 conservative is just like the type of dude who's basically like, yeah, I don't know. I just don't think it should exist. No taxes. Okay? And then the tier 2 conservative is like the guy who saw some Facebook posts. So he's basically like, yeah, I don't know if it's real or not, but I do think that they're, making your children homosexual at school. So maybe we shouldn't do that. You know what I mean? And then the tier 3 conservative is like the guy who's watched Ben Shapiro videos and is like repeating Ben Shapiro talking points. And then the tier 4 conservative is Ben Shapiro or Steven Crowder, who like literally makes money off of, churning out these kinds of takes. Leftists do that on the same volume? Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. I don't disagree with you. Donald Trump Jr. was on Crowder Day. We'll take a look at it. Like I'm the tier 4 leftist. Except with like leftists or liberalism, if you want to categorize it, I feel like leftist takes are outside of that spectrum because like you can't really make a lot of money off of you can't really make money off of like being a leftist. If you could, then all these other supposed leftists would be fucking caked up. People oftentimes forget that, just because I exist, that doesn't mean that like leftists are fucking really crushing it. You know what I mean? Yet here you are. Yeah, motherfucker, maybe you should ask yourself how that happened. Is it because I'm a leftist or have I made money in spite of my fucking leftism? Okay? Just think about that for a second. It's so funny because motherfuckers are like, bro, leftists don't make money. Well, how about you? It's like, dude, there's like 5 leftists that have been in media and have had like decent fucking revenue streams. Okay? I wonder why it's so hard. Yeah, he talks about his leftism as a curse forced upon his family for generations. Lamau. Well, in some ways, it is like that. I mean, it kind of is. Because let's be real, it's like the most annoying. Like when you're a leftist, you have to like align with some of the most annoying motherfuckers on the planet. Like there are some lovely, incredible individuals in this movement, and I love all of them, especially when I go out and like do fundraising events like I did with Hugo, right, the other day, alongside Chris Smalls. Like there are people who are legitimately changing other people's lives, and I do it for them. And I also do it for the annoying motherfuckers too, because ultimately if they organize their workplace or if someone else organizes their workplace for them, like they're going to benefit from that. And I think that those marginal improvements in your life are still really good overall. Okay, and I do it for that reason. But also, let's not forget that leftists are also some of the most annoying motherfuckers on the planet. They can't shut the fuck up. They're constantly joy killing. They think that you become more leftist the more joy you kill. They think you become more leftist the less you laugh. And that's fucking awful. So that sucks. So I do think that in a way it is like being cursed. I had a fellow Twitch streamer ban me today. He was covering Afghanistan a year later. When I said it was Trump's plan, he screamed at me and said, I bet you didn't even fucking serve, and then perma-banned me. Wait, who the fuck has, like, gone to Afghanistan and thinks that that was successful? Like, in any meaningful capacity. I don't even understand. Like, I thought veterans that went to, like, Afghanistan and Iraq quite literally were like, yeah, that shit sucked, actually. We were just there holding our dicks for no reason. Like most, at least, like, look, I have a bias in this, obviously. Like, there's a sampling bias in this. But even reactionary vets are like, yeah, that was kind of dumb. You know what I mean? Like, even the fucking reactionary vets are like, yeah, we kind of just did that for, you know, someone else's, you know, for someone else to make a lot of money off of. It was kind of fucked up. Like, that's not even a fucking hot take. You know what I mean? Bro, come on. Chud's posting the conviction court count of drag queens versus pastors. Yes, Austin Ox. We're moving on from the drama. But here's the Austin Ox post. The myth of consensual editing. I am going to berate you online on the internet daily. I am going to pay whatever you ask. I consent. I consent. I don't. Isn't there somebody you forgot to ask? Have you seen this? He's talking to some women, possible victims. Wait, what? Daz Games presents. Daz watches Andrew Tate.
But I said that if a woman is going out with a man, she belongs to that man. That's his woman. So if she wants to do OnlyFans, she owes him some money because she's his.
So that is you saying that women are your property.
Have you ever seen a woman try and do anything competently?
If you are listening, Andrew Tate, you are weird. I'm gonna find you and peg you, Andrew Tate.
Why they angry? He's speaking reality. Why are you gonna get mad? Cause he's telling you to treat me like a king.
I have nothing against women. I believe women are the most precious things on the planet. They create life. They should be protected. They should be provided for.
You go, fuck her. That's how it goes. Slap, slap, grab, choke, shut up, bitch, sex.
I have nothing against women. I believe women are the most precious things on the planet.
When I grab you by your neck and you start annoying me trying to resist, and I just and then I grab you by your neck again. Then what the fuck are you gonna do when your face is collapsed?
That's right, lock the door, you knew I was gonna beat the out of you. If you behaved, I wouldn't have to hit you, would I?
The thing about it is, like, BDSM can be done consensually, but if you're like a fucking ethical BDSM guy, you are not going to be on the timeline talking about how you love collapsing women's faces in, okay? You're not going to be on the time, like, same with sex work, right? You can do sex work with adults consensually, you know what I mean? Like, people can have wonderful experiences in this field. I know many sex workers that do, but you can't be on the timeline being like, yeah, these women are my property. These women are my property. I fucking own them. I own them. You're literally like, if you're LARPing as a fucking pimp and you are being a pimp, then you're not a good guy. You're not doing this in the right way. Same with fucking BDSM. You can do BDSM. It's not for me. It's not my kink, right? It's not my fetish. But you can do fucking BDSM shit. But if you do BDSM shit, you know better than to just like literally have cases where it doesn't look like it's consensual. Okay? And also routinely fucking talk about how you cave women's skulls in and shit. You know what I mean? That's wild. I'm a ethical vanilla dom apparently because we did that. Fuck, we did that stupid quiz.
You can't stay in there forever.
Oh, I'm going to enjoy this one.
Your unspoken kink is being canceled on Twitter? No, fuck no. I hate that shit. By the way, I love when conservatives post their L's. Drag queens in the upstate arrested for sex crimes against children in the last 2 years, 0. Pastors in the upstate arrested for sex crimes against children in the last 2 years. I mean, I guess this isn't a conservative posting their fucking L's. I think this is like a liberal, right? No shot. No shot a fucking conservative is like being like, why aren't they arresting more drag queens? They're only arresting pastors. There's no fucking shot. Yo, this is the new talking point, by the way, where people go, now do teachers. I mean, okay. Fine. Sure. Yeah. Yes, do that too. It's such a stupid take. What do you think? I'm going to be like, oh, if you're a teacher, you can do pedophilia? Like, what are you, fucking stupid? Yeah, I agree. I agree with you. What now? Where do we reach? What conclusion do we reach? Yes, I think that pedophiles should be arrested. Wow. I'm an incredibly I guess like I'm incredibly centrist on this matter. Chatter acting like there's a circumstance where it's all right. Like, what do you mean? Like, what's the argument there? Are you basically stating like, you know, pastors can have a crumb of fucking child pussy as a treat? Like, what do you mean? What's the take here? Like, what are you like? Oh, well, teachers are getting arrested. Why can't? What's up? What's up? Do teachers? It's like, okay, yeah, great, exactly. I agree. Arrest pedophiles. Bold take, I know. The butterfly effect of the U.S. Army recruiting deadline. Not going to click on that. Not all pastors are pedophiles. Not all teachers are pedophiles. Drag queens can be pedophiles, but are less often pedophiles in the former two professions. Yes. Yeah. Look at me, dude. Look at me going up against the big pedophile lobby over here. You know what I mean? Look at me going up against the libertarians, all right? You know, if you're a libertarian, you can get some, all right? Well, not the things that you want to get within the boundaries of age of consent, you fucking weirdos, okay? Stop it. You can also get served with the top of the hour ad break at the top of every hour. However, you don't have to see the ad. Tell you what, you don't have to see the ad. You can subscribe to avoid the ads at the top of every hour. It's $5 or free if you have a Twitch Prime, which is, of course, what you get by connecting your or someone else's Amazon account connected to your Twitch account. You get one free Prime subscription a month. You can avoid it for free. Or if you're lucky, you can get gifted a sub by Trinrec. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Tyler Spark, thank you for the 10 gifted. Allowing 15 people to no longer see the ads. Here's the 1 minute ad break now. So brave. Now Big Pedophile will never sponsor your stream. Yeah. El Bobby Chulo, thank you for the 20. How is it free if you don't have Amazon Prime? Bitch, you know someone with Amazon Prime. Like, take their account and connect it to your Twitch. Like, what do you mean? You have a mom, you have a wife, you have a wife's boyfriend. Like, somebody in your family has Amazon Prime. Steal it. Not like they're going to be big fucking Twitch watchers. Anyway, Gabe Sandwich and El Bobby Chulo, thank you for the 20 gifted. Gabe Sandwich, thank you for the 5. steal your wife's boyfriend's Amazon Prime account, okay, and connect it to your Twitch account. Killing babies is wrong. Let people enjoy things. You think it's enjoyable to kill innocent babies in the womb? Yes, I use them to help brew my potions. Great. Dr. Jill Brandon tested positive for COVID. She's going to be all right, most likely. John Fetterman says, crudité, which is just a veggie tray, as we talked about yesterday extensively. I literally do not care about this. I can't. I know it's like fun. It's very Twitter. It's very Pog. I care about John Fetterman's positioning in the Democratic Party. I care about what he believes in. I don't care about how good his posts are, even though like his social media team are, friends of mine on the internet and they're doing a great job. I just don't care. Good overall. I wish he would come on the stream. That would be great. But I don't think he wants to. It's fine. And oh my God. Phase 1 of dismantling American military industrial complex. Dark Brandon rises. Oh my God. Are they trying? Wait a minute. Okay, this is serious. All jokes aside, are they trying to stop military recruitment? It is going to drop to 0. Guys named Kyle that love Monster energy drinks, that love punching holes in drywall. Where will they go? Where will they fucking go? There is so much pent-up frustration, so much anxiety that they need to get out of their fucking system as like some divorced dad with a high and tight screams at them as they're doing physical activity for the first time in their lives. This is an important moment for the American teen that is coming from a upper middle class or even lower middle class or poor background. Oh my God. This is devastating. This is fucking devastating. The Marines is going to be 2 companies by 3 years. This is a big blow to the hood as well. This is a big blow to everybody. Psych, Mustangs and Camaros are just going to be more plentiful. Yeah, but they're the worst. The Challenger is the best out of all of these cars, okay? I love Challengers, except for the fact that, like, when you own one, it's basically saying, like, I went overseas and my wife had sex with someone else, and I don't even know if my child is actually mine. But if that wasn't the case, I would be, I would have had one. I always wanted to get one. You have no idea what you're fucking talking about. Dodge is shit. Ford is shit. All I know is the Mustang is a beautiful machine, a beautiful piece of machinery, okay? It gets a bad rap. However, the new Mustang EV is the worst crossover fucking vehicle you could have ever cultivated. And it just looks like a pill, okay? Every fucking EV, and this includes Taycan too, like to a certain degree. Taycan like has a spaceship take. Why is every EV so whack? Why? I fucking hate the new Mustang. I hate it. Make a 1967 Mustang Shelby and then reappropriate it into an electric vehicle. It will be the #1 selling electric vehicle on the fucking planet, okay? That's it. I hate the aerodynamics. I hate it. It looks like shit. Make a fucking old school boxy ass fucking Mustang, okay, from the 60s, and turn that into the new wave of electric vehicles. You do not understand. They would make, oh my God, these would be the greatest. These cars would sell so much. It's a fucking muscle car. It doesn't need to have aerodynamics. It's a muscle car. I get it. For EVs, it has to have like battery efficiency. I get it. Fuck it, dude. Fuck it. And also, here's another bad take that you guys are going to fucking yell at me for. As an EV owner, one of the things that frustrates me to no end is the electric vehicle sound. I need the electric vehicle sound to be fucking loud. Okay? I want it to be like I took off the fucking catalytic converter or whatever. I took off the muffler. It needs to be fucking loud. The sound is fake. Why can't you make it cool? It sounds like a spaceship. I don't want that shit. What about noise pollution? Yeah, bitch, I want noise pollution. Just get a gas car? No, I'm fine. I'm fine with the fucking homeboy wants fake noise and no safety. By the way, yeah, I want it to sound like I straight piped it. Number one. And I think you can do it. I'm like looking into cracking my Taycan so I can, I don't know if it violates the lease or not. But here's the thing. First of all, I have an EV engine noise that I turn on every time. Why do I turn it on? Because if I don't fucking turn it on, people don't hear you coming. And that is annoying. That is actually scary, for the record. Like, I literally turn it on for fucking safety. That's number one. Number two, when I turn it on for fucking safety, I want it to sound loud, okay? I want it to sound loud. My Tesla literally farts? Okay, that's it. That's done. You should not admit that, okay? If you went and you got a fucking Tesla and you put the fart noise into the car, what are you doing? This is literally like the pussification of America, okay? What the fuck? I mean, it does make sense, though, because you got a Tesla. But god damn, dude. The louder the car, the smaller the penis. Sure, fine. I don't care. It comes with farts? Yikes, dude. That is so awful. I just think that the electric vehicle market and the muscle car market are very far from one another. And if you want to make an electric vehicle muscle car, make it like a fucking muscle car. Make it boxy, make it fat, okay? Make it heavy. And make that shit fucking loud. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not trying to fucking ride around in a space shuttle. They already made it limited. No, this doesn't count. By the way, I literally talked to the Donut Media guys about this. This doesn't count, chat. I mean, this is exactly what I want, just like the F-100 concept from Ford, which I thought was beautiful. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Just like the Hyundai. The Hyundai concepts are fucking incredible too. Okay? A lot of those electric concepts are fucking incredible. Or these are actually electric vehicle converted cars. And what they do is basically they fucking gut the engine and put a battery in it. However, and I have talked to the Donut Media guys about this because I was literally, before I got the Taycan, I was looking at basically something like this. The unfortunate problem with cars like that is that like they're going to break down. It's not an everyday. You can't have this as an everyday vehicle. Okay? Like all of these cars, like they're beautiful, they're incredible, it's unique. If you have a lot of fucking cars, if you're really into cars, like that makes sense, right? However, yeah, the Hyundai I'm talking about is this. Yes. Oh, so fucking good. Oh, so fucking good, dude. God damn, it's so good. Oh. I mean, fuck you, Business Insider. Let me in. Okay, there it is. Hyundai resurrected an iconic 1980s model as a sleek 21st century electric car, but these are all concepts. The unfortunate reality, yeah, the unfortunate reality is that like these are just concept cars. They're one of one. Another incredible Hyundai is the N74. Dodge is making the EV muscle car line loud. Okay, that's if Dodge does this, they'll dominate. They have to find a way to technologically make this work so that like a EV muscle car doesn't just go 100 miles and then fucking the battery goes out. They have to figure out a way to get it above 200 miles, okay? That's going to be really hard, but they can probably do it in the same way that Porsche does the Taycan, where you have a normal version, you have a sports version, you know what I mean? And you flip through and you add in additional horsepower with this like a secondary battery in the same way that like my Taycan works, right? 200 miles, Omega Law? No, dude, that's a dude. What do you mean? That's what it is. It's not easy. Like Amerifat Tate, you just want to LARP as a Yakuza. That's why you like that car. Yes, that is true. I haven't hit it. I haven't hit that. And by the way, the conversation that we're having right now is not for everybody, okay? Let's be fucking real. If you live in Alabama and like everywhere you need to go is like 50 miles out, it's not going to be good for you. That's a 100-mile trip. How the fuck are you going to do that? Like for me, it's easy because I don't drive that much. I have a charger at my house. But like worst case, there are EV charging stations, around the city. I've never been to one. You're not like, this is not going to happen. This is going to happen maybe in the next 10 years for you, potentially. But they need to make trains that look like muscle cars and the hogs will get on board. No, trains are the OG muscle cars. They're incredible. They're beautiful. They're also the OG electric. They're great. I love trains. Don't misunderstand me. Yeah, they got a lot of trains. Also have a lot of horsepower. Okay. But yeah, that's. I mean, we're getting too far into fucking car territory for no reason. I was just talking about like the Dodge Chargers, absolutely destroying the military recruitment because it's the #1 reason why people join the military. Oh my god. That's awesome. That's hilarious, dude. That fucking goat just destroyed.
You okay?
That's awesome. Goat yoga is peak white woman shit. I mean, respect. Goat yoga, never knew they jump on your backs. I love that. What? Your Valo kids beat you to it again? Beat me to what? We're engaged to forever with you, my love. Aww. I couldn't be happy to grow old with my favorite human being. These guys are so awesome. I love them. They're so wonderful. That's dope. You should judge the Mustang EV on its merits and pretend like it's not called a Mustang and has gotten good ass reviews from like Car and Driver Consumer Report so far. Then don't call it a Mustang. Call it someone else. Call it something else. Call it something else. Call it something else. Don't call it a Mustang. And Lyric's gonna be a father. Man, the Twitch sphere is getting older. And meanwhile, I'm out here fucking a loser. When are you gonna get a girlfriend? I have your mom. The your mom jokes only hide the sadness so much. Okay, shut the fuck up. Don't make this serious. Stop sending me the N74. Okay, Jill Biden got COVID. We looked at goat yoga. First Lady Jill Biden has tested positive for COVID-19. According to her office, she has been prescribed a course of Paxlovid and, following CDC guidance, will isolate from others for at least 5 days, her spokesperson says. Okay. Okay, all right, let's get into it. Let's get into the other news. We looked at Patreon. What the fuck is this? Oh, this is the... Yeah, that's right. Amazon, 160 plus workers, Amazon workers just walked off the job at an air freight facility in San Bernardino, California, by the way. 900 workers signed a petition in July calling for a $5 raise. Amazon responded by advising workers to use apps like Gas Buddy to save money.
Hey, boss. What's up, hero? What's up? What's up?
I love the no weapons. I love the no weapons fucking sign on the door at the Amazon air freight facility, by the way. Like, just such a dude, America is so fucking insane. I swear to God, bro. What the fuck are we doing? Brother, how can you look at that and go, that's like, this is normal. This is God damn. It is known to stop guns from entering. Yeah, a gun will be like, oh, well, sir, there's no guns in here. Is this true? Why would Amazon do this with TikTok and not Twitch? Amazon makes creators sign non-disparagement agreements. They think they can prevent us from speaking out against their unjust labor practices and union busting, but they're sadly mistaken. People Over Prime is now 51 million collective followers and growing as we speak. Wait, what the fuck? Amazon? I've never signed one of these. Holy shit. I hope they don't try to make me sign one of these because, oh, that would be very tricky. Also, that would be a direct violation of my freedom of speech. That would be fucking ridiculous. I was watching a video about why Denmark... I mean, they could technically do it, but... Aren't you too big to be bullied, though? What do you... Against Amazon? Are you fucking insane, dude? What? Because I have 34,000 fucking live viewers? You think I'm big enough to fucking not be bullied by Amazon? Are you insane? Fuckers be like, bro, you're a Twitch streamer. Aren't you bigger than Amazon? Yeah, I'm bigger than Jeff Bezos, bro. It's funny to think that, like, Amazon, which in Bessemer, Alabama, famously had enough power to change the red light near their distribution facility, specifically because people that wanted to organize were using the red light as a means of communicating with some of the workers that were leaving the facility, as a method to organize, okay? And, like, what ended up happening in that circumstance straight up was Amazon changed the red light duration, which ended up creating traffic jams and led to car crashes, by the way. That's how much power Amazon has. That's how much power Amazon has, and you're over here being like, dude, what? Pff, you can fight against it. I mean, I'll try. But yeah, it's pretty funny that people think like I'm too big to fucking fail. Okay, so a coalition of TikTok creators is pledging to cease all work with Amazon, including shutting down storefronts and halting new partnerships until the company meets the demands of Amazon labor union. I like this. Gen Z TikTok creators are turning against Amazon. The People Over Prime campaign is a public setback for the company, which has courted influencers. A coalition of top TikTok stars is pledging to cease all work with Amazon, including shutting down storefronts and halting new partnerships with the e-commerce platform until the company meets the demands of the Amazon labor union. Boasting a combined following of over 51 million, the group of 70 TikTok creators says the campaign called the People Over Prime Pledge is designed to pressure Amazon to meet the requests of workers, which include a $30 minimum wage, increased paid time off, and halting activities the group considers union busting. I mean, this is so that, for the record, this is because like Amazon does a ton. Amazon Fashion does a ton of collaborations with content creators. Does a ton of collaboration with content creators, especially on TikTok, but even on Twitch as well. And I think that's what they're referencing. Wait, TikTok is Amazon? No. They're saying that they don't want to work with Amazon and do like product placement for Amazon and like all the marketing that they do for Amazon until Amazon is meets the demands. Meanwhile, Amazon already has its own fucking problems, as we talked about with Chris Smalls, and you can find this and more of the conversation that I had with Chris Smalls on my YouTube page, where we talked about, where is it? Here it is. The man shutting down Amazon, Chris Smalls. I had him over last week, and we even talked about this. Amazon has a gigantic turnover problem because they're too big. So they're too big for their own good. And now they are running into issues. Whew. Their turnover rate is incredible. It's built into their low. It's built into their hiring practices, built into their firing practices, built into their bottom line, basically. Not because of shitty working conditions. No, of course. Shitty working conditions are obviously the main problem here. But the mechanism to fight back against a shitty working condition in a distribution facility is by unionizing, right? But if you don't have, if you factor in turnover as a method to stop unionization efforts from occurring, because like anyone that's there is there for 2 years and then they fuck off, right? They're broken, they're fired, or they don't want to, they're basically not pushed towards like staying in the company for a long period of time. Then what ends up happening is you don't have enough people in the workplace you always have new fresh blood in the facility. So people are more desperate for the job. They don't want to unionize and say like, hold on, maybe we should make it better. They purposely only offered $15 per hour per week jobs for several years for now. But yeah, the 2-year time frame is like the deliberate time frame. But if you're so big and you're everywhere around the country, and you have to be everywhere around the country, right? Then all of a sudden you're going to run into that issue where like you fucked over half the town. You know what I mean? The Amazon hiring issue is a perfect example of capital's tendency to crash when it runs out of places to exploit. Yes, exactly. That is a built-in problem within capitalism, an inherent contradiction coming to its final conclusion, as Karl Marx correctly pointed out. This is very similar to the rate of profit and its tendency to fall. Because you're going to run out of places to exploit. No, I was just kidding in my last chat. Don't ban me if you someday end up looking at my chat history because I said some stupid shit. Wait, you have 34K viewers? I thought you got like 2,000 max. I watch on YouTube. But no, I'm not going to fucking ban you for that, weirdo. If Twitch said you couldn't say bad things about Amazon, if you want to keep streaming on the platform, what would you do? I would find a way to say bad things about Amazon regardless. What do you mean? The fuck kind of question is that? Like there are certain things that Twitch was like you can't do that I stopped doing, like promoting ad block and promoting VPNs that you can use, or a method to use a VPN to avoid the ad breaks at the top of the hour. But ultimately, you know, like that sort of stuff is like, that sort of stuff is understandable, okay? Like, it's a valid question, lol. No, I know. I mean, it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard to fucking control that level of speech. Like, that would be crazy. Amazon is a gigantic fucking company. They have horrifying labor union practices. They're union busting. You know what I mean? So, yeah. You think Twitch Partners Union could happen? No. I do not. News alert. Check out PLA generals take on U.S. hegemony and why they think we're agitating regarding Taiwan. First time watching China media, planning PRC trip. Their takes are shocking, non-aggressive in any of our media. Genuinely shocking contrast. This coverage should start around 12:30. Prior to description of drills. Sorry for repetitive. Genuinely want your take, though? No, I'm not watching that. Biden signing the Inflation Reduction Act live right now? Yeah, I don't care about that. Okay. Amazon Labor Union, which did not help organize people over Prime Pledge, didn't immediately respond to requests for comment. The campaign is a public setback for Amazon, which has sought to develop tighter relationships with the young influencers in recent years. You know, the irony of this is that, first of all, friend of the show, Taylor Lorenz, is writing this at the Washington Post, which is owned by Jeff Bezos. Just like, think about that for a second. I am on Twitch, a platform owned by Jeff Bezos. I had this man on your screen, you know, Jeff Bezos' biggest enemy currently, on my broadcast, where we talked about Jeff Bezos' horrifying labor practices. It is very interesting that, like, at a certain level, when you grow so much and you own so much, that you are inevitably going to have people within the products and the properties that you own speak out against you regularly because you own everything. Part of that is because there's literally no threat to power, even though I would say platforming someone like Chris Smalls is the biggest threat to power for someone like Jeff Bezos. That is 100% like, you're crazy if you think that that is not a direct threat to power. He has cost Amazon millions of dollars in union busting labor lawyers, okay? Like, that is a threat. But also, secondly, it's not as big as a threat to power, obviously. It's not. I make no mistake. But also, you have to understand the famous quote that capitalists will sell you the rope of which you hang them with is obviously an exaggeration. I'm not saying, I'm not like making like a violent threat or anything like that, but the concept still stands. As long as you are literally making money for the company, which I am, It is a metaphor, but as long as you are making money for the company, you know, then it's fine. The best anti-capitalist show being made right now is The Boys is an Amazon product. Yeah, I mean, anti-capitalist is anti-imperialist, which is ironic because Amazon has defense contracts. You know what I mean? Like, they work with the intelligence communities. They just don't care. They kind of... The dude probably knows nothing about Twitch but makes disgusting amounts of money off of it. Yeah, I mean, it's just like it's just one part of it. And I don't even know if they're making, I don't even think that Amazon is making money off of Twitch. I don't think they're turning profit. I don't think Twitch is profitable. I think that was more so a play to own the live streaming, live broadcasting space because they see it as like, they see it as a means to control or dominate an entire type of content for the future. It's just like a medium that you are able to monopolize. And ultimately, it's with goals to every company works the same way, chat. You literally fucking buy into something and then you desperately and quickly try to monopolize, okay? And then once you reach that, you know, once you reach that level of market control, then you start finding ways of you know, making the product worse slowly but surely, which has already started happening, and ultimately try to make as much money as possible off of it. Thinking that The Boys is a Watchmen knockoff proves you watch neither show, lol. Wait, I never said that. What is this? CreatorHype.com. Is Twitch profitable? When we think about Twitch, is it profitable? Content delivery live, total hours streamed, total hours watched, total data per hour, live origination rate. However, this is at pricing that anyone is able to access the media package. Twitch likely gets this at cost, so let's assume a 20% reduction. Content storage, staff rent, etc. Okay, just give me the answer. It is 1.8 billion in total expenses and 1.5 billion in total revenues. It's nearly profitable. Had they hit their ad goals for 2019, an extra 300 million, they would have broken even. Okay. Surely these numbers are perfectly right. No, it's not, obviously. It's just like a wild estimation. My 85-year-old grandfather retired from unionized U.S. Pipe in Chattanooga, Tennessee in 1998. He retired making roughly $11 an hour. Says to this day being unionized was the best thing he was ever a part of. Go. Did you watch The Sandman on Netflix yet? No, I have not. The money and the data Amazon gets from viewers. What? Here's why fighting youth obesity is a matter of national security. This is from 2018, chatter. You said 71% of Americans aged 17 to 24 are ineligible to join the military. What the fuck? That's hilarious. That's from 2018. The obesity issue is the most troubling because the trend is going in the wrong direction, said then Major General Alan Batchelet. My man's last name is Batshit. The commanding general of the Army Recruiting Command in 2015. We think by 2020 it could be as high as 50%, which means only 2 in 10 will qualify for the Army. We're too fat. We're so fat it's become a matter of national security. Good thing cinema prevented us from taxing private equity. It would hurt this sort of innovation. A North Carolina hospital owned by private equity giant Apollo is descending into extreme chaos. People are dying, and ER doctors say it's the worst they've ever seen. We went inside to investigate a meltdown of for-profit healthcare in rural America. Dude, this is a gigantic fucking problem. More Perfect Union is just popping off with incredible videos like this. Let's get started with that one before we move on to the Trump stuff.
Wilson is a small town. At one point in time, it was the world's biggest tobacco supplier and things like that. Everybody knows everybody there. I like that aspect of it, but there's certain things in Wilson that they could get better at, and one of those things is the hospital. This picture is...
What? I opened TikTok and this is literally the first thing I see.
Alright guys, I think I may have just found a side hustle that has huge potential to earn money.
Hasan Piker realizing as long as he doesn't literally say, I think women are inferior beings, he can be as misogynistic as he likes because he's hot.
And nobody's doing it. Alright guys, I think I may have just found a...
Yeah, and I still watch his JC's videos. What about it?
Side hustle that has huge potential to earn money and nobody's doing it.
Hasan is leftist, but he's never actually critical about his alignments. He has been educated by men and lib fems and therefore shares their opinions. To be clear, I don't hate Hasan. I think he's good for the left. I don't agree with sex work. He's constantly beyond the fence on the topic. His views aren't clear, but he did say the sex work is exploitative in nature. All work is exploitative in nature. Dirty swerves are the real misogynists. I don't think this person is even attacking me that much, like, to be fair. I think this person is just, like, joking. Is your TikTok in Greek? No, the chatter who sent this is, like, I guess German. You banned the last chatter who linked this TikTok? Really? Well, now I didn't. They're completely skipping over the fact that you're ableist? Yeah, that too. All right, let's watch rural hospitals.
I think it was my first Christmas, and you can definitely see how happy he is, and, you know, him as a person. In 2020, he went to the hospital just for a few regular things, just going in, and then never came out, basically. My father fell in the ICU, and he fell because his arms weren't restrained, the bed alarm wasn't on, so he pulled the tube out of his throat, stood up, yelled, fell. That's where the nurse found him after however many minutes in a pool of blood when he fell.
Wilson Medical Center is the only hospital serving Wilson County, North Carolina. After being bought by a private equity behemoth, doctors, nurses, and patients have told me the hospital is putting profit over care to an extreme degree. It's nothing more than a place to die now, several Wilsonians have told me, and a clear and sobering view of the dismal state of rural healthcare in America.
This is an extraction operation. It's a billionaire factory, and they're doing that by essentially mining the wealth of poor rural communities.
So many people I know will not go to Wilson Hospital if they can help it.
If you're profit-driven and you're not concerned about patient care, the recipe is exactly what we have in Wilson, and it's a disaster.
Doctors I've spoken with say chronic understaffing has diminished this once respectable hospital into a glorified for-profit urgent care.
I've been an ER doctor for 2 decades in more hospitals than you can comprehend, and Wilson is the worst.
Corners are being cut, and in my opinion, patient safety is...
Guys, this is just the consequence of for-profit healthcare, baby. If you're not profitable, if your hospital is not profitable, and rural areas hospitals, well, no hospital is really profitable, let's be real. They just, like, especially if they can't get, like, a lot of elective surgeries, you know, that's where a lot of hospitals make their money in general. But they also make their money with, like, people who have the capacity to pay for healthcare and have the capacity to pay for the actual fucking insanely overpriced bills that they charge, because the American healthcare system is, like, fundamentally broken. Okay, it's broken because of the for-profit hospital care that they have. It's broken because there's a really overpriced mediator. There's a really overpriced mediator industry called the insurance industry. Pharmaceuticals can charge whatever the fuck they want to even the government that's buying pharmaceuticals in bulk, right? So even after all of that, what ends up happening in hospitals basically is that you pay $75 for a fucking Hall's cough drop if you look at your itemized receipt, if you can get your itemized receipt. The reason why you're paying for that is because 12 other people have no capacity to pay for that, so they just didn't pay for it at all. So they have to offset the cost both to your insurance and also to you because you have the capacity to pay. And instead of doing that, we could just completely revamp the system and create a gigantic pool in the same way that insurance works, because that's how it's supposed to work, right? You can create a gigantic pool in the form of fucking taxes and pay for all this shit up front, and that everyone would pay for all this shit up front so that we wouldn't have to have these sorts of issues when we go to the fucking hospitals. But we can't do that. Instead, we play this song and dance. We play this song and dance over and over and over again. And now, rural areas, especially like super Republican, super red areas, turn around and advocate for, more deregulation and more tax breaks and all this other shit. They fucking hate socialism, blah, blah, blah. And then they can't get any fucking adequate health coverage or healthcare in general because these hospitals are just not profitable. And if we had the same attitude that we have, the same capitalist attitude that we have towards hospitals, if we had that same exact attitude towards roads, or if we had that same exact attitude towards the U.S. Postal Service, those motherfuckers living in rural areas would not have roads, and they would not have any sort of utilities, and they would certainly not even be able to get their fucking medicine in the mail. That's the worst part about this, okay? Roads, hospitals, and even shelter should not be for profit, okay? These are things that you fundamentally need for survival.
He's being compromised.
Every single day, I dreaded going to work.
The private equity business model is fundamentally incompatible with sound healthcare that serves patients. And that incompatibility inevitably turns deadly.
I come here all the time. On my 21st birthday, I came and I took a fireball shot with him. And it stayed here ever since March 12th, even through all the storms and everything. I don't know how, but it stayed here. Whenever it showed on his death certificate that it was blunt force trauma to the head, that's when I really realized, it wasn't because of him. It was because of neglect. It was because some people weren't doing what they were supposed to do. There was supposed to be a bed sitter, or if not a bed sitter, a nurse was always supposed to be at her station. None of that happened. Whenever I found that out, I was shocked. I was kind of mad. I was angry.
Wilson Medical Center recently made headlines after federal regulators threatened to pull their Medicare funding, an extremely rare move. The Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services outlined the immediate jeopardy at the hospital linked to 2 patient deaths.
There's all kinds of instances where I think that the patient is not first on the list. And that's what my concern is. And that's why I said something to the county commissioners.
William Ferris is an attorney in Wilson. He spoke up about the report at a July 11th County Board of Commissioners meeting when it didn't.
The closest hospitals to me are 45 minutes away. One has been bought and sold 4 different times over the past couple of years. I fucking hate living in a rural area. Yup. Why? Because it's not profitable. Turns out some of these things should not be left up to the profit motive. When will we learn? I don't know.
Didn't make the agenda.
We're in immediate jeopardy for losing Medicare funding. That's less than 3.
Genuine question. Does public health care still incentivize innovation? And if so, how? I want to know the talking points. Of course it does, man. America's novel chemical compound creation per capita is actually much lower than other countries with socialized medicine. Okay? Medicine is not even created inside of fucking labs in private corporations. Novel chemical compounds and new medicine is usually created by publicly funded research or wealthy benefactor funded research inside of colleges. Okay? This incentivization for innovation has historically been completely false. In contemporary society, you can look to a country like Cuba, which takes a lot of pride in having a robust healthcare infrastructure, a robust publicly funded medical community that has even found that currently has a working lung cancer vaccine, for example. Okay, in spite of the unjustifiable and I would say violent crime against humanity blockade that the United States, the world's largest imperial global hegemonic power, has placed upon them. So it's just ridiculous. You look to people who have created insulin, for example. The person who invented insulin patented it for $1. Wanted to give it away for free. The idea that like innovation is linked to the profit motive is a silly lie that capitalists have pushed for in perpetuity. Okay? But it doesn't even bear itself out in the data. It doesn't bear itself out throughout history. And it certainly has never bared itself out even in the fucking data itself.
3% of the hospitals, less than 3% of the hospitals that are surveyed have that problem.
So let me just be real clear. The doctors and nurses, they're not responsible for anything that's happening. My problem is with the management of the hospital all the way up to Apollo.
Oh, one other thing I will tell you. A lie that capitalist corporations and capitalism defenders will also tell you is the innovation within private corporations, like private pharmaceutical corporations. That innovation is just new mechanisms of trying to fucking maintain a patent so you stay profitable. Okay? The only innovation that these giant pharmaceutical corporations bring to the table is new ways of sitting on pre-existing patents that were sold to said companies. Okay? That's it. That's it. It's a delivery mechanism. That one simple trick that that Big Pharma uses regularly is delivery mechanisms. They will find new ways. They will find new delivery methods, and that's all the R&D that they're doing, so that they can sit on the patent for another fucking 8 years. You are biggest fraud. You don't deserve your platform, in my opinion. I agree. I should be telling you what you want to hear, which is that you're right. Medical technology is profound. It's really important. And the only time it happens is inside of private corporations. And yes, your father should die because he couldn't get access to insulin in the United States of America. And I should tell you why it's okay, because he's a loser and he didn't work hard enough. And if you're poor, if you're brokey and you're poor, then you deserve it. Right? That's what I should tell you. Is that what you want to hear? In a nicer way? Some of you motherfuckers would rather not hear the reality because it feels really sad and scary to like finally recognize it. And you rather would just want someone to tell you, bedtime stories. You can get that anywhere else. Why do you come here for the first fucking time? Maybe you are right. Okay, thanks. Why do you come here for the first fucking time? You can get that anywhere else. You go to CNN, they'll tell you that. Anywhere. All the liberal outlets will tell you the exact same thing. Why the fuck do you come here and get mad?
Global Management, one of the biggest private equity firms in the world, bought around 70 LifePoint hospitals, including the one in Wilson, in 2018 for $5.6 billion. The deal was part of a much bigger trend. Private equity firms plowed $750 billion into American healthcare institutions between 2010 and 2020.
That easy profit is what drives private equity to invest in healthcare. It creates this appealing landscape because it's somewhat of a wild, wild west.
Olivia Smith is an attorney with Wallace & Graham.
For what it's worth, it's really hard to make safe new medicines, academic or industry. Yeah, no shit. Of course it's fucking hard. But that doesn't factor in like the profit incentive at all.
Her experience in suing private equity-owned healthcare facilities has made her very familiar with the private equity playbook.
What they often do is form a...
I just did a pharmaceutical conference where they flat out admitted this. They created a new delivery mechanism for eye medicine so they could keep the patent. Of course, when I say stuff like this, I'm not pulling this information out of my ass. I'm telling you, I've been doing this for many, many fucking years, okay? And I don't have the American Enterprise Institute to fucking write talking points for me so I could just sit around and like churn that pro-capitalist propaganda out in the same way that motherfucking Ben Shapiro and Steven Crowder do. This is well-researched shit. Yeah, this is what they do. Their R&D, their budgets go to marketing, and their budgets go to R&D. R&D that it revolves entirely around reinstituting their patents because they created a new mechanism, a delivery system. Another thing that they will do is if a patent is about to fucking, if they have no new delivery system, and if the patent is about to be released to the public, so now there's going to be low-cost generic alternatives available, then they won't even fucking do any sort of genuine testing. They won't even fucking try to figure out a new way of using the medication. Bro, my friend's dad patented a boat propeller for said company, and he made $0 with the company making profit on boat engines for decades to come.
Corporation or an LLC or any kind of corporate form, and the legal owner will be the corporate form, not the two owners. So they have insulated themselves from any connection between the operations and the healthcare and themselves. Often we see the actual property that the health facility.
One of the biggest barriers for rural healthcare is attracting an adequate workforce, and a lot of states have to come up with rural scholarship incentive programs to get doctors after residency to work in rural areas. I'm one of these recipients. You know what another fucking gigantic problem is? And this is something I talk about regularly, like all the fucking time. And Bernie Sanders mentioned it as well. At the top of the hour, there's a 60-second ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, okay, if you're a rural healthcare worker, you got your scholarship, and you don't want to see those ads anymore, then all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. However, if you're not lucky, you want to make your own luck and you want it to do it for free, just steal someone else's Amazon Prime account, connect it to your Twitch account, and use it here. Your favorite broadcaster with the best fucking debates. Here's the 1 minute ad break. Now, okay, what I was going to say is this. One of the main components to solving the problem of socialized medicine is also making sure that education, especially for medicine, is fucking free. Okay? That is the other part of this equation that Americans don't usually talk about. If you want to be a fucking doctor, other countries have already created a system where you can, still make a fuckload of money, maybe not as much money as you can in America, but you make a fuckload of money by saving a fuckload of money. You don't have to be indebted. You don't have to be fucking $300,000, $400,000 in debt to just become a doctor, to become a, important part of the workforce, a necessary part of the workforce. The only way to solve that is literally by fucking making that education free. Okay? You have to do that. You have to abolish student debt, and you have to absolutely make university, specifically, especially for medical degrees, free. And then because the government's paying for it, then the government can also say, hey, you got to go work at a fucking rural hospital for 2 years. You know what I mean? You got to do your residency at a rural hospital. We will pay for your cost of living. We will help you, but you have to do it. That is how places like Turkey operate, okay? And there's so much more corruption in places like that, but that is how it works. And you're supposed to do that, and plenty of people would 100% go that route if they had the opportunity to go that route. Okay? But of course, once again, these are programs that like literally third world countries have, by the way. What I'm describing is not something that is completely insane. What I'm describing is normal process even in fucking developing nations, okay? If they can do it, then we, the wealthiest nation on earth, can do it as well. Thank you, Junior Turtle, for the 10 gifted subs, allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads. FDR did this 90 years ago.
This is quite literally why minimum
I can only wish that everyone has had or have a fulfilled life as I have had and continue
wage
to every
was
day.
established with the New Deal. With the collapse of the 1929 stock market and war in Europe, FDR had a mess to inherit, and this is how he fixed it. Time for some history, kids.
The second Bill of Rights,
That's the New Deal.
under which a new basis of security and prosperity can be established for all, regardless of station or race or creed.
Civil rights.
Among these are the right to a useful and remunerative job, the right to earn enough to provide adequate food and clothing.
I can't watch this guy. I just like TikTok kills me a little bit. Okay, no disrespect if that dude's a fan or whatever, but like I just can't. Okay. There's little evidence that certain medications that have been used to curb nicotine addiction can also help people curb their alcohol addiction and cravings, but literally alcohol rules America, so there's no real funding or research on it. How sad is that? Imagine a patch that could help alcoholics. That would be amazing. Damn, I did not know that. R&D in the majority of S&E disciplines is performed solely with the outlook of creating patentable inventions. Whether that research was funded through the government, public, through the private industry is mostly irrelevant, as you mentioned. You're wrong about pharma. I work in pharma. Okay, shut up, Stryker. Be serious.
Facility is on, put into a separate LLC, and
we completely, here's the thing. We completely fucking let go of the notion that like, God, this is such a fucking classic. I mean, I hate that. I mean, I hate to use theory hour here, but it's the, what's the fucking, what was it? I think it was Marx who said it, but it was like, greed under capitalism and thinking that human greed is the primary motivator under a capitalist organization of the economy, and it's a part of human nature, is kind of like saying that black lung is a part of human nature because all you know is working in the fucking coal mines. Okay? I don't know if it was Marx. I forget who said that. But regardless, like, yes, if you only work in the fucking coal mines, if you only work in the coal mines, your life and your reality is like, yeah, everyone's got shitty lungs. Okay? Everyone's got shitty lungs. Yeah, that's just a normal part of the process. Even if greed is an integral part of human nature is literally all about overcoming nature. It's not natural to live in fucking skyscrapers, and yet we take that for granted. Okay? The idea that human beings can only be motivated by selfish desire, by greed, is silly as fuck. Especially when there are so many other alternative reasons for why people do the things that they do. And throughout history, they have proven that there are other reasons as to why innovation has prospered. The motherfucker who made the wheel, okay, the motherfucker who invented the wheel was like, oh, this is good. This is good. Didn't do it because he was like, oh, this way you give me meat. He did it because it was like, this is going to improve society. Maybe I'll get some fucking cave girl pussy, okay? There are other motivating principles. Marx had this quote that it hit the nail on the head pretty well. It is not the consciousness of men that determines their being, but on the contrary, their social being that determines their consciousness. The wheel would have been invented 10,000. The wheel would have been invented 10,000 years earlier if cavemen had patents and LLCs. Yeah, that's true. Exactly.
Owned by the same owners, of course. However, they then lease themselves that building. There's also various ways that they can further vertically integrate through pharmacies, through staffing companies, through housekeeping and hospitality companies.
Consistently, your worst point, humans are animals, and many animals are just as, if not more advanced than humans. We are going to off ourselves before spending very long on the earth. What? Dude, that's awesome. That is, dude, I love that. That's a good take. That's a unique one.
All of these can be owned by the same individuals, theoretically, but placed into separate corporate forms and transact in business with one another. And so,
it was Andrew Collier. To look at people in a capitalist society and conclude that human nature is egoism is like looking at people in a factory where pollution is destroying their lungs and saying that it is human nature to cough.
Really, it's just a kind of musical chairs of moving money around from one pocket to another.
We asked Olivia to look at the ownership chart for Wilson Medical Center to help us better understand how the private equity model has affected the hospital.
In an ideal world, only the bottom entity would exist. And I say that because that's the medical provider, that is the healthcare provider. In reality, it's this top entity that's making those decisions by virtue of setting budgets and providing set amounts of money that the bottom entity can actually spend on patient care. And so that distance, what it does is it entails severe budget cuts.
Apollo financed much of the transaction to buy LifePoint with so-called sub-investment grade debt, junk bonds, which came with punishing interest payments, driving the hospital chain's annual interest expenses from about $150 million in 2017 to $578 million in 2019. The deal has already paid dividends to Apollo investors who booked a $1.6 billion profit last year when the private equity firm sold LifePoint from one of its funds, Fund 8.
Perfect system. Perfect system. No changes necessary. Don't change this. How could you say that there's anything wrong with this? And also, there's no other way to change it. There's no other system that could ever work, okay? Yeah, so if you live in a rural area, get fucked and die. Eat shit and fucking die. You're gonna die. The only fucking healthcare you can get is from the vet, okay? And also, the only healthcare you can get is, if you're lucky, there's an EMT service in your region, okay? There you go. That's it. And it's quite literally happening because some guy out there that you're gonna never meet is increasing their profit margin, okay? Putting an extra fucking dollar in their portfolio that they have diversified. That is fucking crazy. I don't know, man. I don't know. I feel like once you realize that capitalism is creating dogmatic behavior that inherently justifies its existence, and that there is a way to just kind of see outside of that reality that you've been conditioned into believing, it breaks your brain when you look at this. You're like, this is crazy. This is so crazy to me. Bro, EMT can't just become providers of a patient. Yeah, no shit, I know. Except that's the only fucking healthcare that a lot of rural areas have. And it is a death cult. And the rural areas keep voting Republican? Of course they do, because the Republican Party is like offering them at least fun times by owning the libs or whatever, okay? That's why.
To another, Fund 9. But the money to pay off the junk bondholders that made it all possible has to come from somewhere, and it usually comes from the budgets designed to keep a hospital running.
This situation happening here is extreme, but it's happening throughout the country.
Dr. Mitchell Lee is an ER doctor in North Carolina. He also founded the group Take Medicine Back, aimed at exposing the practices of private equity in medicine.
These private equity firms have realized they can do the billing without doing the rest of it. There's no innovation as far as good patient care. There's innovation in how to extract wealth. And what that translates to is decreased staffing, do more with less, and predatory billing in a healthcare system that's already non-transparent. This just takes it to the next level. It accelerates things.
And that acceleration, unfortunately, can lead to hospital closures, devastating rural communities.
When healthcare fails, private equity firms don't take a hit. They made money either way. Heads I win, tails you lose.
You can see the cycle of extraction, deterioration, and failure on display in Wilson.
Wilson is a growing community, and instead of the hospital growing, is shrinking. The biggest thing in the hospital, it seems, is the ER. And that's not the way it should be.
Every time I visited the hospital, the ER was packed. The rest of the hospital, however, was eerily empty. Doctors told me the hospital, which is licensed for 294 beds, was caring for just around 50 patients.
That in and of itself is sort of the deterioration. Now, does that happen at other hospitals? Absolutely. But in Wilson, the reason is because they brought those numbers down, and the reason that is because they found their happy medium. They found their corporate money.
As for the unsafe conditions threatening the hospital's Medicare funding, CMS inspectors determined during a follow-up that Wilson no longer posed an immediate jeopardy to patients. But they found so many more violations that the agency postponed its decision on Wilson's Medicare termination to September 22nd.
When Apollo comes in, it's profit over patient care.
If Wilson doesn't find a solution, the community could soon be the latest victim in a dangerous trend. At least 140 rural hospitals have closed since 2010, according to the Shep Center for Health Services Research. Experts say hundreds more are on the verge of closing due to financial distress. But that distress is not purely a natural occurrence. A 2018 GAO study found that for-profit hospitals like the one in Wilson accounted for just 11% of rural hospitals in 2013, but 36% of rural hospital closures through 2017. Ferris and many Wilson community leaders believe they may have legal standing to evict private equity from their hospital. That's because something called a reverter clause in state law governing the sale of public hospitals to for-profit entities requires Apollo to provide same or like services to what the hospital offered prior to the sale. That clearly hasn't happened.
This has got to change, and we've got to look at the reverter.
Capitalism is the problem, he said, as his stream zoomed out to allow for multinational corporation banner ads, runs manipulative ads every hour, and extracts value from workers and gives percentage to global 0.001% capitalism, begs for subs from lower class viewers for personal gain. Hashtag hypocrite. Love that. This man is fucking brilliant. Wait, you have Donald Trump. Donald Trump is in your PFP. What do you mean? Ban them for the essay? No, dude, this was a pet. We are literally, I'm keeping this one. We're keeping this one. We're keeping this one. This guy's got some good ideas. He got me. This chatter worked on this? Oh no. Yeah, no, he thought it out. That's awesome. They aren't saying it's bad. They just don't like the hypocrisy, Lamau. Okay, well, there's no hypocrisy then. Okay, I'm a capitalist. I love capitalism. Owned. Get owned.
And we cannot afford to let it go on.
No, I thought it was an ad break debate as well. We ran the ad break already. But get fucked.
They've got to change the way they do business, or they don't need to be in Wilson.
Good, you're converted. Okay. Can I still advocate against capitalism now? I'm a capitalist, but I think capitalism is bad. There you go. And you know what? If you fucking hated me, oh man, you know what I would hate the most actually? Use that energy for good, okay? If oh my god, you know what would be really fucking good? Oh dude, you know what would make me really mad? You organize your workplace, okay? Oh my god, if you voted for like politicians that would increase taxes on corporations, oh my god, that would really disrupt my life. Oh, that would make me so mad. Please, that would make me mauled so hard. You would own me, dude. You'd own the libs. Tyler Spark, thank you for the 10 get the subs. MacTac, thank you for the 5 get the subs. Oh man, you better not do that, dude. I would fucking hate that. Oh, dude. We repeatedly told Dr. Oz that we had pre-made veggie trays, excuse me, crudité, in the deli starting at $5.99, $7.99 with guacamole and salsa. Vote John Fetterman, says Wegner's Groceries. Okay, this is not real, by the way. This is that's not a real place. That's a fake account. You guys got jebaited. Oh, you're the worker and the boss? What is happening? Oh, yeah, that was funny. China getting in on the 9/11 game? What is this? It's so funny how most U.S. government officials have interns who painstakingly pore over and draft their tweets that can appeal to their base, while at the same time being as inoffensive as possible, and Chinese government officials just tweet out a meme like, Bush did 9/11 Lamau. Wait, what? What, do they think that, like, Chinese government officials fucking write shit about China in the same way? Okay, listen, as much as I love, you know, joking about all this stuff, I'm pretty sure a Chinese government official would probably not be able to fucking post about its own government in a similar capacity, okay? I'm just saying, you know, China was tired of U.S. State Department spreading lies, so they're just doing a little trolling. No, like, I mean, yeah, Chinese government officials post really funny stuff about America, and, you know, American government officials probably post, like, horrible shit about China all the fucking time. But let's be real, you know what I mean? They have a lot of leeway talking about America like that, but I don't think they have a lot of leeway talking about China in the same way. Okay? Where's your top lip, BB? Are you talking to me? Inside of your mother's pussy. Fucking got him. Oh my God. Why would you do that? Why would you fucking do that, dude? Why would you do that? No, they do. Not on Twitter, maybe, but Weibo definitely. The healthcare officials had a lot of critical posts about CCP, which reached Indian news as well. I was laughing at the hypocrisy chud for the moral consistency argument, by the way. Chad thinks I'm with the chud. No, this person is not a chud. This person is like a typical, you know, Twitter leftist, kind of. Anyway. Want free speech for counter-revolutionaries? I mean, that's usually what free speech is, yes. For the record, like, that's how that works. Okay, Trump claims the FBI took his passports during the Mar-a-Lago raid. Let's get to America.
Morning with that battle over that FBI seizure of documents from former President Trump's Florida home, with Trump now calling for the release of the unredacted affidavit.
I'm sure they have good takes, by the way, the Radio Free Amanda. I'm just, I mean, but that is, like, funny to, I have to mention it. As much as I love high-speed rail and shit, as much as I believe Top G is killing it by offering all Chinese people sparkling water, okay? And he calls it Chinese prosperity. Right? Top G is a top G is a top G. And he wants every Chinese person to have a Bugatti. It's not like Top G actually likes free speech.
Behind the search.
The Justice Department is fighting to keep the affidavit under seal, saying that releasing it could jeopardize the ongoing criminal investigation that has potential implications for national security. Our senior national correspondent, Terry Moran, is in Washington with more for us. Good morning, Terry.
Good morning, Robin. This morning, former President Trump is battling back against the Justice Department. He is demanding that the department release to him and to the public the underlying evidence and justification for the search at his Mar-a-Lago residence. It is a hardball tactic in this high-stakes struggle. This morning, former President Donald Trump is calling for the immediate release of the completely unredacted affidavit behind.
Oh, dude, why did you ban this guy? He said, do you actually think you're fighting for what is right with your pansy boy picture behind you? You're an anti-white racist little bitch. Dude, come on. You can't be banning motherfuckers like this. At least until they say some other stuff. Oh, he's back. He said, you're a clown. Give me more. 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 Come on. You got to do better than that, though. If you're going to be in here and we're going to play with you, you have to be better than that. You can't just be like, you're a clown. And yes, I am an anti-white racist. I was quite literally banned from this platform for my horrifying anti-white racism. Has shocked the world, has shocked the nation.
Behind last week's FBI search of his Florida residence. But the Department of Justice wants that affidavit, a sworn document that provides justification for a search and thus a possible roadmap to the case, to remain sealed to protect witnesses in its investigation into Donald Trump's alleged mishandling of classified information.
They certainly don't want to put former President Trump or anyone close to him on notice of what they are looking at.
The Justice Department argues that publishing the affidavit would reveal specific investigative techniques and could even compromise their investigation. That investigation is a criminal probe with national security implications. DOJ revealing it has witnesses cooperating in this investigation and indicating that a grand jury is involved. Now, some lawmakers are also demanding answers. The top Democrat and Republican on the Senate Intelligence Committee have asked the Director of National Intelligence and the DOJ to provide the classified documents retrieved by the FBI, 11 sets in total.
The best part of this passport story is that the Trump team was notified that filter teams found the passports and set up a time/place to return them before Trump tweeted that out on Truth Social. Just the best lying. Yeah, I mean, listen, you got to make the most of it, okay? From what I understand, some of the documents that they have that they refuse to give back to the government when they asked for it via subpoena were, you know, like genuinely serious stuff. And obviously they had the opportunity to like explain what had actually happened, which they refused to do so. So obviously, obviously there's a lot of different components of the story, but including, but not limited to, the fact that, he's trying to make the most of this. He's like, oh, they took my passports. It's like, yeah, they did. They found that they took your passports and they wanted to give it back to you. Okay? And instead, you're just like trying to make the most of it as best as you can. Come on, boy. Chat back, bitch. Anti-white racist little punk thinking you can be racist towards my people. Now I'm back in the main chat. Bitch boy had put me in silent chat. You're all losers. Okay, this guy is just kind of sad. He's just really loving the, I think he's just loving the attention that you guys are giving him. Yeah, it's just, that's so sad. It's not working, brother. He said silent chat. I don't even think he's a Zoomer. He has to be like, probably older, right? If he doesn't fucking know what like being banned is. Racism towards whites will not be allowed. What are you going to do about it? Okay, what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do? Nothing. That's what I thought. All right.
Along with an assessment of potential risks to national security as a result of their mishandling at Mar-a-Lago. The Democratic chairs of the House Intelligence and Oversight Committees requested a similar assessment. Sources tell AB.
Okay, look, here's why. First of all, you're like probably 40 years old. I'm sorry we're better than you. You're jealous of my race. Every single one of you saying F white people. Here's the problem. Okay? It is kind of your fault because you're spending time on Twitch instead of, repopulating the white race. But you can't because you're a fucking loser, right? Part of the reason why you're a fucking loser is because you say stuff like this. And it's sad. It's really sad. And you're fearful for no reason. You're fearful of people having consensual sex with your mom. You're fearful that the white race, which is supposedly a race, I guess, that has expanded and also gotten smaller throughout time, is under attack somehow. Because people have told you that it's under attack. But the thing is, just get better. Okay? Get better. Also, I'm white. Is that Andrew Tate? You a self-loathing white? I do not loathe myself at all. Your beach. Okay, I'm bored. I thought he was going to give us something good. Also, white people save the Jews from extermination is such a funny fucking take. Extermination in the hands of who? Oh, that's right. White people. That's true. So that, like, like who was doing the extermination? Bunch of sissy boys. You're a big tough guy, dude. It's like saying white people freed the slaves. I mean, they probably say that as well. Imagine using your 15 minutes of fame to say stupid shit. We need to thank you. Aw. All right, that's enough. We've gotten enough out of this guy. He's not good content, unfortunately. You could have been entertaining, you could have been engaging, and yet you chose to just, like, you know, fire off in the most boring way possible. Either 45 or 12, I can't tell. Yeah. I gave you the opportunity. I really wanted you to fucking pop off. All right, let's run this back here.
By the FBI, 11 sets in total, along with an assessment of potential risks to national security as a result of their mishandling at Mar-a-Lago. The Democratic chairs of the House Intelligence and Oversight Committees requested a similar assessment. Sources tell ABC News investigators are now scrubbing through security footage subpoenaed from Mar-a-Lago as they try to retrace the movements of these classified materials and determine whether the country's national secrets have been compromised. As a candidate, Donald Trump vowed to safeguard classified material.
In my administration.
This was great. Which also cucked him in the end, because, like, he literally increased the penalty for espionage, which now he's charged with. He also appointed the FBI director who is conducting the investigation into retrieving the classified information that he was keeping, not allowed to. He also appointed the magistrate as well, if I'm not mistaken, or it was a Trump-appointed Republican judge. Wasn't even too fond of Trump himself. So there's just, like, nothing more cucked than being Donald Trump at this point. It's just you're hoisted by your own petard. Made it more illegal, hired all the people who will imprison him. Yeah, it's great. He built the gun, loaded it, and still accidentally shot himself in the foot.
I'm going to enforce all laws concerning the protection of classified information. No one will be above the law.
But now, under investigation himself, he's changing his tune and his arguments. At first denouncing the raid as a political witch hunt, but then claiming that he had declassified the documents found at Mar-a-Lago anyway.
Yeah, actually, many people don't know this. Many people don't know this, but the FBI planted the documents, which I declassified immediately. In my mind.
Some of which were marked SCI, that means from the most sensitive U.S. intelligence sources. Trump's also claiming that the FBI agents seized 3 of his passports during the raid. ABC News confirmed that's true, but all 3 have been returned and 2 were already expired. Amid attacks on the FBI by Trump and other Republicans, there has been an
Thank you, not exactly KB and Alessandro, if I get this
increase in threats and acts of violence towards law enforcement, including a Pennsylvania man who was charged Monday for threatening law enforcement officials in the days after the Mar-a-Lago raid, writing in one post, "My only goal is to kill more of them before I drop." Meanwhile, in Georgia, in an unrelated investigation into Trump's efforts to overturn the 2020 election, their prosecutors in Fulton County have told Rudy Giuliani, Trump's lawyer in those battles, that he is a target of the investigation, which means it is possible Giuliani could be indicted. Robin?
So the Chapo boys, I was listening to them this morning, and they pointed out something really interesting about this, which is something that I had not considered as well, which is the idea that Donald Trump potentially wanted to, run a separate grift on top of like basically every single grift that he ran when he was in the White House. But like whistleblowers had already mentioned that the information that Donald Trump had in these classified documents, like specifically pertaining to possibly, allegedly, nukes and nuclear information, was handed off to the Saudis, or at least they were interested in handing it off to the Saudis. Okay? And what's wonderful about that is that, like, that, as they mentioned, was like actually really fucked up, okay, in comparison to like I don't know, fucking calling Ukraine or whatever, or the other shit that he was impeached for. But having said that, okay, having said all of that, someone, I guess, in the State Department didn't want to make that big of a deal out of it at the time when he was president. Or maybe they just didn't have the opportunity to make a bigger deal out of it at the time. Which is wild. Miskiv was going to Saudi to recover our classified documents, and you stopped him. I see you listen to Chapo too. No, I did. I did listen to Chapo. I was listening to Chapo right before I started. And there was a probe already. Like, a probe into Donald Trump's interactions with Saudi Arabia has resurfaced. This was like back from like 2017 or something. But a probe had already resurfaced following a report FBI agents who raided the former president's Florida residence were seeking documents related to nuclear weapons. Citing anonymous experts and classified information, the Washington Post said the research showed concern among U.S. government officials about what kind of information could be located at the Mar-a-Lago club and whether it could fall into the wrong hands. Okay? The House of Representatives report highlighted whistleblowers' concerns with the Trump administration's efforts to transfer sensitive nuclear technology to Saudi Arabia, and was tweeted on Thursday by Judd Legum, who runs the Popular Information newsletter. We don't know why Trump took classified nuclear docs, he said in a follow-up tweet, but certain nuclear information would have very high economic value to Saudi Arabia and other governments. And this is from 2019. Fordham University law professor, why would Trump want to keep nuclear documents? It is time to review the 2019 House Oversight Committee's stunning allegations of nuclear corruption between the Trump administration and Saudi Arabia and Qatar. That committee report made a number of accusations against the Trump administration, including that it tried to rush the transfer of highly sensitive U.S. nuclear technology to Saudi Arabia. This was without congressional review and in potential violation of the Atomic Energy Act that restricts the export of U.S. nuclear technology. Now, obviously, for those of you who are wondering, like, well, how the fuck would Saudi Arabia develop like a nuclear program off of like this confidential information? They don't have to personally do that. They can do it in Pakistan. They can take that information, which is another client state to the United States of America, alongside our incredibly important ally in Saudi Arabia itself. Okay? Why would you put nukes in your title? Because we are talking about nukes currently as you are asking that dumbass fucking question. Pakistan already has nukes, but they can also get, they can develop better nukes, different nukes. Okay? The report also raised questions about the relationship between White House and Riyadh following the murder of Jamal Khashoggi, which was met with equivocation by President Trump and other top administration officials. The report said that the U.S. strong private commercial interests have been pressing aggressively for the transfer of highly sensitive nuclear technology to Saudi Arabia, and this posed a potential risk to U.S. national security absent adequate safeguards. No, Kushner didn't get paid $2 million. Kushner got paid $2 billion with a B. These commercial entities stand to reap billions of dollars through contracts associated with constructing and operating nuclear facilities in Saudi Arabia, it added. However, in July 2019, the Republican staff of the House Oversight Committee rejected Democrats' claims that the Trump administration committed wrongdoings in its dealings with the Middle Eastern kingdom. The report said that the firm IP3 International, comprised of former U.S. national security officials pushing to build nuclear power plants in Saudi Arabia, had kept Congress in the loop. Also, the Trump administration was not rushing nuclear technology to the kingdom, nor had it skirted requirements for congressional notification. The evidence currently before the committee does not show impropriety in the proposed transfer of nuclear energy technology to Saudi Arabia, the Republicans said. Oh, wow. Well, I guess if they said that, then that's fine. Also, 24-hour man, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Meanwhile, Trump's daughter-in-law, Lara Trump, has called the FBI search of Mar-a-Lago outrageous. Christina Bobb said that. Yada, yada, yada. We already know that part. But basically, this was an active and ongoing problem in a sea of other controversies at the time. But considering that, considering that they had already accounted for it, like they had said that, these are former contractors that want to build nuclear facilities in Saudi Arabia, that it was fine. I personally love the idea that the country most responsible for 9/11 wants to get America's nuclear program. It is so awesome. Fuck it, YOLO. Literally just let's see. Let's really spice it up. You know what I mean? Do you think he purposely didn't give the files back for the publicity? No. I think he purposely didn't give the files back because it's incriminating. The files might not necessarily just be about nukes. Some of the classified information there might also be about what Donald Trump did. Like, top secret classification could imply either direct information about the nuclear program that he had, or it could be information about his dealings with Saudi Arabia. Will there be real consequences? Who knows? This is still, remember, speculation. Trump did the Live Golf Tour and said that is Saudi-backed and said, we never got to the bottom of who did 9/11. Except he also ran on Saudi Arabia doing 9/11. And he also said that he was going to declassify information revolving around 9/11. That was another false campaign promise that he made. So remember that. And the Live Golf Tournament was happening at the Trump golf course, of course. And the Live Golf Tournament is another way for Saudi Arabia to reaffirm its allegiances with powerful, wealthy former presidents like Donald Trump. And listen, if they clap the Rosenbergs over this, they got to at least put Trump in jail. Yeah, but you have to understand, Rosenbergs gave the nukes and the nuke information to the USSR, and the USSR is bad. Whereas Trump gave the nuclear information to Saudi Arabia, and Saudi Arabia is our ally. The fact that Saudi Arabia or the kingdom or the kingdom's family had a role in 9/11 does not change that reality, because they have oil, and oil is good, and they're important. They're an important trade partner for us. So therefore, giving Saudi Arabia nukes, or allowing the nuclear proliferation of Saudi Arabia, done by, of course, former national security officials in a company ran by America's greatest minds, is actually a good thing, not a bad thing. Whenever I do something illegal and I get caught, I give the person who caught me your name. So I'm sorry if that gets you in trouble. Don't worry about it. We'll deal with it. It's a no-win. The government won't release info about top secret docs, so Trump gets to claim it's a witch hunt. Any thoughts on maybe this is an inside job? No, that's not true. So they could. The problem is, I think the FBI won't, because they're pussies. And it's the same exact reason as to why the FBI originally did not want to even make a bigger deal out of this, and asked politely, time and time again, to get this information back, to retrieve this information. But like, this is known. And the irony is, of course, this happened literally after Khashoggi was killed, and people were like kind of anti-Saudi Arabia in the media. The Trump administration granted 2 authorizations to U.S. companies to share sensitive nuclear power information with Saudi Arabia shortly after the killing of journalist Jamal Khashoggi in October, a U.S. senator who saw the approval said on Tuesday. The timing of the approvals is likely to heap pressure on the administration of President Donald Trump from lawmakers who become increasingly critical of the United States. Support for Saudi Arabia since Khashoggi was killed in the Saudi consulate in Istanbul in October. Tim Kaine in the Membrane, a Democrat from Virginia, called the timing of the approvals shocking and said that it adds to a disturbing pattern of behavior of the administration's policy on Saudi Arabia. The Department of Energy granted the first Part 810 authorization on October 18th, 16 days after Khashoggi was killed. The second occurred on February 18th. U.S. authorities have concluded that the responsibility for Khashoggi's death went to the highest levels of Saudi government. Riyadh has denied that Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman was involved. The authorizations were among 7 granted to U.S. companies by Trump's administration since 2017 as Washington and Riyadh negotiate a potential wider agreement to help Saudi Arabia develop its first 2 nuclear power reactors. The Energy Department has kept information in the approvals of Saudi Arabia confidential, citing protection of business interests. Once again, going back to obviously what Juniper has said time and time again, America is not a real country, but instead 9 corporations and a trench coat. The department confirmed the 2 authorizations were issued after the killing of Khashoggi, but did not respond to a question about why the names of the companies have not been released. In the past, 810 approvals have been made available for the public to view at the department's headquarters. 810 approvals. An 810 authorization simply provides U.S. companies the ability to compete in the international civil nuclear market. Lawmakers have been anxious to keep abreast of talks on nuclear power development between the administration and Riyadh to make sure any deal contains strict nuclear non-proliferation standards. Saudi Arabia and Washington had begun talks about nuclear power development before Trump's presidency. By the way, that's the other part of this process. Like, Tim Kaine's like, oh my God, I can't believe that they're like doing nuclear proliferation and giving like state secrets over to Saudi Arabia. Okay. Well, you know, prior administrations would have done this as well, and Joe Brandon would probably do this as well, legally. Okay? So that's the other part of this. They don't give a fuck. Once again, Donald Trump's biggest issue in this circumstance is that he probably tried to do this like he's tried to do everything else. He could have done it in the legal route, but the legal route is not as fun, and it doesn't offer him or Jared Kushner additional funding, okay? His fucking idiotic fail son-in-law, additional opportunity to make money off of it. So you got to do it in a scammy way, and you got to do that scam in the most obvious, like, overt scam way possible. And that's the problem. And then that shit can also bite you in the ass, even if everyone else does it, because you did it in a way, and you're also Donald Trump, so obviously people are pissed off at you, and they want to use this against you, and they're going to use it against you. Last year, the Crown Prince said the kingdom did not want to acquire a nuclear bomb, but if its arch rival Iran did, we will follow suit as soon as possible. Late last month, Trump declared a national emergency because of tensions with Iran and blah, blah, blah. We already know that, which Iran should get a nuclear program if they choose to do so. Riyadh plans to issue a multi-billion-dollar tender in 2020 to build its first 2 nuclear power reactors. The United States, South Korea, Russia, China, and France are competing for the business. Reactor builder Westinghouse, which has been hit by a downfall in the U.S. nuclear power industry, would likely sell components to Saudi Arabia in any deal involving U.S. technology. Westinghouse is now owned by Brookfield Asset Management Incorporated. Nice. So yeah. The HasanAbi doctrine rules, please. Yeah, I mean, of course. Number one rule in the HasanAbi doctrine for state building is acquire a nuke. Or don't give up the nukes if you have one. Ukraine did, and they got cucked, okay? It doesn't even matter if you can't fucking figure out what the launch codes are. You should still keep the nukes. Ukraine didn't keep the nukes and nudes. They didn't keep the nukes, and they got fucked.
And Terry, the Trump's organization's longtime CFO, Alan Weisselberg, is due in court this week as well?
That's right, Robin. Alan Weisselberg was the chief financial officer.
They're hitting Trump on 3 different avenues right now. One, his CFO, who is he's being investigated for tax fraud, and the Trump, Trump's own company is being investigated for tax fraud and tax evasion. Number 2, Rudy Giuliani is also being investigated for election meddling in Georgia, and number 3 is the fucking possible. Number 3 is the possible involvement that he had in January 6th / number 4, I guess, is the nuke stuff, the classified intel. So they're hitting him from all avenues currently. Now, Alan Weisselberg is super high up. He knows where the bodies are buried. He's the CFO of the Trump organization. They're trying to turn him state's witness against Donald Trump. That's a big one. Rudy Giuliani is also relatively high up in the Trump organization or the Trump administration. They're trying to flip him on Trump with respect to election meddling. And also, I guess they had someone at Mar-a-Lago that they already fucking turned to get enough evidence to gain enough evidence so that they could get and execute a search warrant in Mar-a-Lago to retrieve these classified documents that they had fucking that Donald Trump kept even after they asked nicely.
Of the Trump organization, and he is expected to plead guilty this week to a felony charge stemming from what prosecutors say was a tax scheme within the organization. Now, it's unclear whether or not Weisselberg will testify against Trump, cooperate with prosecutors. He's one of the closest business associates of Donald Trump for decades. Right now, it looks like he'll plead guilty this week. Robin.
All right, Terry, thank you.
Good evening and welcome.
And now, Tucker Carlson.
Welcome to Tucker Carlson Tonight. Happy Monday. We've had a few days to reflect on it and have concluded that no honest person could believe that the raid on Donald Trump's home last week was a legitimate act of law enforcement. It was not. Even the Biden administration didn't really bother to pretend otherwise. The official explanations that we have heard for the raid make no sense at all. It doesn't matter how forcefully they are repeated by the media, they're nonsensical. In case you've forgotten what they are, here's the very first explanation they gave us.
Why did this guy have these ultra-classified documents in the basement of Mar-a-Lago, unsecured, where they could be presumably broken in on or stolen or photographed and given to hostile foreign powers or conceivably even terrorists?
Are you listening to this? So it's not just classified documents in the basement of Mar-a-Lago, but according to Michael Beschloss, the pet historian of the half-wits who run our country, these are ultra-classified documents, the most classified kind.
But they are. What? Why is he mad? But they are. They have the top secret classification status. What the fuck? Why is he mad? It's true. They literally are. Tucker Carlson was on vacation, so he didn't have to fucking do any commentary when they didn't know. But now he's back from vacation, and we do know. So why is he? Oh my God. Okay. All right. Let's continue.
Just sitting there helpless in boxes like maidens in bikinis, waiting to be photographed by terrorists. You just imagine Al-Qaeda taking selfies with these documents, one after the other, relentlessly, repulsive and terrifying. Is it true? At this point, no one has provided proof that it is true, not that august historians like Michael Beschloss wait around for actual evidence before pronouncing final judgment on cable news shows. They just go ahead. But for the sake of argument on our show, we're going to say that it is in fact true, and that Donald Trump did in fact have boxes of classified documents sitting in his cellar. Let's say that's true. What would it mean? Well, what it means depends in part on what the documents were. Did those documents contain meaningful information? Should they have been classified in the first place? Is there a good reason the rest of us should not have been allowed to see those documents? Now, you never hear those.
Wait, what? That's exactly. Wait, what? He's already saying. Yes. Like, all of these questions he's asking have answers, and almost all of them are, like, the same answer. It's just, yeah, no, these are top secret classification documents. I mean, I'm fine with, like, revealing this information. I am. I think it's great. You know, declassify them. I mean, unless it's, like, literally documents. But they're not going to fucking... they're not going to be like, hey, this top secret classified document features these set of details. That would kind of destroy the point, right? Of the classification, I mean. Like, you can't really do that. And I think Tucker Carlson knows that. And that's precisely why he's saying, like, come on, do it, pussy. Do it.
Questions asked in public, but anyone who lives in Washington knows perfectly well they should be asked in public a lot. Because in Washington, virtually anything can qualify as an official state secret, and often does. In 2011, to name one of many examples, the CIA finally declassified a trove of documents from the First World War. These documents dated back to 1917, almost 100 years before. One of these documents, the most ultra-secret of them, contained a recipe for disappearing ink. Now, why would federal bureaucrats spend an entire century hiding an outdated recipe for ink that you can buy legally in any magic store for your fifth grader? Good question. No one asked it. Instead, then CIA Director Leon Panetta issued a press release bragging about how he was giving the secret ink recipe to a grateful public. Quote, "These documents remained classified for nearly a century until recent advancements in technology made it possible to release them," Panetta wrote. "When historical information is no longer sensitive, we take seriously our responsibility to share it with the American people." Now, there's no hint whatsoever that...
So does he think that, like, the recipe for invisible ink, which I guess, like, the dumbasses thought was, like, incredibly important at the time and wanted to, like, keep it a secret, does he think, like, if it is nuclear, as what whistleblowers have alleged, and is what the reporting is on it, like, is Tucker Carlson saying, like, everyone should just have access to the nuclear information? It's, like, kind of outdated. Like, nukes are kind of washed now, you know what I mean? Like, fuck it, YOLO, release it.
That Panetta was joking when he wrote that. You're welcome, America. Here's your century-old ink recipe. Again, this was in 2011, so think it through. You had to wonder, what recent technological advancements was Leon Panetta talking about in the press release? And just how recent were they? Was Panetta actually saying that CIA spies were still communicating in World War I era disappearing ink as of, say, 2010? Or even as of 1950? Please. It was bizarre. Of course, it was another lie from the people in charge. Here's the truth. The documents have been classified for 100 years, not because disappearing ink was any sort of national security secret. They've been classified because the government's default position in every case is that you have no right to see anything ever. It is their information. It is not yours. Yours to citizen. Yours to the taxpayer. Shut up and pay for it all. To this day, there are large amounts of classified information remaining.
Bro, I love that. Tucker Carlson's literally like, declassify all documents in an effort to save Donald Trump. In an effort to fucking save, he's like, declassify all documents. It is the proletarian way. Now, when a fucking Twitter anarchist says this, we laugh at them. But when Tucker Carlson says this, all the fucking chuds and all the edgy leftists are like, yeah, he's kind of right. I love that. I mean, I'm in favor of declassifying a lot of documents, okay? Especially ones that directly lead to America's involvement in war crimes, 9/11, yada, 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 okay? But there are also certain documents that might not be declassified. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I feel like certain things, it's like, let's keep the mystery. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, like how to enrich uranium. I don't know. Exactly. That shit is secret keeping to save face, but nuclear shit probably should be a secret. I don't know. I think like maybe that's just me. I don't know. I'm a little afraid of nukes, so
from World War II. These are documents written 80 years ago by people whose grandchildren are now old. But you still can't see it. You don't have the clearances. Sorry. So when they tell you that Donald Trump had classified documents in his basement, those materials could be literally anything. But once again, for the sake of argument, we're going to stipulate that Trump did have possession of documents that were classified for some good reason. Documents that, for example, we legitimately would not want the Chinese government to see. If that is true, would it justify what happened? Would it justify sending a large team of federal agents?
Yes. Yeah. Wait, what? No? Is he going to say no to that? Wait, I don't understand. Yes, I think so. Especially, once again, the funniest part of this fucking story is that the FBI didn't want to even do any of this. They literally just were like, dude, please give us the docs back. Like, what are you doing? Just give it back. Give it back.
Agents to shut down the entire southern tip of Palm Beach to raid Mar-a-Lago on a weekday. No, it wouldn't. So one of the laws they're telling you that Trump broke doesn't even have criminal penalties attached to it because it's not serious enough. Federal paramilitaries don't show up at your house when you violate the president.
Wait, what? Okay, one of them isn't. Wait, what? But some of them are. Wait, but he's not going to talk about that? What? Wait, why is this? What is happening, dude? I mean, I guess, like, this is good propaganda if your audience is really fucking dumb. I don't know. Like, I jaywalked after robbing that bank and killing someone, so why am I being imprisoned? The punishment for jaywalking is not imprisonment. Exactly. That's exactly what he's saying.
Presidential Records Act. And in fact, as we later learned, the actual warrant for the raid, which was signed by an openly partisan judge who, because you couldn't make any of this up if you tried, once represented Jeffrey Epstein's side in the famous underage sex case, that judge allowed the FBI to seize...
Have the Dersh on every night. Why are you shitting on a Trump-appointed judge who quite literally... of course defended Jeffrey Epstein's secretary or some shit. Of course. These are reactionary fucking judges that get elevated into those positions because that's what they do. That's what right-wingers do. Okay? You also have Jeffrey Epstein's friend on regularly, Alan Dershowitz. You also fail to mention that Donald Trump was friends with Jeffrey Epstein. And Mar-a-Lago, the place that the feds raided, was a hunting ground for Jeffrey Epstein's victims. Okay? Jeffrey Epstein recruited the young girls that he sex trafficked, some of them out of Mar-a-Lago, most famously Virginia Giuffre. And not only that, but also Trump's labor secretary was the prosecutor on the Epstein case that gave him the insane sweetheart plea bargain. Like the unimaginable insane sweetheart plea bargain deal. Alex Acosta. How are you going to bring up Epstein without any of these other important fucking mentions here?
Virtually every piece of paper in Donald Trump's house, whether or not it had ever been classified. They took Roger Stone's clemency order, for example. That had been on the front page of the Washington Post, so it was therefore probably not a secret. Apparently, the feds even walked off with Donald Trump's passports, preventing him from leaving the country. So whatever else this raid was not about the Presidential Records Act. That explanation is absurd. It's almost as ridiculous as the claim that the White House knew nothing about the raid before it happened. Right. Please. If they're going to lie to us, they ought to try a little harder. So what was this raid about? Well, we're keeping track, so here's the second explanation they gave us.
Now with Donald Trump, suddenly, when we're talking about the possibility of nuclear weapons, classified documents of the highest classified status being stolen from the White House and taken to Mar-a-Lago.
Just a reminder of why the Justice Department might be a little bit concerned about nuclear secrets knocking around Mar-a-Lago.
2 words for you, my friend. 2 words. Nuclear secrets.
What? Nuclear secrets? Nuclear secrets are the highest classified status. Ultra secret nuclear secrets. Donald Trump stole those. Ladies and gentlemen, America is in danger tonight. That was their new explanation.
Bro, what? Like, I don't even think, look, I don't know what to say about this because, like, he's just, his counter to this is just by repeating what these guys are saying, but with, like, a funny voice. And I guess, like, that's an incredibly effective counter for his audience, but that's just, like, that's just what it is. Nuclear secrets.
For the raid. Now, that revised storyline was leaked anonymously to an obedient press corps, which, as you just saw, repeated every word like it was verifiable fact. Yet, once again, no one even bothered to explain what these nuclear secrets might be. What's a
I'm calling it. Tucker Carlson is going to mention that the media knew about the nuclear secrets being transferred over to Saudi Arabia back in 2019. And they didn't do anything about it then. The Democrats, the demon rats, in 2019, didn't say anything about it then, which they did. But he's going to say they didn't say anything about it back then. And why is it a big deal now? Because Donald Trump is going to run for president.
nuclear secret exactly? And what did Trump plan to do with them? Did he plan to defect to Moscow? Give the launch codes to Vladimir Putin? Start his own rogue state in the Bahamas? Nobody said. But that didn't stop former CIA Director Michael Hayden from suggesting that Donald Trump should be executed, fried to death in the electric chair for committing these crimes, whatever these crimes were. We still don't know. There weren't a lot of facts floating around. There still aren't. But there was a reason for that. They couldn't tell you the whole story. They couldn't release all the documents because that would jeopardize American national security. So instead, you're just going to have to trust them. And of course, you're going to have to listen to their outrage. There was a lot of that. There was endless huffing on television about something called the rule of law and how absolutely no one is above that. No one, not even a former president. We're informed of this by the same people who...
Wait, but yeah. Why is he doing the weird... Dude, I think you don't get away with this level of rhetoric, this kind of rhetoric, unless cognitive dissonance is set in so fucking firmly in your audience. You can't do that. Like, you can't. They're doing it because, like, everybody knows that if you're on Team Trump, it doesn't matter. Like, Tucker Carlson could just get away with saying it sarcastically. Like, at the top of the hour, there's a 6-second ad break. Ha-ha! That's what this socialist is trying to serve you. He claims victim of capitalism. But as a matter of fact, he loves debating his audience by serving them top of the hour ad breaks. What's going on? Now, of course, if you no longer want to see those ads, well, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free. Or, if you're lucky, if you're a good boy, then you can get gifted a sub. Aaron101, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. And a bot, 5,000. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads. The tyranny. The horror. That's how he laughs as he serves you the 1-minute ad break. I see Rhino. They give it the 5 gifted subs.
Who paid rioters to burn down our cities, the ones who eliminated bail, the ones who encouraged tens of millions of foreign
suicide. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
Nationals to ignore our federal immigration statutes and move to our country permanently at public expense as a reward for breaking our laws. But keep in mind, no one is above the law. That was definitely the word from Joe Scarborough, a man who was accused of committing murder while serving as a member of Congress. yet somehow moved seamlessly to the MSNBC.
Wait, which party was Joe Scarborough a part of? Wait. Joe Scarborough, Morning Joe. Oh, that's right. He was in Florida, and he was a Republican. Interesting. Also, the fucking murder investigation was concluded, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but like it absolved him, so.
Lineup without being charged or even investigated. No one is above the law. Remember that. So there was an awful lot of posturing in the days after the raid, but none of it was very effective because, again, it didn't make sense. Even propaganda has to add up. 2 + 2 = 9 doesn't convince anybody. Nuclear secrets? If the Biden administration really believed that, if they really thought Donald Trump possessed documents that posed an imminent danger to American national security, then you have to wonder, why'd they wait a year and a half to do anything about it? Why did they wait till 90 days before a midterm election? And elections that polls suggest they will lose. It doesn't make...
90 days before a midterm election? Brother, Trump is not running for fucking comptroller in Texas, okay? The fuck do you mean? Trump is not even running for president yet.
Oh, wait. Actually, it does make sense. In fact, the question answers itself. Despite superficial appearances, the raid on Mar-a-Lago was not an act of law enforcement. It was the opposite of that. It was an attack on the rule of law. It was a power grab. As Matt Booth put it recently in American Greatness, the raid on Trump's home, quote, was exactly what it looks like, a show of force against the opposition leader by the head of state and his personal bodyguards. If this happened in any other country, it would immediately be denounced as the act of a dictator, end quote. That's true, but it's hard to hear those words anyway. As an American, you don't want to believe.
Yeah, you should be allowed to keep whatever top secret material that you want to keep. And every other democratic country would agree with that. If you want to fucking sell it, once you're president, it's over. You're God King. Okay? And any other developed nation would agree with this. If you can do whatever the fuck you want. Yeah, he called dibs. Exactly. The head of the FBI, by the way, the security detail that he's talking about was quite literally appointed by Donald Trump, but you know.
Believe it. And yet here are the essential facts. The same week the Biden White House announced that Joe Biden will definitely seek a second term as president, the same week, the Biden Justice Department launched an armed raid against Biden's main rival in that same presidential election. That's what happened. Pause for a minute. If the New York...
Yeah, Except Donald Trump didn't fucking announce that he's running for president. Even if he would, it's not fucking 90 days out of the election. Okay? Yeah, I did pause. He said pause for a minute, and I'm pausing. And lastly, why has Tucker Carlson not mentioned that the FBI, and I cannot repeat this enough, why has Tucker Carlson not mentioned that the FBI had asked politely for a year like, I don't understand. It's not like they were like, YOLO, let's go. Let's raid, baby. Let's ride.
New York Times told you that something like that was going on in Chad or the Gambia, what would your reaction be? You'd probably say to yourself, thank God I don't live in a place like that, a country where politicians used armed men to cling to power. Oh, but you do live in a country like that. You do. The evidence is all around us. We just don't want to see it. A week to the day after Joe Biden was inaugurated, the FBI arrested a 31-year-old man from Vermont called Douglas Mackey. According to the subsequent DOJ press release, Mackey had committed an extremely serious crime. Like Vladimir Putin, he had conspired to subvert the 2016 presidential election. In a tweet, Mackey had suggested, but not explicitly said, but suggested, that it was possible to vote for Hillary Clinton by text message. This act, proclaimed acting U.S. Attorney Seth Ducharme, was a grave felony, a felony punishable by 10 years in prison. Mackey's tweet, Ducharme said, amounted to, quote, misinformation to defraud citizens of their right to vote. Assistant FBI.
Wait, what? I don't even know. What the fuck? Is that even something that happened? What happened to this guy? Also, if you're talking about fucking arresting someone for a tweet, why doesn't he talk about the dude, the anarchist dude from Florida, that is currently serving a fucking prison sentence for literally saying we have to arm ourselves against right-wing Nazis? That dude is literally in jail right now. Social media influencer charged with election interference campaign stemming from voter disinformation campaign. Defendant unlawfully used social media to deprive individuals their right to vote. Okay. He charged with criminal complaint. What happened? How long was his prison sentence? Oh, he literally, oh, dude, he just straight up, like, he was straight up trying to get people to not vote. This is illegal. He took a photo. He allegedly tweeted an image that featured an African-American woman standing in front of an African-Americans for Candidate sign. The image included the following text: avoid the line, vote from home, text candidate's name, vote for the candidate and be a part of history. The fine print at the bottom of the image stated, must be 18 or older to vote. One vote for a person, must be a legal citizen of the United States, voting by text not available in Guam, Puerto Rico, Alaska, or Hawaii. Paid for candidate for president 2016. And that actually led to 4,900 unique telephone numbers. What? Yeah, I mean, that's... It's because Tucker doesn't actually care. He's a fascist that makes you think... I mean, I know he doesn't care. He got 5,000 people to fucking not go out and vote. That's crazy. I know we hate Rachel Maddow, but at least they show sources and facts related to what they're talking about. He's just rambling with no proof. Yeah, but he's also way more content than Rachel Maddow.
Director William Sweeney confirmed.
Yeah, here, Daniel Baker, Florida anarchist will spend years in prison for online posts prompted by January 6th. He called for armed defense against possible far-right attacks after January 6th, and the FBI fucking locked him up. Okay, let's see what this other...
Confirmed that Douglas Mackey had in fact committed, quote, vote theft.
Pasta HD says, what about Hillary Clinton's email server full of classified documents that Huma Abedin had access to? Brother, I agree with you. What about it? Why didn't Donald Trump fucking lock Hillary Clinton like he promised? I'm more disappointed than you are, apparently, because I actually want to fucking hold Donald Trump accountable. That motherfucker said he was going to lock Hillary Clinton, and he didn't arrest her. Are you fucking joking? Because that's wrong? Wait, what? What do you mean? You're saying it's wrong to arrest Hillary Clinton? Sets a bad precedent? No, it's a good precedent. Fuck you, you fucking cuck. You want Hillary Clinton to fucking breathe the free man's air? Get the fuck out of here. Sets a bad precedent. We don't jail political opponents. Yeah, fuck you, pussy. You're a fucking pussy and a dumbass, okay? I'm on board. Lock him up, bitch. Lock them up. You voted for a guy who fucking literally said lock him up. And then he didn't. You're the cuck. I'm not the one who's fucking upset. You're the cuck ideologue. Bitch, you're the one who straight up voted for a guy and is going out the bat for a guy who said he was going to lock Hillary Clinton up. That's a failed campaign promise, okay? Yeah, you're a bitch. You're a bitch. Lock him up.
So, as befitting a criminal of his magnitude, Mackey was handcuffed. And
I think I broke this dude's brain, by the way. So he just, you're the cuck ideologue.
Federal judge in Florida called Bruce Reinhart. As it turns out, the same magistrate who authorized last week's raid on Mar-a-Lago. Weird. Then Mackey was hauled off to jail. Now, Mackey's arrest seemed like a significant story, but at the time, media coverage was relatively scant and almost uniformly credulous. The reporters who covered it simply clipped quotes from the DOJ press release and moved on to something else. Why? Well, the New York Times set the tone early by describing Mackey as, quote, a far-right Twitter troll. Far-right Twitter troll is not a technical term. In fact, it has no agreed-upon meaning of any kind. It is slang, and slang is something that serious newspapers never include in news stories.
What?
But in this case, the term far-right Twitter troll had a use. It sent an unmistakable message to the country, and in particular to the rest of the media. And it was this: Douglas Mackey is a dangerous person with unspeakably ugly views. He deserves to be locked up. And so he was. There was no consideration of the merits of the government's case against Douglas Mackey, but there should have been, because the case was...
Brother, if you could be locked up for far-right Twitter trolling, you would literally be under the jail. They would have executed you, okay, by firing squad. Obviously, there are certain limitations to free speech. One of that is to willingly and deliberately spread misinformation during an election cycle with the absolute purpose of trying to stop people from going out and voting. You can't actually go out to a fucking polling station, even wearing Trump merch, by the way, which Trump supporters did regardless. But there are certain rules, okay? You can't go to a polling station and stop people from voting. If you can't do that, then you can't do that online as well. Okay? And that's what this fucking guy did. Tucker Carlson knows this. He knows that reality. That's why he doesn't fucking violate certain free speech restrictions that he's very well aware of.
It's absurd. If Mackey's tweets were so threatening to our system of government, to our democracy, then why did the Department of Justice wait more than 4 years until the week Donald Trump left office to charge him? And if Mackey actually stole the votes of American citizens, as the FBI repeatedly alleged that he did, whose votes were stolen? Who exactly were the victims of Douglas Mackey's crimes? The media never asked. The Biden administration never said. As of tonight, the Justice Department has never identified a single person who was prevented from voting or from doing anything else by what Douglas Mackey tweeted. Because there weren't any people. Those people didn't exist. Douglas Mackey was not a criminal mastermind running a conspiracy to commit voter fraud. Douglas Mackey was an internet prankster. His job was to think up funny memes on his laptop in his bedroom. That's what he did. Here's one of his memes on the screen.
I want to see the phone numbers of the 5,000 people that didn't actually end up voting, and they foolishly thought texting would be enough to vote. They are ready to go to war for her or you.
Hashtag draft our daughters, Mackey wrote, and what was very...
Like, that's not even that bad of a fucking meme. God. They're using his best work.
Obviously a fake tweet from the Hillary Clinton campaign. They're ready to go to war for her. Are you? Pretty funny. Mackey was mocking Hillary Clinton. No one could miss that. He wasn't subverting elections. He was making fun of the candidate. And in fact, no one did miss that.
Wait. Hey, pussy. Why don't you show the actual meme that he fucking put out there then? Because that's not why they arrested him. What the fuck?
Not a single person in America actually believed that Douglas Mackey's Twitter memes infringed on, quote, one of the most basic and sacred rights guaranteed by the Constitution, the right to vote. Absolutely no one believed that. No one could believe that because it's too stupid a claim to believe.
Because that's not the claim. The claim, the FBI or the Department of Justice's claim wasn't, oh man, he's making some real spicy memes about Hillary Clinton.
And yet Nicholas McQuaid, who went to Columbia Law School and is now Joe Biden's assistant attorney general, made that claim anyway, verbatim, and did so with a straight face. Quote, Douglas Mackey, threat to democracy. So he faces 10 years.
Bro, he didn't fucking... Oh my God. He memed his way into prison. It's pretty funny. But I do find that hilarious. But that's not what... That wasn't the meme, dog. That wasn't the meme. You're not showing the actual meme. I mean... This is the same exact thing that he did earlier to talk about like the out of the laundry list of crimes that Donald Trump had committed with respect to classified documents. He chose to mention the only one that doesn't have like a serious harsh criminal punishment. And in this one, he's doing the exact same thing. It's the exact same thing that he's doing. He's like, well, look at this meme. That's funny. Why is he going to jail for this meme? It's like, well, that's not the meme that he's going to jail for. As a Tucker Carlson fan, you should at the very least demand a little bit more information, right? Even if you're a fan of Tucker Carlson, you should be like, wait a minute, what? That's the meme he went to jail for? What crimes did he violate? Well, of course, Tucker Carlson's not going to tell you that. But yeah, we already mentioned that there were... The complaint alleges that in 2016, Mackey established an audience on Twitter with approximately 58,000 followers. In February 2016, an analysis by the MIT Media Lab ranked Mackey as the 107th most important influential in the then coming election. Okay. As alleged in the complaint, between September and November, in the lead up to the November 8th, 2016 U.S. presidential election, Mackey conspired with others to use social media platforms, including Twitter, to disseminate fraudulent messages designed to encourage supporters of one of these presidential candidates, the candidate, to vote via text message or social media, a legally invalid method of voting. Okay? That is election interference. Like, that is literally, you can't do that. You can't do electioneering, and you can't do election interference in this regard. Wait, what? Here's an image of the meme. Yeah, this was the meme that he posted. African Americans for President Hillary, avoid the line, vote from home, text Hillary to 59925. Okay? Don't we have some of the safest and most accurate elections in the world? They just don't matter. So he posted this, and it was successful. And he ended up tweeting that, avoid the line, vote for the candidate, and another slogan frequently used by the candidate, whatever, and it got at least 4,900 unique telephone numbers. So that means it stopped at least 4,900 people from going out to vote. You understand? Okay, but those people are hella dumb if they fall for that. I know, but your grandma is hella dumb. You know that? And also, I know, but that's why there are laws around it. You are describing why there are laws around tampering with people's right to exercise their vote. That is literally the reason why there is a law around it. Because there's a lot of dumb people. You understand? That's why the motherfucker went to jail. You get it?
Years in prison. The DOJ press release said that. 3 paragraphs later, the same press release inadvertently acknowledged what was actually going on. In the run-up to the 2016 election, the DOJ explained, Douglas Mackey had gained more influence on Twitter than either NBC News or, gasp, Stephen Colbert himself. Now, the criminal complaint against Douglas Mackey actually spells that out. You can read it for yourself. It's still online.
The reason why they mention that is not because Tucker Carlson is so good at fucking propagandizing. He's going to say, like, it's because they were jealous of him. Okay? Yeah, dude. The DOJ is working alongside liberal libtard media to arrest people that are posting too hard. Okay? No, you fucking idiot. That's not how this works. By the way, personally, if you want to hear my actual opinion on this, I don't think that dude should have gone to jail for that fucking meme. Straight up. I don't think so. He was able to subvert 4,900 people from potentially voting. Sure, fine. It should have been taken down by Twitter. What the fuck? Okay, but I don't think he should have gone to jail for that. That's crazy. Okay? But this idea that, like, but the idea that, you know, it's just for fucking jokes that the DOJ prosecuted him because they were jealous. You're too nice to hogs? Well, I mean, I have, like, principles, you know what I mean? That's, like, fucking nuts.
The Biden administration argued that on Twitter, people liked Douglas Mackey more than they liked NBC News.
Why not? Because it's on Twitter? The reason why I don't think he should be going to fucking jail for this is because the punishment is really aggro for a crime that opens it up, that opens the door to a weird precedent of, like, any kind of fucking post could technically fall within that precedent. You have empathy over someone who has no empathy towards you? Yeah, of course, man. I want Nazis to fucking have healthcare too. When I say free education and free healthcare, I mean, you know. Wait, what? The number he had the text on the meme is also numerology, white supremacist dog whistling. It's the first 3 letters of a slur. What do you mean? What? I think you guys are wrong about that. Anyway, that's irrelevant to this conversation.
Or Stephen Colbert. Now, that may not seem bad to you. It may seem fine, having grown up as you did in a country where people were allowed to choose what they read. But according to the government Joe Biden now runs, that's a felony.
Yeah, he's saying that,
now, you
like,
don't have
this
to
is
be a
violation of free
right-winger to
speech.
find that terrifying. In a free country, you have an absolute right to say what you think in public, period. Doesn't matter who is offended by what you say. It doesn't matter if people consider your views ugly. Even if every person on the planet finds your opinions horrifying and beyond the pale, you still have the right to express them because you were born with that right. It's inherent. You cannot be sent to prison for your political views, ever. That is the core principle of the United States. That is the principle that Marines fought their way to the top of Mount Suribachi to protect. So whatever you think of his memes, Douglas Mackey's freedom of speech was very much worth defending. But virtually nobody defended it.
Like, you can be of the mindset that what he did was a crime, and understandably so, and openly admit the details of it, and then still say, I don't think the punishment fits the crime in this circumstance. Tucker Carlson is, of course, never going to do that. He instead lied about what this dude had done, made it seem like the DOJ was doing this because they're jealous of a fucking young, thriving memetics entrepreneur, okay? And that they're working alongside not only Joe Biden, but also alongside, like, John Oliver and shit. Okay? Text to vote is not an opinion. I know, it's not. It's a way to manipulate people away from actually voting, and apparently it was very successful. But, of course, you might be asking, why the fuck are we talking about this? Because that's how Tucker Carlson does his commentary. Now, what stays in your mind is an association of the DOJ acting in this, like, incredibly partisan way. After all, they literally investigated and also jailed a guy for fucking memes, and funny ones at that. You know what I mean? Which is not true, obviously. And he already fucking completely cast aside the Trump accusations.
Aside from a few brave and honorable exceptions, even so-called conservative media stayed silent as Douglas Mackey's life was destroyed by the Biden Justice Department. He's still in limbo, facing 10 years. Why? Well, because the New York Times had called him a far-right Twitter troll, and no respectable person wanted to be anywhere near that. So the purge continued. Douglas Mackey may have been...
If you interfere in an election, you shouldn't go to jail? No, I think, first of all, there's two different parties that should be viable here. I mean, should be held accountable to a certain degree. One, Twitter should have fucking had proper mechanisms to immediately this thing. Okay? Immediately eat this before it reached as many people as it did and successfully stopped around 4,900, 5,000 people from voting. That's one. Two, I'm not saying there should be no punishment for fucking personally manipulating people away from voting. Of course there should be punishment for it. Okay? The punishment should still, at the very least, fit the crime. I don't even think he actually went to jail, though. I think Tucker Carlson's lying about that. Not entirely certain how many years he got, but, you know, a fine. Stopping him from using the internet for a couple years. Shit like that. These are things you can use on hackers. Why can't you use it on a fucking guy like this?
the first victim of the new authoritarianism, but he was hardly the last one. Over the last 18 months, virtually every significant figure in the orbit around Donald Trump has been swept up by Merrick Garland's Department of Justice. Their homes raided, their personal communications seized and leaked to the media. Some have been arrested and thrown in jail. Donald Trump's lawyers are the primary targets. Today, the DOJ subpoenaed Eric Hirschman. He represented Trump during the first impeachment. Hirschman never worked in the White House counsel's office. The Biden administration is going after him anyway because he gave legal advice to his client, Donald Trump. That used to be allowed. People used to be allowed to have lawyers and speak to them privately, but that's not allowed anymore. That's why the CIA seized attorney-client records from Mar-a-Lago. It's also why the DOJ is now directly targeting Trump's most prominent personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani.
This is one of those situations where, like, because Trump has committed so many different fucking crimes, and because he's committed said crimes in the most laughable ways possible, there are, of course, going to be numerous avenues, right? There are, of course, going to be numerous avenues to be able to tap in and you know, pick the organization apart to find people that you can flip. But that's not on the fucking federal government. That's on Trump. He should have covered his fucking ass better. But because he was in real estate in New York for as long as he was and in Florida, he didn't have to do that. So he just basically got to a level of power and prominence by having his fucking rich-ass dad bail him out of all manner of different financial circumstances that he got himself into. And he was able to get away by, like, strong-arming people, by telling contractors he's going to pay them, like, hundreds of thousands of dollars and then just, like, never paying them. You know what I mean? Like, all this shit he got away with. So he thought he could continue doing it within the White House. And you have a lot of leeway in the American legal framework. The American criminal justice system favors the rich, okay? There is so many fucking laws that basically legalize corruption, legalize bribery, legalize this kind of fucking, trafficking of your own name, of your own brand. But he doesn't fucking do any of that He wants to just do it in the same way that he used to do it because he got away with it. And then, of course, people are going to fucking shit on him. Of course, people are going to use that against him. Like, what do you mean? You literally did not do the right thing. You could have done it in the right way. It's like Dinesh D'Souza going to jail for straw donations, okay? Campaign finance law is purposely written in a way that makes it so easy to dump as much money as you want into a fucking candidate. Like, as much, unlimited funds, by way of super PACs. Okay? But Dinesh D'Souza was so fucking stupid that he literally did this by directly giving other people money to go help out his friend who was a candidate who lost by a gigantic margin regardless. Like, why did you do it like that? You could have done it the legal way. In America, you can bribe politicians legally. You can help politicians out legally. Okay? But this fucking idiot thought that he could get away with it in the illegal way. And that's the craziest part. Donald Trump routinely did a fuckload of criminal shit, and he did it in the worst way possible. Okay? That's the issue. Because these guys are, one, really fucking stupid. That's why they're conservative. And two, they're incredibly entitled. They think legal scrutiny will not catch up to them. That's why they were doing it the way that they are. And that's why Tucker Carlson can use how many different fucking angles are currently at play here to make it seem like there's something nefarious going on. It's like, no, dude, there is nothing nefarious going on. It's just Donald Trump is that fucking bad. And he was always that bad. And I don't mean bad in the sense that like he's a bad guy. Like obviously he's a fucking bad guy. Every American president is, right? Like he was immoral, certainly. And he was more immoral than the even average American president in many ways. But when I say he's bad, I mean like he was negligent. Like he was bad at being, he was inept. He was bad at being corrupt. You know what I mean? He was dumb. He was stupid. And that's the reason why he's getting his ass clapped currently.
For years, the feds have been going after Giuliani's associates, including a man called George Dixon. Dixon was working on a documentary about Hunter Biden. Last year, the FBI raided his home in California. The feds also broke into Giuliani's own apartment, as well as his office in New York. Then the FBI targeted a Giuliani associate called Igor Fruman because he dug up evidence of misconduct by Joe Biden in Ukraine. They sent Fruman to prison. Then the FBI seized the phone of prominent conservative attorney Victoria Tenzing. She'd worked with Giuliani in 2020 to investigate election fraud. They raided her home.
You are so bad at this. We have to give you some slaps, bro. Oh, you're talking about Donald Trump. Yeah.
Today, the DOJ announced that
again, it's like the same concept, bro. You hired Rudy Giuliani, who was just bad at his fucking job as well. And we know that Donald Trump tried to fucking change the outcome of the Georgia election results. Like, what the fuck do you mean? He was like, he literally said on the phone, we heard it. You heard it. I heard it. Everybody fucking heard Donald Trump say, we need to find 11,000 votes. It's so weird that we have to act like this is, we have to play this song and dance. And liberals do this too. We're like, we're playing the song and dance that like Donald Trump actually is like doing all this stuff for an additional underlying five-head purpose. It's like, no, dude, he's just like reacting like a fucking animal, okay? You snap at him and he snaps back. That's it. That's it. Sometimes it's that simple. He is just reacting to shapes, okay? Like that's it. It's not like an underlying nefarious widespread conspiracy that like he's Vladimir Putin's puppet or anything like that. He's just a fucking dumb guy who knows how to read the room and a dumb con man who conned his way into the fucking White House. And America is full of dumb guys like that. And that's precisely why, Donald Trump is so loved by a gigantic swath of the population. Not every American president. We have potato farmer Jimmy Carter. Man, Jimmy Carter did a lot of fucked up shit too. Get out of here. You're a leftist. Like, come the fuck on. I forgot to talk about this on the macro dosing podcast, but Noam Chomsky talks directly about the crimes of prior presidents, and Carter's involvement in Camp David came along with an increase in Israel's security funding, which made our entire foreign expenditure, our entire foreign military expenditure, the majority of our entire military expenditure, like foreign aid, became Israel, became Israeli defense, and in an effort to get them to agree to get them to agree to the Camp David Accords. Jimmy Carter is the reason why the Democratic Party abandoned the working class. Like, yeah, he's just, Jimmy Carter is not great either. Come on. Also, Chomsky was doing Navy-funded and utilized research at MIT. What? Why is there so much fucking anti-Chomsky shit out there? Yeah, dude, he's 98 years old. You're not gonna like some of his fucking takes. Okay? Yeah. This guy, look at this, look at this, look at this. Jimmy Carter. Damn, I had a flight insurance though Apollo was in rural Alaska. Libya also had a nuclear program until they rolled it back in the early 2000s. Whoops. Jimmy Carter's involvement in the East Timor genocide. It's cool that famous genocide and war atrocity denier Noam Chomsky pointed that out about Carter. Yeah, famously. Chomsky is a genocide denier. I know exactly where you get your information from. You guys are the most predictable and fucking annoying parts of the internet left, okay? The online left acts like they fucking read books, but all they end up doing is just watch the same fucking 45-minute YouTube video by some like ex-Nazi shithead, okay? And then go, I'm going to repeat exactly what I read. I'm going to repeat, not read, sorry. I'm going to repeat exactly what I watched in the same fucking YouTube video that everyone else watched. That's like, it's 45 minutes long. It's the same as fucking reading a book, right? By literally a fucking reactionary, still reactionary, ex-Nazi, who now is just reactionary, but he's a neoliberal or whatever the fuck. Okay? And then all of a sudden you're like, yeah, I'm the foremost authority on this. Yes. Noam Chomsky's dedicated anti-imperialist work over the course of his entire life is completely just casted aside because a YouTuber said he's a fucking a genocide denier. Online anarchists turned on Chomsky because of base Ukraine takes. No, I mean, he's also old. He has some like fucking weird shit that he said about Ukraine as well, for the record. Anyway. Not a good argument against it, though. I'd love to hear your actual rebuttal one of these days because I'm not convinced by the video and it rubs me the wrong way. I didn't watch the video. I don't know, but I do know the common fucking anti-Chomsky takes from people who have done the whataboutism line for many, many years. If you ever fucking speak out against the dominant media narrative, and if you're in here, you know this better than anybody else, obviously. If you've been in here for this long, you've probably heard a lot of people talk about how I fucking want to like execute Ukrainians or some shit, and I work for Vladimir Putin. Why do people say that about me? Because I didn't fucking fall in line exactly with the media narrative on Ukraine. And I still don't fall in line exactly with the media narrative that makes it seem like they give a shit about Ukrainian lives when they fucking literally do not care. Okay? The argument is that NATO in Yugoslavia was a good thing and they didn't make shit worse. I don't believe it. Yeah, that's okay. Well, there you go. One of the common arguments is that, yes, NATO's work in Yugoslavia was totally justifiable. It was okay to bomb a television studio in Serbia because all Serbs are dogs or whatever the fuck they say, okay? And then, or they don't say that, but they'll say something along those lines, basically. They won't say exactly that. And then I'm not going to get into this any further. And then the other one is that he defended Pol Pot. He loves Pol Pot. Meanwhile, like one of his more formative works on Pol Pot is about investigating the relationship between Henry Kissinger and Pol Pot and the Khmer Rouge. Okay, so how does that fucking match up? I don't know. It's just like these aren't new talking points. Did not defend Pol Pot. Shut the fuck up. He did not defend Pol Pot. He very quickly took back an immediate skepticism that he had. But it's the same as like fucking people being like, remember when you said that Russia would not invade Ukraine? It's that same exact fucking energy, okay? They're just doing it at a much larger scale. Even if people talk all political issues, it changes nothing. Yeah, whatever. Oh, there's the other one. Yeah, Chomsky is also a free speech absolutist, like one of the only fucking legit free speech absolutists out there. And I don't mean like Glenn Greenwald. I mean like straight up. So he did defend a French Holocaust denier's right to write a book. That was another one, even though he's literally fucking Jewish and has like immediate family members that were executed in the fucking Holocaust. But that doesn't matter. Okay? And you can disagree with his free speech absolutism, as I do as well. Okay? Without being like he loves the Holocaust. My man was there, okay? He was there when it was invented, okay? He was there. He saw it. He's like 900 years old, okay? And you're over here being like, oh, he loved the Holocaust. He's a big fan. Yeah, he was there when the N-word was invented. His take on Cambodia was literally, let's just wait and see what non-State Department sources are saying when available, which is very reasonable. I know. And then he even apologized for it, which was a big L for him. I like how he keeps getting progressively older. He's 80, he's 90, he's like 900. He is. He is, though. Why isn't it an L to apologize when you're wrong? Because the people that want to fucking bully you about a take that didn't bear itself out in the way that you thought it would are not actually interested in like arriving at the truth. They're interested in bashing your fucking head with it. Okay? He's no longer a free speech absolutist. Yes, sorry. He used to be, though. I don't even think Chomsky's a free speech absolutist. I saw him do an interview where he countered someone's free speech absolutism questions by saying, do you think it would be okay if someone could write all Jews to the crematoria in Times Square, i.e. he's not an absolutist? He's no longer an absolutist. Is admitting you're wrong an L or just growth? It is a growth, but it's an L in the online space, or it's an L in the media space that is... you know, and that same dynamic exists in the online space too, because we all fancy ourselves to be young fucking little, you know, independent journalists. Anyway. It's not good faith, though. It's not good faith. It's never in good faith. It's really fucking stupid. And I get owned regularly for that same reason too. So who cares?
Giuliani himself is a target of a federal investigation. Why exactly? Well, because like Tenzing and so...
The last thing I'll say on it is this, okay? Debate lords are fucking hyenas, okay? They're not human. They're hyenas. And they swarm at the fucking first scent of blood. When they see like a weakened animal, they fucking swarm over. Their goal is not to actually arrive at the truth as they claim that they care about. Their goal is to just belittle their fucking intellectual opponents, okay? And they will do it by any way necessary, okay? They will swarm and they will do it. Okay? That's why they fucking say you're backtracking if you realize that you're wrong. If you recognize that you're wrong, if you say something that's incorrect, and it can be a perfectly honest mistake, and you recognize that you're wrong, and you immediately fucking say, oh, I was wrong, sorry about that. They go, you're backtracking. That's psychotic. You're a psychotic person.
So many others who were now under investigation or under arrest, Giuliani questioned the 2020 election outcome, in this case, in the state of Georgia. Really, questioning the election outcome in the state of Georgia. Isn't that something Stacey Abrams has made a career of doing? Yes. But Republicans no longer have that right. Not long.
Yeah, questioning. Brother, Stacey Abrams didn't fucking call up the Secretary of State because she was running against the Secretary of State, who had actually been investigated for tampering with fucking voter ballots. Okay? So he actually did do that. So that's number one. Number two, Stacey Abrams did not have a direct line of communication with the Secretary of State because the Secretary of State was in the fucking election, okay, that he was, gamifying so he could win. And not only that, but also Rudy Giuliani's involvement in this process is definitely not legal.
Long ago, more than a dozen federal agents swooped in for a pre-dawn raid on former Trump official Jeff Clark. They left him on the street in his underwear for maximum humiliation. Then they seized John Eastman's phone. Eastman was also a Trump attorney.
Okay, these guys are boring. I don't care about like all these little details of like all the fucking the intricacies of like the Trump administration guys.
Commanded Twitter to silence Alex Berenson. And Twitter.
Oh my God, bro. This sucks. Oh, the culture war is so fucking boring. This guy is washed up. Nobody gives a fuck about him, okay? Go back to writing books about how marijuana will turn you into a fucking violent murderer, okay? God, I fucking hate the New York Times for ever giving this guy an opportunity to write too. Jesus fucking Christ.
Twitter soon did that. And we're not speculating about what happened. There are written exchanges that prove what happened. We're going to talk to Alex Berenson in a minute about the details. But the point is, this is illegal. No American government is allowed to collude with private business to silence its critics. Period. That is an unambiguous violation of the First Amendment. It's also a violation, of course, of Alex Berenson's human rights. And yet somehow, this slipped beneath notice. The New York Times didn't write about it. Why would they?
The New York Times didn't write about it. Why wouldn't anybody write about Alex Berenson's fucking banning from Twitter? Why would anyone write about it? He is fucking irrelevant. It's no different than being like, why is the New York Times not writing about my uncle who said incredibly genocidal things about black people? Why? Nobody knows. Nobody cares. It seems like free speech is being tampered in this country. No, not Jenk, man. I'm fucking Tucker Carlson in that situation. Shut the fuck up!
On some level, you understand because what happened to Alex Berenson has happened to many, many, many critics of the Biden administration in the past year and a half. They have been censored. They have been silenced at the direction of the White House. Think about what this means. These are acts of...
Like, Alex Berenson was straight up just like fucking, again, urging people to stop getting vaccinated. Okay? It was already a direct violation of Twitter's own terms of service. So Twitter's not going to fucking randomly ban people, or can technically do that. It is in their purview. Just because they feel like it, or just because the White House told them to, okay? I don't care that the fucking Joe Biden White House was like, we got to fucking take down Alex Berenson. You know why I don't care? Because it doesn't fucking matter. He is ultimately completely irrelevant other than the fact that he is incredibly fucking annoying. We already watched this Button episode. You're late. You're late to the game. It is silly that the White House would even know who the fuck Alex Berenson is and even mention it, okay? Even sillier that now he's getting more clout off of this dumb shit.
aggression and hostility aimed at Americans. No American president has ever done this. No American president has ever explicitly declared war on his own population. And yet for the Biden administration, it's a near weekly occurrence. Here's Joe Biden and his Attorney General, Merrick Garland, telling you that white supremacists, in other words, Trump voters, because that's what they mean when they say white supremacists, a term they've never defined, white supremacists, Trump voters, are the single greatest terror threat the United States faces.
In the FBI's view,
What?
the top domestic violent extremist threat.
Did he just say the FBI is declaring war on us, white supremacists? What? Did I misunderstand?
And yet for the Biden administration, it's a near ever hostility aimed at Americans. No American president has ever done this. No American president has ever explicitly declared war on his own population. And yet for the Biden administration, it's a near weekly occurrence. Here's Joe Biden and his Attorney General, Merrick Garland, telling you that white supremacists, in other words, Trump voters, because that's what they mean when they say white supremacists, a term they've never defined, white supremacists, Trump voters, are the single greatest terror threat the United States faces.
In the FBI.
Wait, what? Wait. I mean, this is not new for Tucker Carlson. Also, this is not even new for fucking CPAC.
We are, ladies and gentlemen, we are all domestic terrorists. Please welcome founder of the, ladies and gentlemen, we are all domestic terrorists. Please welcome founder of the,
view, the top domestic violent extremist threat comes from racially or ethnically motivated violent extremists, specifically those who advocated for the superiority of the white race.
According to the United States intelligence community, domestic terrorism from white supremacists is the most lethal terrorist threat in the homeland.
So not to be too literal, but this is on some level a news show, that's a lie. None of what you heard is true. There's not a single statistic or piece of credible research to support what Biden or his Attorney General just said.
Yeah. You know what's really fucked up? Tucker Carlson's over here. First of all, Tucker Carlson's over here fucking bringing up like, oh man, white supremacists are under attack, which we are white supremacists. Like he says that, right? But then also he's like, oh, free speech for white supremacists or whatever. But he fucking fired his own head writer when it was outed that he was a white supremacist. Remember when that happened? Thank you, Terrence Bogards, for reminding me of that, by the way. Remember when Tucker Carlson's head writer was literally writing insane fucking threads? Like Blake Neff, that was his name, yeah, which is incredible. Writing about how, like, fellas, you wouldn't want to have an Indian doctor, am I right? You need white doctors only, which is just fucking mint. Primo, love that. Really cool stuff that he was believing in, like believing that the top of the hour comes for you and you can avoid it without subscribing, which you can't, because at the top of the hour there's still a 60-second ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. If you're under the belief, under the suspicion, if you will, that at the top of the hour there is no 60-second ad break, well, I'm here to tell you that you're wrong. You're so wrong that you will probably see an ad. Now, of course, if you no longer want to see those ads, well, then all you need to do is this one simple trick. Subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Or, if you're lucky, you can get gifted a sub. Not many are lucky, however, and you can make your own luck. Like I said, by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Crybaby Sav gifted 5 gifted subs, allowing 5 people to no longer see the ad breaks. Thank you, Crybaby Sav. Here's the 1-minute ad break now.
Again, all of it is a lie. The truth, as usual, is the opposite. These are the people who created the crime wave America is suffering under, and now they're blaming you for it. And for good measure, they're disarming you because you cannot be trusted with guns because you're too dangerous. And just in case you missed the theme here, they're hiring another 87,000 armed IRS agents just to make sure that you obey. Got it? Got it? Is it clear? Amazingly, some Republican leaders still don't get it, or pretend they don't get it. Here's Asa Hutchinson, still somehow the governor of Arkansas, in a holding pattern before he transitions to the Walmart board, assuring that the FBI is completely on the level.
The FBI is simply carrying out their responsibilities under the law, a lawful search warrant that a magistrate signed off on. And they didn't go in there with FBI raid jackets. They tried to constrain their behavior carrying out that warrant. So let's support law enforcement. Let's stand with them.
Oh, the FBI is just simply carrying out their responsibilities. Of course they are. Come on, will you support law enforcement? There's nothing to see here. That's the line. And no doubt Asa Hutchinson and Mitch McConnell and Dan Crenshaw and the rest of them will be telling you the very same thing when the Biden Justice Department or some other state law enforcement agency under their influence finally does what you know they're going to do, which is indict Donald Trump. Obviously, they're going to do that. Who knows how? Maybe they'll produce surveillance video from Mar-a-Lago. Apparently, they've already subpoenaed that. We'll spend the next year talking about how it shows Trump mishandling classified information. Really? On the server. Remember the endless Russia collusion hoax? We're in for a lot more of that. They'll scream about how Trump is a criminal. And if you express any support for him or any interest in retaining, I don't know, the rights of free speech and due process, you're a criminal too. In fact, you are the threat. You're the threat. And just mentioning that you disagree with what is happening is an attack on our government. That's their style. Just the other day, after signing off of the Mar-a-Lago raid, your Attorney General, Merrick Garland, came on stage to whine about how actually he was the victim here. He's the victim. Apparently, some people disagreed with the raid, so the FBI, the most heavily armed domestic law enforcement agency in the world, is now under threat from you. Right, you're the criminal. Our critics are in jail, but I got anonymous threats on Twitter. Poor me. Passive aggression is the defining characteristic of the left. If they started putting people in camps, NBC News would cheer them on and then attack you for complaining about it. How dare you? Violating our norms. We've always had camps. As if to prove it, they prove it every day, but in the hours after the Mar-a-Lago raid, the usual jackals on Twitter began demanding that Donald Trump should release the warrant that justified the raid. If you're not...
I mean, everything that he's talking about with respect to the FBI and all this shit is like, if what you said was true, you would be in jail. You know what I mean? If the FBI was like arresting people for thought crimes and shit like that, like you would just be in jail. You'd be in jail. Like if the FBI was like going after domestic terrorists in the way that you claim they are, again, you'd be in jail, which would be kind of tight, to be honest. That would be cool. So once again, I'm begging the Democrats and I don't know, the criminal justice system to operate in the way that the Republicans portray them. That would be kind of tight for no reason other than my own purely selfish desires. Okay?
Not guilty, you'll show it to us. That's what they said. So Trump did it. He gave the warrant to Breitbart News, which printed it. And then the second the Breitbart piece went up, the very same jackals started...
Yeah, because you put the warrant out with the names of the fucking FBI agents at a time when people are trying to execute FBI agents, which I think is funny, by the way. Not like funny in the sense of like, oh yeah, FBI agents are getting murdered or whatever. It's funny because like the people that are going to try and do that are going to get fucking owned and killed. So in a way that was, you know.
Started screaming about how right-wing extremists are putting the lives of FBI agents in danger, since those agents were named in the warrant, which is a public document. In other words, we're the victims here. We're the victims. It's always the same. Except this time, unfortunately, it could be a little different. Indicting Donald Trump is a very big step. Not simply because a lot of people like him and he's the former president, but because indicting him at this point would be to reveal that this entire thing, and by thing we mean our justice system, is just transparently political. It's just a means to an end, a means to power.
Now it's political. First of all, of course the fucking entire criminal justice system is political. It's never not been political. Oh my God. As a matter of fact, this is the exact same analogy that I'm going to make that is Gamergate adjacent, so you guys fucking comprehend this, okay? What do gamers do? Gamers don't think Call of Duty is political. Gamers think when Call of Duty has a woman as the main character, that's when it's political. And it's the same exact shit that Tucker Carlson is doing right now. The criminal justice system has always been political, as much as Call of Duty has been political. It's a mechanism to recruit more people and to go into the fucking military. It's a mechanism that like openly fucking whitewashes America's war crimes, sometimes attributes them to our foreign adversaries like Russia, like the Highway of Death famously was attributed to the Russian government in the latest Call of Duty installation, okay? That's political. That's political. But gamers don't recognize that that's political because that's the way it's supposed to be, right? And that is the same exact reasoning. The criminal justice system is not political when it's doing what it's supposed to do, which is create a two-tier labor system for black people that have been fucked over by American history, that have been fucked over by white supremacy. That's not political. That's normal. If it fucks over poor people, that's not political. That's what it's supposed to be. But the moment that it fucking turns around and impacts someone who is so grossly in violation of the law so much and so frequently that they try to, once again, take these documents in the most polite way possible, and he still refuses, and then they end up retrieving the documents, again, by executing a search warrant, that's when things get political. Criminal justice system has always been political. It has always been unjust. But for Tucker Carlson, when it's even a fraction impactful on his side, then all hell breaks loose. That's it.
And people know that at this point. They've watched it. They understand what's happening. Even people who don't like Donald Trump, even people who didn't vote for Donald Trump and don't want to vote for him in 2024, they know, and they can't unknow. And that means that we are at this point on the edge of something unprecedented and something awful. You could feel it. Even Donald Trump feels it. Maybe for the first time in his life, Donald Trump seems sincerely interested in lowering the temperature, not just for his own sake, but for the country's. He said that. He's never said anything like that. Maybe he doesn't mean it, but when has he ever said that? Let's all calm down a little, he said the other day. This isn't good. Yeah, he's right. It's not good. And not just for him, for all of us. This could get very...
Yeah, they could come after you, except they can, and they do regularly, you fucking idiot. They're not going to come after Tucker, though, because he's in a position of power, okay? Or at the very least, Tucker Carlson is like a little bit smarter than Donald Trump, which is not really saying much, and won't cross a certain boundary. And that's it.
Very bad, very fast. And the Biden people know that perfectly well. They know what could happen if they continue down this path of using law enforcement to cling to power. But they don't care because they're facing a repudiation from voters and they're desperate and they'll do anything. But at what cost? Pray they pull back before it's too late.
Subscribe to the Fox.
Tell people what this is.
All right, there it is. Exclusive. Don Jr. Trump. Donald J. Trump, or Donald Trump Jr. is on another fucking Fail Sons broadcast, okay? Steven motherfucking Crowder. If you weren't angry enough after listening to Tucker Carlson, listen to this exclusive
for
interview.
You and your family. First off, kind of on a personal level, then I have some questions for you. But has this just been absolutely insane?
Well, it is. The problem, honestly, Stephen, I'm so desensitized to it at this point. You know what I mean? Like, I'm so used to this. It's basically Russia version, 29.0. They're going to get him this time. Merrick Garland, he's going to be incredibly transparent. No, well, we're not actually going to do that. We'll say that at the press conference. But when my father says, okay, release the affidavit.
Yeah.
Just like, back during the WikiLeaks hoax, I said, fine, here's my emails. Then they change their tune, right? They leak it to their select people to try to, you saw it yesterday with the passports, right? No, they didn't take the passports in this incredibly broad search warrant. Nora O'Donnell from, big mainstream media. No, of course they didn't. They're there. Well, they actually did. The difference between a conspiracy theory and the truth, I was saying, was about 6 months. It's went to about 6 hours. Now it's about 6 seconds because it took us about 6 seconds to show the email that I'm sure she didn't bother to even ask if there was any truth to it. She heard what she wanted to hear.
Yeah.
She could weaponize that against Donald Trump. She puts up the tweet.
Wait, what? Bro, hold up. Was that fucking Andrew Breitbart? Oh my God. Bro, you can't fucking constantly talk about Hunter Biden and his crack escapades and then turn around and fucking act like Andrew Breitbart is a deity who fucking died of a cocaine overdose on a toilet bowl. What the fuck? That's awesome. Like, hey, guess what, dude? You know what didn't happen to Hunter Biden? He didn't die from the crack cocaine because he was more powerful than it, okay? Andrew Breitbart, on the other hand, was doing the bourgeois version, and he still fucking died. What an L. Just saying, dude. Big L. Big L's all around.
She could weaponize that against Donald Trump. She puts up the tweet. Rather than take down the tweet, she leaves that one up because it goes viral. And they say, well, you know, there was maybe some timing here in another tweet that no one ever actually reads.
And by the way, who's she for people who aren't?
What's going on? Merrick Garland says he wants total transparency. We say, okay. They say, well, we can't actually have total transparency because that would give up our sources and uses. You know, they needed the FBI's HRT. The hostage rescue team, Stephen, like the SEAL teams of the FBI, to serve this warrant from Donald Trump when they have literally in writing, like, hey, we're ready to.
Wait, what? That's not even, none of this is true. What the fuck? Bro, what? God, Donald Trump Jr. is so bad. No wonder fucking Trump doesn't really like him around. You know what I mean? He just like, he is, this is a disservice. Like, whatever argument you're trying to make, if you have Donald Trump Jr. fucking making that argument, automatically, it's just a disservice to the point you're trying to get across. Also, once again, talking a big game about fucking Hunter Biden, and yet here you have a loser fail son. Hunter Biden is a cool fail son. Again, doing crack, doesn't die, wants to unionize sex workers. Here you have the worst fail son. Okay, who isn't even fucking cool. Doesn't have a chin, not good looking, isn't even cool, does cocaine exclusively to fucking spit all over you in interviews. Just not great. Doesn't have a horse cock. Fucked up.
Cooperate. What do you need from us? He actually met with them. He discussed this with them. It's an intimidation tactic. It's like the Gestapo at this point. What's going on with these people is truly sick, and it's happening in America. The good thing is that, like, they can't hide from it anymore. Like, it's so over the top, it's so insane that real Americans that have been agnostic to politics, they're watching, and they're saying, "Oh my God, like this is actually going." You know, if this was going on in a banana republic, you know, the warmongers in big government would have been overthrowing these governments by now. But it's happening now. It's happening with our FBI, and it's getting harder and harder to defend. That's the problem I really have. Steve. Even on your show, I've always said, you know, we make the distinction between the bureaucrats at the FBI, you know, the lawyers that are functioning as part of the deep state, and the door kickers. But, like, honestly, like, if no one steps up and speaks out.
Wait, you just said they brought out the Navy SEAL team. And now you're saying it's not the door kickers that are at fault. They were just following orders. Well, did they? So what's up? But the door kickers are the ones who came in and like sniffed through Melania's like panties and shit, right? Which one is it? What is it? Are the door kickers bad?
Now we heard there's some whistleblowers maybe working with Jim Jordan. I'm sure they'll try to route them out. But if no one finally says something like and says enough is enough, like it's going to get harder and harder to defend it. They're confiscating Donald Trump's passports, picture books. They're raiding his home with the HRT. Antifa, unchecked. Hillary can take literally hammers to phones that are under subpoena. And it's like, you know, there could be the perception of impropriety here, but like, we're not going to look into that.
He is so cracked out. That's awesome. Straight up. He is just like, he is zooted. Not zooted. He's off that yak, dude. Holy fuck.
Because it's problematic. You have Hunter Biden and the countless schemes. I mean, he's on video talking about, you know, the Russian mob may have one of his laptops, because all of our enemies have one of his laptops at this point.
Does your family know why they took his passports? Did they try and claim that you know, President Trump, your dad, was a flight risk? Because that would seem to be the only.
I think they did whatever they want. It wasn't part of the warrant, but they got this warrant. You know, they say, you know, it was very specific. It was the most broad thing ever, because they're not actually looking for anything, Steve.
I can't even fucking address any of the things he's saying. One, because like I kind of don't need to, because he just is such a bad narrator. He is so bad at like making his point that it kind of doesn't matter even address it. Like he's just like, if you listen to this guy and you're a conservative and you hear this guy and you're like, oh wow, this guy seems credible, you're lost. Okay, you're lost in the fucking sauce. Secondly, he's just too fast. He's all over the place. He's too fast. I can't even catch like a tangible. I can't even catch like a tangent, so I can address one thing he's saying. He switches off so quick.
Even they're looking to find something. It's not like they had, he has the nuclear codes, and honestly, maybe we'd be better off if Donald Trump still had the nuclear codes and the nuclear football, because at least our enemies would actually fear us rather than looking at the dolt that we have sitting in the White House that's only encouraging our enemies to act up. It's truly sickening.
Did they go through
Steven Crowder can't get a word in edgewise? It's so funny.
Melania's personal belongings?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
Okay.
I haven't been involved that way. I just, I see what's going on. I see the broad overreach. I see it's the, 29th iteration of, Russia. They see Donald Trump as a threat, not to democracy, but to their power as the deep state, because he's the one guy.
I love this. Like, you have to be with these whack ass dudes. Like, it's kind of like, it's like a monkey's paw, you know what I mean? Steven Crowder always wanted to be famous, and the only track for him after like, voicing Arthur, voicing a character on Arthur, the beloved Child's animated series, that of course turned gay recently, SJWs. Anyway, the only track for him for his success, oh, a lot of you didn't know that, did you? Anyway, the only track for Steven Crowder after that, after his failed Hollywood career, was basically to just, do this conservative shit. And now he's just like stuck having to hang out with the biggest goobers, dude. You just ruined the fucking show. Wait, what? You guys didn't know that? Steven Crowder, born July 7th, 1987, is an American-Canadian conservative political commentator, media host, comedian, actor who voiced the Brain on Arthur during seasons 5 and 6, as well as the TV special Arthur's Perfect Christmas. He is now a popular conservative speaker on YouTube. I mean, more Steven Crowder.
Guy on the Republican side that has the balls to probably actually push back. It's all one big illusion. What they do, they go out there, they create a narrative. When that narrative fails, they leak to their selective sources, selective information to try to change.
Brother, you're literally describing what Donald Trump did. You are currently describing what Donald Trump did. He created the narrative that the FBI was like murdering people at Mar-a-Lago in this fucking unjustifiable raid. When that narrative failed, he continued to say, well, I actually declassified it. And then when the DOJ read and openly stated, like, okay, then reveal the fucking contents of reveal the search warrant. You have it. You have access to it. Your lawyer fucking signed off on it. Then he leaked it to Breitbart.
The narrative. We saw that happen with, the nuclear secrets. Then we heard it with the passports. These days, they've done it so many times and have failed so badly at it that these days we come out and in about 6 seconds we're like, here's the email from them. That narrative doesn't work. But, again, because they control the information, you see, the Nora O'Donnell false information about the passports. That tweet is still up. It went viral. It continues to go viral. The correction is done, as a subtweet that no one will ever see and no one's going to push. And, they've done their duty to search for the news by having done that, even though they didn't delete the totally false, bullshit that's out there.
Yeah, he's so bad, dude. He's just not good. All right, but you know who is good? Joe fucking Rogan, okay? We are wrapping up the Donald Trump saga by getting the final word. Wait, what is this? Former Trump National Security Advisor John Bolton on Trump's motive for taking classified documents in Mar-a-Lago. He liked cool things. He saw things, so he wanted to take them. Some days he liked to eat a lot of French fries. Some days he took classified documents. Okay, he's right, though. Like, John Bolton is a piece of shit, but I do believe that Donald Trump probably took that not out of, like, some nefarious purpose, but I think the most realistic still, even if it's, like, nuclear shit, the most realistic purpose for taking that classified document to Mar-a-Lago is, again, remember, probably to just be cool and, like, show it to, in the words of Matt Chrisman, like the wettest fucking podiatrist or whatever at the most moist used car dealership owners that walk through the halls of the sacred, hallowed halls of Mar-a-Lago. I bet this will impress a lot of people and make them praise me. Yeah.
Give me a sense of where you think the truth lies with respect to Trump's intelligence, carelessness, and the degree to which he might have brought motive to bear on taking these documents out of the White House and keeping them for this long at Mar-a-Lago.
Well, it's very hard to speculate on motive other than that he liked cool things. He saw things so he wanted to take them, and he was pretty much able to take them, and not just on classified information matters, on all kinds of things that crossed his desk. Some days he liked to eat a lot of French fries. Some days he took classified documents. He wanted them. Why did he want them? Because he could get them.
Give me a sense of where.
I can see that. I mean, fuck John Bolton, though. I can't believe Nick Mullen went on Red Eye with this guy. Yeah, I mean, why not? You know, why not?
The Joe Rogan Experience.
What do you think is going to happen with Trump? What do you know about the raid, the FBI raid?
I have no inside knowledge. I don't know. I mean,
this Rogan video fucking rocks. They speculate about the raid like it happened an hour ago, and we learned nothing else about it. Also, when was this filmed? Literally fucking earlier today. Which is cool. Like, I didn't watch it yet, but I would have suspected that that was exactly what was going to happen, where he's like, yeah, it's crazy. Let's speculate. I mean, they're probably doing this for no reason, right? Like, I mean, it's crazy. Why does he feel that way? Why will he say things like that? Well, because he's fucking... because, you know, he only gets his news from fucking Facebook memes.
He calls
I
you.
think he did retweet us a couple times.
He retweeted me a couple times, too. Hilarious.
He,
I was laughing my ass off. I was like, the fucking president retweeted me.
I think that the people who are...
Oh, this is Babylon His Bee? Okay. Seth Dillon is the CEO of Babylon Bee. Well, you know, the least funny fucking comic, Mr. Stool Humper himself, having literally the most painfully unfunny right-wing like a right-wing satire outfit, you know, Babylon Bee.
Are arguing that he's been given a ton of fuel, like they just poured rocket fuel in his engine. I think that's absolutely true. I mean, if you just look at the fundraising he's done off the back of this already.
Right, but what did they...
Absolutely.
Yeah, but I don't mean in terms of politically. I mean, like, legally. Like, what did they...
Dude. Is he going to make I identify as an attack helicopter as Jason joke or what? In this 7-minute and 50-second clip, if the Babylon Bee CEO doesn't hit Joe Rogan with a I identify as the classified documents, maybe Donald Trump should identify as the president. Fucking own, dude.
Oh. And is he actually in trouble? Because I think the goal was to try to knock him out of the 2024 elections, right? By
Big Mac
trying
receipts.
him for crimes. What did he do?
I don't know.
Do you know what he did, Jamie? Has it been absolutely released what they caught?
I don't know that yet, but holding on to boxes of
Is it
documents
really
that
about
he wasn't
like
supposed to have.
confidential information that he shouldn't have had in his home? Like that was so important they couldn't just ask for it. They had to go in there and get it.
Well, I think the problem is having it, right? Because if you have it in an unsecure location, meaning unsecure in terms of the government's protection, it's not locked up in archives. It's not in a place that's very difficult to access. You have control personally over the access to something that's top secret. If that's the case, then that's a problem, because that safe could be open. People can get in there. People can get the code. They can copy it. They can send it to China.
Yeah, but do you think that's a genuine concern, or is it they want to find something, anything that they can use to prevent him from running again?
I think both things are valid. I think if they're just doing that and they're using the FBI in a way that they would never use it against Hillary Clinton, and they're going after him in a way they would never go after Ghislaine Maxwell's client list.
Oh my God!
Then I think
there's no interest in that.
Right. Then we have a real conversation, but it doesn't mean that there shouldn't be a real.
Wait, I missed it. I'm sorry. I was peeing. I have to hear this
again. That's a problem, because that safe could be open. People can get in there. People can get the code. They can copy it. They can send it to China.
Yeah, but do you think that's a genuine concern, or is it?
Wait, what? They're so fucking stupid. That's not how that works. What? No, dude. Like, even Trump having like nuclear codes doesn't mean anything. They changed them. Like, what? What the fuck, dude?
Information that he shouldn't have had in his home, like, that was so important they couldn't just ask for it. They had to go in there and get it.
Well, but they did ask for it. They did. He didn't give it to them. What the fuck? No, I know Joe Rogan started off by saying like, oh, well, they're just like investigating him so they can stop him from fucking they just investigated him because they wanted to stop him from like running for president, right? Like that's
knock
what he
him out
said.
of the 2024 elections, right?
I heard
by
this. Yeah.
Trying him for crimes. What did he do?
I don't know.
Do you know what he did, Jamie? Has it been absolutely released what they caught?
I don't know that yet, but holding on to.
Oh my God! Did he fucking? Oh my God! Did he clip Jamie? What do you mean Jamie doesn't know? Jamie, you have access to Google in front of you. Jamie, what the fuck? You were the last line of defense, brother. What is happening? I don't know. Okay. I don't know. I don't know if this is, maybe this is a much older episode. But like, it's been a week. Is it older than a week? Were they covering this while it happened? There's no shot.
Boxes of
documents. Is it really about
he wasn't
like
supposed to have
confidential information that he shouldn't have had in his home? Like, that was so important they couldn't just ask for it. They had to go in there and get it.
Well,
but they did ask for it.
I think the problem is having it, right? Because if you have it in an unsecure location, meaning unsecure in terms of the government's protection, it's not locked up in archives. It's not in a place that's very difficult to access. You have control personally over the access to something that's top secret. If that's the case, then that's a problem, because that safe could be open. People can get in there. People can get the code. They can copy it. They can send it to China.
Yeah, but do you think that's a genuine concern, or is it they want to find something, anything that they can use to prevent him from running again?
I think both things are valid. I think if they're just doing that and they're using the FBI in a way that they would never use it against Hillary Clinton, and they're going after him in a way they would never go after Ghislaine Maxwell's client list.
Oh my God!
Then I think
there's no interest in that.
Right. Then we have a real conversation, but it doesn't mean that there shouldn't be a real conversation about should someone have access. Now, I don't know what the files were. I have zero idea whether or not they were okay for him to have or declassified. I don't know. But I think the argument would be, if you're not supposed to, if there's a whole chain of command about classified documents, and this is the law on classified documents, and you decide to violate that law because you think you can.
Right.
Like, I just wanted to keep them, and you just keep them in your safe. I don't know if that's what happened, but if that is what happened, that someone needs to be held accountable for that. You're not supposed to do that, right?
Right.
You're not above the law, and you can't decide that you're not going to follow the law because you know better, right? And I don't know if that's the case.
I think where people lose, where they stop, where they don't care about that, is because they're like, okay, if you're going to be selectively enforcing laws like that and just turn a blind eye to Hillary deleting emails that have been subpoenaed and all of that.
Let's go. Pop off, Babylon.
In the a blind eye to Hunter Biden, trying to act like this is not a story until you're forced to admit that it is. It's the double standard that makes everybody say this is persecution.
For sure.
And so even if there was something that was done that was wrong, they're still choosing to be selective about going after him in a way that comes across as they're after him doing what they wouldn't normally do to someone on their own side. If it was Hillary Clinton's home, they'd have no interest in what's in her safe.
Because she'll kill them.
Yeah.
Jokes. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I see both sides, though. I see the side that if you're an anti-Trump person and you find out that he's doing something that's against the law, you'd want to prosecute it for it.
Yeah.
I see both sides.
Yeah.
I really do. I don't know.
Wait, how can you see both sides of this argument? Like, I don't understand how you can see both sides of this argument. Like, either the FBI had the right to go in and seize these documents that Trump had no right to have, and they asked numerous times, and then Trump refused to cooperate, so they had to go in and get it. Or you don't. Or they didn't have that right. Like, Trump had... What is the both side? What's the other side? Like, that Trump should have the documents? Like, what the fuck? I see both sides of this. Like, I think Trump should have access to top secret details even after his presidency is over. A luxury not afforded to other presidents, but should be afforded to Donald Trump.
The specifics of the Hillary Clinton email thing in terms of like what those files were, but if they're the same classification of files,
yeah, I mean, I guess he's saying, wait, hold on, where is it? Yeah, where? We both sides would be seeing a genuine reason for going in and getting the documents, and that they're trying to keep him from running, or it's really simple. You understand that he's a criminal, but you believe that rich white people shouldn't be tried for white collar crime.
as like he had, you could make the argument they were more vulnerable because they were on a regular laptop.
Well, and it's still destroyed after a subpoena. A subpoena. I mean, imagine if Trump was subpoenaed.
Shut the fuck up. He's saying that he can see there's legitimate reasons to investigate and Ray Trump, and that it was also politically motivated. You're being dense as fuck. Okay, but like, if there's a legitimate reason to investigate, that completely supersedes the political motivation behind it. You can't say both sides, especially when Trump was subpoenaed
For this information, instead of handing it over, he burned it.
Right. Yeah, can you imagine if Trump was subpoenaed for this information? Oh, wait, I can imagine. That happened!
Subpoena. I mean, imagine if Trump was subpoenaed for this information, instead of handing it over, he burned it.
Right. That is where shit gets really squirrely.
Yeah.
It gets really squirrely. And it's like, what punishments are there for that? Is it zero? There's nothing. Nothing. Not a fucking thing.
Right.
And everybody's just like, you know what? Didn't she have? She has a hat for sale that says "But her emails."
But her emails. She's capitalizing.
Good for her.
Yeah.
Good
but
for
her
her.
emails.
I wonder if, like, amongst people that are on the right now, a black hat with white letters will get your ass kicked because you know, like the MAGA hat.
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
you could have a MAGA hat that said anything. Like, I saw a lady get maced in the face because she had a hat on that said it was a red hat with white letters.
You didn't see that. You didn't see that. This is like early, dude. I think Joe Rogan's brain fried somewhere along the line, and he like completely stopped forming new memories. And I think that's what's going on here, which is like, that is like early 2016 Facebook mom content. What he's referencing here is like, back when I was at the Young Turks, I used to look at this shit all the time. Like, are Trump supporters under attack? Antifa. You know what I'm talking about? When they would say like Antifa is like using bike locks to beat the shit out of Trump supporters. Why? Because they're wearing Trump hats. That was like a huge fucking 2016 era Facebook meme. And I think that's the last time his brain was able to like hold on to new memories. So he's still on that shit.
Letters that said "Make Bitcoin Great Again," and she was at one of those protests. There's a video
Thought
of her
it was a MAGA hat.
Yeah, and some guy maced her in the face. He pepper sprayed her in the face because she had a red hat with white letters about Bitcoin.
Oh my God. Oh, there's no way. Oh, I love this. What is this? It was a Bitcoin thing still on YouTube. Okay. This is the exact 2016 meme, but copied and pasted into fucking now. Also, I'm okay with it.
Assault, by the way.
It is assault. Well, that happened a lot at those fucking anti-Trump protests.
See? I'm telling you, he's literally hitting the fucking Tony. Oh, just remember when they would like beat the shit out of Trump supporters for wearing hats?
The problem is that he was such a divisive character that he became a great enemy for the other side. He wasn't like a statesman who, like, you know, you could criticize his policies and his positions. You could say he's heartless, all you want. But he represents the United States in a statesmanly way. And like, no, Trump's, you know, he's a wild guy that like encourages people to hate him.
Do you think DeSantis would demand or command more respect from the left in
the
those
left
shoes?
still hates him, but they don't hate him.
Wait, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Wait, chat. Oh my God. It is from fucking Facebook. And it's ABC 7 News, okay? It's ABC 7 News. It's titled Pepper Sprayed.
Indeed, so thank you. I'm looking to just make a statement by being here, and I think the protesters are doing the same. And props to them for the ones who are doing it not.
And it's from 2017. Let's fucking go.
Non-violently, but I think that's a very rare thing indeed, so.
Oh, God, I love that. I love that. I love that so much. Bitcoin community rallies around Bitcoin attacker at UC Berkeley. A young woman wearing a red Make Bitcoin Great Again hat in the style of popular Trump campaign apparel was maced in front of television cameras as violent protesters destroyed parts of downtown Berkeley Wednesday night. Oh, dude, that's so sick. She was at the Milo event. Oh, my God. Bro, I am so fucking... Oh, man. Oh, man. I was fucking right. Of course, dude. Oh, that's so good. That makes me happy.
Him the same way they hated Trump.
I mean, I fucking nailed the time of it. Like, literally. I nailed the story to a T.
They try to, but he's more reasonable. He's very, like, level in the way he talks about things.
He's firm, though. I mean,
yes,
he's
but you know what I'm saying? Like, he's not an insulting, like, character. Like, Trump's a character.
Right.
Like, part of what he's doing is, like, doing comedy. It's like he's doing stand-up when he's up there. I mean, when he makes fun of Biden and makes fun of other...
Why are you proud to remember that? What do you mean, dude? I do well. Like, I do my job really fucking well, okay? That's why. Okay? Call me Nara, the way I fucking archive conservative moments, okay?
People, like, he's doing fucking stand-up. He really is, and he kills. He's got this thing, you know, and that thing is like everybody's with him is fucking really with him, and everybody's against him is really, really against him, and he like encourages it. You know, he that is what I think is not good. That part of it, like I get where he comes from because like that's what made him, is the fighting against the haters, you know, but. When you're a president, like that's a different role. That's a different role than being the fucking host of The Apprentice.
Right.
And a lot of people hoped that when he got in there, he was going to abandon that and just be like common sense, get shit done. But no, he's on Twitter calling his ex-girlfriend a horse face.
Right.
Saying about Kim Jong-un, calling him Little Rocket Man. He's fucking wild.
What was it
dude.
he said about Rosie O'Donnell?
Oh yeah, didn't he call her a fat pig?
Something like
that.
I don't even remember exactly what he said, but it was nasty. It was
he says horrible shit. He calls her a loser all the time.
Yeah,
but
I mean, people think it's hysterical.
They do,
and they do have something like, the but her emails thing, but who's mean tweets. You know, like he could sell shirts and stuff about that because it's like. A lot of people will say, I don't approve of his tweets. I don't like his tweets.
No, a lot of people would say that.
Yeah,
a lot of people
on the right will say that.
Yeah.
A lot of people on the right will say that.
This is where I think they have hope in DeSantis, that he wouldn't do the same kind of things. He would.
Yeah, except if DeSantis is not a good poster, bro, is this clip from 2014? No, I'm telling you, those are the last good years of Joe Rogan's brain, okay? Before it got fucking melted. Now, she Babylon my B. Okay, that's the funniest fucking fake Babylon B tweet of all time, okay? I miss Donald Trump's tweets too, but the problem is DeSantis is fake. He can only be the second best Trump impersonator, okay? No matter how hard he tries, no matter how good he wants to be, he will only be the second best Trump because Trump is the best Trump.
Would never tweet things like that. He would never call Kim Jong-un Little Rocket Man. All that shit was hilarious.
It was funny.
He would never call his ex-girlfriend Horseface. Like, that kind of stuff is, you know, in many people's eyes, in a lot of conservatives' eyes, it's unbecoming of the commander-in-chief.
Beneath the office, yeah.
Yeah, that's the argument against it.
Yeah, get home ASAP. You can't make that up. It doesn't get any better than that. Cohen predicts Trump's next move following Mar-a-Lago. Don't care about that. America's last affordable housing is under threat. Let's take a look.
I don't want to live in a trailer park, but that's all I can afford at the moment. I don't want to say I'm ashamed of it, but kind of. I mean, I have a roof over my head, I have a warm bed, I have a warm shower, and there have been times where I don't have that.
Daisy Gomez is a single mom. During the pandemic, she and her daughter moved into a mobile home park called Trails End, just a few doors down from her parents.
Say, Abuelita! Abuelita! Where are you?
Yo tengo como 11 años viviendo aquí. La otra vez sí es mía. Yo no estoy rentando aquí, esa es mía, propia. Yo esto, lo que yo tengo, he podido sembrar, plantar, todo. Y yo poco a poco lo voy acomodando.
Like most cities in the US, Fresno rents are soaring. In just a year, the price of a one-bedroom apartment went up 28%, the highest increase in the country. Trails End has been an affordable haven for years, but that could be coming to an end. A new corporate landlord with a history of steep rent increases has made a cash offer to buy the park.
Where would you go if you couldn't afford the rent here?
Pues subir lo poquito que me quepa en la camioneta y en el carro. Pues durmiendo en el freeway.
What this person is talking about, you often don't get to see a direct action reaction, but it's exactly the same reason why there are so many homeless people on the streets of Los Angeles and in many urban population dense areas all around this country. Okay? It is the cost of living skyrocketing. It is greedy landlords and landowners selling out to corporate real estate companies or hedge funds or property management companies, hedge funds that own property management companies that go in, okay, and buy out the entire fucking market and drive up the prices with no affordable alternatives readily available, which, in all of that scarcity, creates homeless people. That's it. That's the main reason why there's so many homeless people. It's not the drugs. It's nothing but the fact that homes are incredibly fucking expensive. It is virtually impossible to find affordable shelter. Okay?
At Trails End, the sale was triggered by a tragedy.
A Fresno family without a loved one after a two-trailer fire claimed the life of a person on Thursday night as fire crews battled the blaze at the Trails End mobile home park.
It's been operating without a permit for months after the state suspended it indefinitely due to unsanitary conditions.
Last April, a generator sparked a fire that killed one person. The park's owners, a family who residents say had been negligent for years, lost their right to collect rent. Then a California civil court took over and appointed a temporary custodian, called a receiver. Now, construction crews roam the park, tearing down unpermitted structures and bringing others up to code.
Balloon 2000, thank you for the 20 episodes.
This is night and day from the last time I was here. Night and day.
Mark Adams is the president of the California Receivership Group. And his job isn't just cleanup. As the receiver, he'll play a large role in the final sale, vetting all offers and recommending a buyer to the judge.
This is
why live there if it's so unsafe, brother. What do you mean? If the alternative is living on the fucking street or living in your car, and then ultimately living on the street because you can't really live in your car for a very long time without getting into trouble, then what do you mean? Where should they live? I mean, he just basically said, I have nowhere else to live. Ugly to beauty? What?
This is all from the original fire, which you can see the conditions that existed here. Before we got here, nobody was in control. It was kind of a, Lord of the Flies type of situation.
Adam's group also sent out violation notices to residents, telling them to remove things like flower pots and wind chimes.
Bro, they're literally gentrifying a fucking trailer park in Fresno, dude. Jesus Christ.
And if residents break these rules, Adams has the power to ask a judge to evict them.
You have to have a leash on these dogs.
My dog don't walk with a leash.
Well, they're going to get taken away.
They're going to get took.
Why do you think that you're not required to obey the rules?
My dog has to have a leash when he listens to me and he stays right by me.
Dogs out of your yard have to be on leash. But that's the problem, the attitude of that. It's just like, why does she think that she doesn't have to obey the rules?
Yeah.
That was what was going on at this park.
And in the past, there were bigger, more aggressive dogs.
I agree.
That were also...
But don't you understand if like nobody has told them that this is the rule up until you came in and started saying this is the rule, that's hard for people.
Yes, I do understand that. And what I don't understand is she knows exactly who I am. And I just told her to put her dogs on leash, and she told me, in effect, F you. That's what I object to. So that's why we're getting rid of them, because they don't belong here. I'm not anti-resident by any means. That's why I'm doing the work that I.
Yeah, no, he's not. But also, like, they're just simply not following the rules, so they should die. They should become homeless. They're literally one step above homeless currently, like literally living in a fucking handmade trailer park. But, also, they're not following the rules, so they should be homeless and die.
But a woman like that, that's like saying to a cop, because basically...
But you're not a cop, though.
Well, I'm a court agent, and the court has directed me to...
Oh my God, this dude thinks he's deputized. Like, he's literally like, he wants to be a cop.
Enforce the laws on this park.
Adams brought in private security guards after his construction workers had several tense interactions with residents.
The park was a...
Yep. Private security moves in. Dude, dystopia happening right in front of your eyes. Now, I'm going to do the same thing that the Donald Trump supporters do when talking about Donald Trump. Dude, if you fucking link me this one more goddamn time, I'm going to blast you into fucking space, okay? Chat needs to work out. All that matters in this broken world. You literally kept fucking spamming this shit. I don't know what it is. Stop spamming it, dude. It's literally just Hezbollah. Oh my God, I'm going to lose my mind. I'm going to lose my fucking mind. This guy's been spamming this, Evacon, spamming this since fucking 2:48. It's been hours. I didn't click on it on purpose. Stop spamming. Anyway, I'm going to pull a fucking, if it can happen to Trump, it can happen to you. But this time, the reverse of that, which is more realistic. What's happening here with private security moving in? Private security moving in and forcibly evicting people out of their homes that a court has given the authority to some fucking landlord piece of shit. That's happening in trailer parks. That is the testing ground. What people are conducting in the third world, the actions that they engage in the third world inevitably come to the first world. The American military used the long-range acoustic devices, the LRADs, originally as a riot suppression mechanism in Iraq, and then they moved that technology into America. and it came to your fucking backyard. Okay? Same with the microwave gun that zaps the water particles under your skin. Okay? They use it as a military use on the third world. They test it out on people who can't fight back, on people who can't say anything, and then they use it on you. Same with this. They come in, slumlords come in, eviscerate the fucking population, laser them, force them into homelessness, even in one of the poorest neighborhoods, and then they build new houses for somewhat wealthier, but even then, still very much poor people, okay? That alignment will ultimately come to you as well. And what you don't know, or what you don't realize, is that this is already happening in some ways to middle-class people. That's why there's so much issue with a lack of affordable housing in so many fucking neighborhoods. That's why your rent keeps going up, and you have no way to fight back against it. You have no mechanism of control over your own life. Yeah, they surely haven't sent in private security yet to evict you, but that's coming for you too. If they do it here, they're going to do it to you as well.
Like a hot ass mess. There was a lot of homeless people. There was a lot of drug use. There was sewer water in the street. The receivership has been cleaning up, which we definitely appreciate, but they have brought in armed guards and have been intimidating the residents. They're not here for us. They're not here to keep us safe. They're here for the construction people.
So mobile home parks are one of the last avenues for affordable housing, for home ownership for people that are low income. And the greatest threat to them is corporate acquisition.
Mariah Thompson is an attorney representing a group of Trails End residents as the receiver in courts decide the park's future.
Why is the market so hot right now for mobile home parks?
It's a very unique situation. The people own their.
Why is the market hot for mobile homeowners? America is a dystopia. Like, the American dream went from, having single family housing in a white picket fence in a nice neighborhood in a suburb, okay? Which, you can have a disagreement with. I agree with you on that. I think that, European countries with, high population density have done a way better job of, mixed income housing, okay? That's besides the point, though. Literally, we went from white picket fence, single-family housing home ownership in a suburb to the American dream turning into you can have a house in a trailer park. It's the hottest thing.
House. They put money into investing on improving that house, sometimes for generations. But they don't own the land. They rent the land, and they pay a space rent every month.
Moving a mobile home can cost thousands of dollars, so tenants often have no choice but to accept rent increases.
Because folks are so invested in not losing their home, you can extract a lot of money out of them, because they will go to incredible lengths to be able to pay the rent.
One of the big players in mobile home investing is circling Trails End. A company called Harmony Communities has made a cash bid of $1.7 million for the 60-unit park. Harmony owns and manages 33 communities in 3 different states.
Oh my God, dude. Slumlords. Holy shit, corporate slumlords.
Across the country, parks like Trails End are transitioning from family ownership to large corporate ownership. 23% of purchases over 2 years were made by large companies, nearly twice as many as the previous period.
Harmony's business model is to...
Okay. As it becomes harder and harder to fucking eke out profits, to squeeze profits in every viable avenue, slowly but surely look for better profit margins and better returns on your investment in a poorer population. Why? Because you can kill the poor. You can move the poor. You can do whatever the fuck you want to the poor. The court system will not defend the poor. So now they're looking for higher profit margins by, doing this shit. Ownership over at a lower price point with a lower fucking upfront capital. You can own a slum. You can become a slumlord You can become a slumlord in a fucking trailer park.
To identify parks that are usually in not the best condition, and to acquire them. So they'll come in and they'll buy these older communities, which provide affordable housing for very low income folks. They immediately increase rent. As soon as you increase the rent, it increases the value of the park, because you can kind of say that the park income is now X amount higher, park is worth more money. They state that they're going to use the increase in rent to make investments into the community that are going to make everybody proud to live in the community, and will benefit everyone moving forward.
So they're basically gentrifying mobile home parks.
That's a great way to put it. Harmony likes to market itself as affordable housing. And the question, of course, is affordable.
Yeah, like I said, because these are poor people, you can move faster because they have no way of like, not even on accident, they're gonna get like a fucking lawyer to defend them, right? If you did this in when you're doing gentrification in like a lower middle class neighborhood, you have to do it slowly but surely. You can't just like fucking literally go in and rip their lives apart. Some of them might be able to fight back, but poor people have no way to fight back. They are already fighting every fucking day of their lives to survive. Which is why you are able to see a perfect example of how gentrification ruins people's lives and also contributes to homelessness. Literally right in front of your eyes. It's happening over the course of like a few years rather than maybe a decade. Rather than 5 years, it's happening over the course of 1 year.
Affordable for who? Affordable for the people that were there when
Dude,
you
that's
bought
a really
the park,
good one, man.
or
That's really
affordable
good.
for the kind of people you'd rather have living in your park, who are of a higher income bracket.
Harmony's already been active in the area. In 2019, they bought a park called Shady Lakes just south of Fresno. It's a community largely made up of farm workers from Mexico.
What happened after Harmony took over this park?
Lo que hizo esta nueva compañía es de que inmediatamente nos aumentó la renta. 395 era antes.
Income bracket.
Harmony's already been active in the area. In 2019, they bought a park called Shady Lakes just south of Fresno. It's a community largely made up of farm workers from Mexico.
What happened after Harmony took over?
Oh, that's the other part. Yeah, I was gonna say a lot of these dudes are working in the agricultural industry too. So they're getting fucked over by their bosses every goddamn day too. They're working in insane conditions. They're not getting paid enough. They have no adequate way to unionize and to actually earn a higher percentage of the profits that they're generating. They are fundamentally important for not only just the U.S. economy, our agricultural production. They're important for America on a national security basis. Like without food, you have insane disruptions. You would have insane volatility. And these guys are basically indentured servants working in that system, and they are very, very replaceable. Why? Because you fucking fire them if they fight back, and then you bring in a new crop of fresh indentured servants over the border. This is something that they do. Within the Purdue chicken factories as well. I've talked about this many times over. And of course, they still pay taxes. Don't misunderstand me.
Over this park.
Lo que hizo esta nueva compañía es de que inmediatamente nos aumentó la renta. 395 era antes y ahorita son ya cerca de los $700. Entonces, cada vez él va buscando a ver por dónde sacar más dinero.
In addition to raising the base rent, Harmony has started charging separately for water and trash services, which used to be included. Now, some residents are paying more than double what they did just 3 years ago.
En ocasiones han venido y han tomado fotografías de acá adentro, afuera, y luego ya nos mandan una nota. Tienes que limpiar o tienes que hacer esto, si no, te damos 60 días para que te echemos.
$700 for this? Brother, sister, we're talking California, even fucking Fresno, dude. What do you mean? $700 for this? Yeah, guess what? California pricing, motherfucker. What are you talking about? Yeah, $700 is pretty fucking good. Like they have, the reason why I say that is because like obviously it's awful, and you probably get a lot more amenities for $700 in like whatever Ohio suburb you live in, or maybe I don't even think you can get $700 in Ohio. Like we're talking really, really poor parts. You'd have to still. Yeah, I know it's just for the land and not the trailer. Just listen. My point is, they have no other alternative. They have nowhere to go. 700 is good. That's what they're 700 for a parking spot, so you can put your trailer on top of it, is good for them. Better than any other place.
Del parqueadero.
How can you afford to stay here?
Lógicamente que yo escojo pagar primero lo más importante que viene siendo la renta, el agua, la luz y se supone que el teléfono también. Ya lo demás pues a veces hay para comer, a veces no hay para comer.
We reached out to Harmony multiple times for an interview, but they declined to speak.
Everyone's shitting on Fresno, Central Valley, like they don't feed the whole fucking world and they're human fucking beings, goddamn. No, that's the point. That's what I'm saying. These guys have a profoundly important role, dude. Like, without them, America is fucked, okay? These dudes are picking every vegetable. Do you understand? They are the backbone of the agricultural production in this country.
To us on camera and didn't answer our written questions. In a previous statement about Shady Lakes, they said rent increases are necessary to improve infrastructure in the park and maintain that their rents are among the most affordable in the country. Unlike the rural area where Shady Lakes is located, the city of Fresno actually has a rent control ordinance for mobile home parks. But Harmony has sued to overturn similar restrictions.
Why are you recommending that Harmony buy Trails End Park?
Yeah. They showed up, and they're a credible operator. My job is to find the best of the available buyers.
This company, Harmony, has a reputation, though, for increasing rents dramatically in properties that they take over.
Yes.
Are you worried about that happening here?
No, and I'll tell you why. The city of Fresno has a rent control ordinance. And so there's no way for Harmony to circumvent the rent control ordinance. The law is the law.
But Harmony has a history of suing cities over these rent control ordinances.
And I know the argument, and I agree. So I called the principal of Harmony and said, I'm being told that you're going to file a lawsuit against it. But he committed to me that he is going to abide by the rent control ordinance and has no intention to file a lawsuit against it. And so that's the kind of, red herring and fear mongering that I've been dealing with on this.
But you've seen,
dude, this guy's such a victim. I bet this guy goes on like I bet this guy believes in the landlord's rights movement. You know what I mean? He's giving me real fucking Redditor vibes. It's also funny because like every fucking neoliberal on Reddit is like they LARP as this guy. You know what I mean? Even though they are living in some fucking nice Connecticut basement that their parents own. They all behave like they are this guy, like they're a slumlord. It's called POP, a person and property, sir.
Seen what Harmony's done in other communities, right?
I know of the Fresno County situation and some issue in Colorado.
In El Monte, they sued the city over rent control ordinance. In Colorado, they raised the rent 50%. Given all this, what makes you think that they're a good faith actor for the residents?
What happens there is not relevant, as far as I'm concerned, to a city that has a binding, enforceable rent control.
But you're evaluating them as a company to take over this park.
Yeah.
Do those things not concern you?
I'm not.
No, the answer is no. It doesn't, because he wants money. He doesn't give a fuck. He probably despises those people, dude. I mean, not even probably. We know he fucking despises those people. Look at the way he was talking to the fucking whole ass human being in front of him. No, he's just like, no, I don't give a fuck. Like, I don't care. Like, they're poor. They deserve to suffer.
A person to judge moral character. I'm a person to judge the predictability of what somebody's going to do. And if they're bound by the law, whatever may or may not have happened elsewhere is not relevant to me because they're going to have to obey this law.
Harmony isn't the only buyer.
For the record, people can only cowardly hide behind the rule of law over and over again, when the law suits the wealthy. The only reason why these people can, posture behind the law and hide behind the law and say, well, I'm not making moral assertions here. I mean, this is not a moral judgment. We're just following the rule of the law. Well, yeah, because the rule of the law is on your side. They wrote the law to protect you. And this is what people like myself fucking advocate against, for the record. That's it. The entire system is designed so he can get away with this shit.
Trying to take over Trails End.
My clients have put forward a request that the park be sold to a nonprofit called Caritas, who has decades of experience operating affordable mobile home park communities, including 2 here in Fresno.
But in order to put together a bid, Caritas needs financial documents from the owners of Trails End, and they haven't turned those over.
Of course, dude. And it's not even, and here you have the truth. 1, it's less dollars, okay? Not going to be the same level. 2, he might even actually serve those fucking documents over to them to get both companies into a fucking bidding war to rise up the price of the trailer park, okay? And lastly, he would much rather give it off to a private corporation for some other reason, because maybe he's gonna sell a bunch of other properties down the line to the other corporation, okay? And lastly, he might just sell it to the private corporation because he's like, yeah, no, they're gonna treat these people the way that they deserve to be treated by fucking kicking them out, okay? That's it. That's what's going on here. You know this motherfucker's not gonna sell it to the fucking nonprofit. What are you, crazy? It's capitalism, baby. Capitalism. Sometimes you want to fuck over poor people and hurt them. And you're not going to be able to do that personally, because then you might actually get in trouble with the law. So you can do that by just fucking, letting another private corporation come in and just like do a sweep. Why are Turkish people constantly saying, "Kama açsana, abi cami aç göremiyorum seni"? Turkish people keep saying they can't see me and I need to turn on my cam. I don't know why. Is it because it's the top of the hour and there's a 60-second ad break and they can't see me because they're seeing the fucking... Is that like a new Turkish meme? Hey, can you turn on the cam, please? I banned a bunch of these dumbasses today. Why you ban him? Because I can. Take a day off and think about it. Anyway, as I was saying, my cam is on. However, you won't be able to see or hear what I have to say at the top of the hour unless you are subscribed for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you can get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Or you can get gifted a sub if you're lucky. But not everyone is. Okay, here's the 1-minute ad break now.
Yet. Time is running out. Tomorrow, the judge is set to decide who can buy the park.
Hey, don't put it in my face.
Hi, everyone.
Timo, thank you for the 5 gifted.
So I just wanted to thank everybody for being here today. This is gonna be the meeting before the final decision. We've been walking around asking if anybody needs a ride. Let us know. We're more than willing to give you a ride there and back because we're stronger as a group.
Harmony means without conflict, in unison, togetherness, peace. I see none of that within their company. Please don't let them take over. Thank you. All right.
Where will you go if you can't afford to live here?
I mean, I've been homeless before, and I didn't have a child at the time, and it's just not fun. I don't know. I've been trying not to think about it. I've been trying not to dwell on it. I've been trying to do as much as I can and just kind of have hope.
We're at the court in Fresno, and today a judge is set to rule on who can take ownership of Trails End.
Remain seated. Come to order. Department 403 is now in session.
City of Fresno versus...
Isn't this America? Just buy guns and protect your land or some shit? First of all, it's not even their land technically. They're renting it. And secondly, no. What do you mean, dude? That kind of shit is only for fucking wealthy business owners who want to LARP as like... That kind of shit is only for wealthy business owners who want to fucking LARP like they're revolutionaries, okay? That's not for the actual poor. What are you, out of your mind? Broke boys can't fucking defend themselves with guns or whatever. That doesn't work that way. The government will come and fucking murder your ass, dude. Are you out of your mind? It was a joke. Holy shit, Lamau. I don't know. Sometimes people, I feel like, do have the wrong understanding of like what America is. America has freedom, or at least some level of freedom for the extremely wealthy. There is no freedom for you if you're poor, especially even if you're like a working class person who's like relatively affluent, you're still not going to get the same benefits. The richer you get, the more freedoms you have, but it's not for you.
This is Jen Kevorkian, case ending 2816, status conference. So, although it was lengthy, rest assured I did read absolutely everything that was filed with the court. I looked at all of the exhibits. I did state that the court would consider any legitimate proposals for purchase of the property, but it had to include a viable plan that allowed the receiver to continue at its current pace to abate the nuisances that are the subject of the receivership. So I'm prepared to approve the sale. Okay.
Thank you. No, there wasn't any legitimate interest.
All right. Thank you.
In the end, the judge didn't think Caritas had a viable plan and awarded the sale to Harmony Communities.
As far as we consider it, it's far from over, and we will continue and carry on. So.
A community united will never be divided. A community united will never be divided. A community united will never be divided.
Sometimes there is collusion. Sometimes the judge is, has a vested interest or whatever and doesn't fucking recuse himself from the case. And then other times they're just operating like judges are supposed to operate, siding with the fucking side of capital. Other times they'll overlook the reality that the actual person who is the guy, in this case the developer or the original owner, didn't actually send over information to the nonprofit on purpose so that the nonprofit could come up with a viable plan to purchase the fucking trailer park. You know what I mean? And the judge itself in that situation is supposed to go, hey, that's fucked up. You should hand over the plan. But they can't because, guess what? America, private property. It's his property. He can do whatever the fuck he wants with it, is unironically the attitude that these people have. That is the rule of the law as well. The entirety of American understanding, the entirety of the American legal system is built around this concept of private ownership. So much so that like half of America's resentment towards the federal government comes from it being one of the only entities that can also violate the rule of law in that regard. They find this to be a godly thing, okay? It goes beyond like just, our regular understanding of the laws, okay? They find it to be a moral value that needs to be upheld. Private ownership of land, enclosures. It's his property he owes money on and isn't paying, so has a lien, yet he has the power. Yep.
It seems like for a lot of people, this is the last stop before homelessness.
I can't speak for everybody, but I know for myself, absolutely. The price of an apartment, like a one-bedroom apartment, is like $1,200, and bills and childcare, like you can't live off of that. And afford an apartment. And, you know, there's so many things that on top of everything, and the rents continue to rise, like something has got to give, because this isn't benefiting anybody but the people on top. We're trying to just tug at strings, trying to get the bare minimum, and nobody's listening.
When I see shit like this, I sometimes find myself wanting to act out in very uncounterproductive ways. No, dude, don't fucking be ridiculous. So one of the things that there is, one of the alternatives in that situation is a 501c3 that actually that actually wants to purchase the trailer park so they can like salvage the situation and save these people. Another alternative is like tenants unions. This is something that tenants unions that can maybe stop you, maybe prevent you from getting fucking owned by the rule of the law. You know what I mean? But fuck, man, I don't know. In the end, it's just like, it's all so awful. It's all so fucking gross and awful. You have, especially depending on where you live, you do have some rights. And there are lawyers that work pro bono. There's another way. What is this? I mean, we joke about this, right? We joke, like, people like to joke about this sort of stuff, but this kind of resentment and this kind of reaction only comes after, you know, so much humiliation and so much oppression. This does pop off though. What the fuck? Why does this bang so hard? Pretty good. I doubt that anyone that has even a little bit of wealth wants to say them. I mean, come on, most wealthy people are selfish and shit. Sure, you're right about that. But ultimately, it shouldn't be up to fucking individuals, okay? This is my point. It shouldn't be up to individuals operating in a magnanimous capacity, okay? Individual charity is not the fucking solution to systemic inequalities that are built in a capitalist structure. You understand? This is what I try to instill upon you, at the very least. If philanthropy was a cure for the illnesses caused by capitalism, then we wouldn't be seeing so many people fucking suffering. And you just watched an example of a philanthropic organization failing to address the needs of these people because the system prevented them from doing so. You know? If it was better, there would be less need for philanthropy. Yes, if the system worked, there would be no need for philanthropy. By the way, all those people fucking work, and they work significantly harder than the fucking hot dog skinned fat sacks of shit that you watched screeching about fucking a violent revolution because Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago home was had some things that the government wanted to seize. Okay? Those guys don't actually fucking work. They're business owners. They're like the slumlord. Yeah, I mean, even the Atlantic wrote the Chinese debt trap is a myth. The Atlantic, Foreign Policy, The Economist, like these are all magazines that normally would not be on board with this kind of development. Just said China should step in. You're the one that assumed that meant invading. Yeah, no, I. Please, you honestly read my question as bad faith. I was asking because I didn't understand what help you were implying China could bring as an imperialistic nation, as I don't see what benefits they can bring when they'd be in it for their own and hurt them too. What do you mean? You said you thought when I said China should step in, you thought I meant invasion because again, Ameribrain, and I joked about it instead of like dunking on you or whatever. I just said like, oh yeah, no, you just have like America brain, so you think like China will do America shit. And then I explained to you by examples of the One Belt, One Road initiative. And I guess you didn't hear any of that because you were too angry. Las Canarias, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. I understood after the fact, but I was asking a question because you were comparing directly to America's own involvement, saying China can't do worse. I didn't understand your point, but people ran off with the word invade. Yes, that my argument hinges on that. And for the record, I think one of the worst things that China does, specifically within its One Belt, One Road initiative, is send 1 million Chinese people over there whenever they are offering help to countries, whenever they are offering loans to countries. Conditional loans, certainly, but not under the same fucking conditions that the IMF has historically offered. Okay? That is very sussy. No, because he hates Americans. Sucks for you. I will marry it first. What? Hypothetically, what do you believe would be the best foreign policy for a reformed America? Do what the USSR was doing all around the world. Do what America was doing, but for the other side. Arm, train revolutionary groups, do coup d'etats in the previous neoliberal governments that they have instituted, and literally fucking, I mean, it would never happen. I'm just saying. You asked me a question, so that's... My coworker said Blammo today, and he isn't a viewer. Now I'm outed as a leftist in a blue-collar service industry job. Or, I mean, one of the best things that America could do is just fucking not involve itself in everything, okay? You know. That's one thing that America could do, and it's free 99, you know what I'm saying? I mean, think about that. Just leave everybody alone. Like when the fucking Venezuelan Chamber of Commerce comes knocking down your door and goes, hey, can you do a coup d'etat in our country? You say, no, sorry, no one here. No one's home. We're too busy. Oops, can't do that. And then instead, like, take that money, right? Take the money that they were using to offer U.S. aid directly to the conditional aid that they're offering to like the Venezuelan Chamber of Commerce adjacent guerrillas or whatever. Give that to Kentucky. Like just that alone. That's at least a couple $1 million, right? Yeah, there's a new Channel 5 video. We're going to watch it right now. Don't you dare cut off this banger. Yep, cutting it off right now, baby. New Channel 5. New Channel 5 alert. New Channel 5 alert. Chicago Rap Festival. Heat is in the motherfucking thumbo, too.
Wear it, but I think for the Lyrical Lemonade Festival, it makes sense to suit up.
The fastening of the trousers.
Standard mustard shirt. Pig Santa, the true headliner of this festival.
The buttoning of the fly.
God damn it, why is there a thing called zip tie?
Don't move. Not gonna happen, bro. So what's the plan?
I don't know, I think I'm just gonna like run on stage.
And say what?
Just like ask whoever's performing like what's going on, how they're feeling.
How we doing?
What?
Are you having fun?
Bro, I'm having so much fun with these Yeet fans right here. They're such a bundle of joy.
Who's Yeet?
I'm not sure, honestly. Some dude who made a Minion song, I guess. Security, get this motherfucker off the stage. Security, get this motherfucker.
I need my girl, I need my love. This bitch is pulling up, I'm in the Tonka, baby. Chicago show me love. I ain't trusting nobody. I keep a gun. If a problem come up, you know I'm not gonna run.
We're at a rap festival. We're gonna talk to rappers and rap fans.
Breaking news. You're watching Channel 5.
I'm fucking stoked for this,
Channel
dude.
5. We don't know what clusters. And 5 is the best number.
My name is Andrew Callahan, and you're watching Channel 5 News. When I first arrived to Chicago for this festival, I saw a lot of big-name rappers on the lineup, such as Post Malone, my old friend OGZ, and a 4-man quartet called the Homicide Gang. But pretty quickly into my interviews, I realized that most of the kids were there to see one performer, a man named Yeet, a vaccinated 22-year-old singer and recreational pharmaceutical pill advocate from Oregon.
I love Yeet, bro.
My favorite thing about Yeet is his dancing skills. I am a very good dancer myself, and I see that in him.
A year ago, Mr. Yeet was only really known.
White people love Yeet. Oh my God, dude. White people love Yeet on TikTok. It's just, oof.
In the world of underground rap. But after blowing up around 6 months ago with hits like Turban, Rich Minion, and Addicted to Lying, no, it's called Lying for Fun, Yeet is currently the #1 rapper on TikTok. But there's just one problem. Since his blow up, Yeet hasn't done a single interview with a journalist. So I made it my mission to identify, track down, and get a few words out of this mysterious figure. Excuse me, boys. Excuse me, can I please speak to Mr. Yeet?
Not right now. He's decompressing.
Okay.
I count money.
After hours of dead-end calls with managers and agents, Mr. Yeet, though just 10 feet away behind the pale flaps of a polyester tent, seemed unreachable. So I went to meet with someone who I thought could tell me a little bit more about this mysterious creature.
Whoa, shit! What the fuck? Oh, look who it is, dude. Look who it is.
So who is Yeet? I mean, he's not one of my favorites, that's for sure. I mean, I get the appeal and I see where it's at. Is it something that is necessarily my go-to?
Yo, Anthony Fantano is caked the fuck up, by the way. I mean, Melon Boy, sure, but like, look at those goddamn legs, dude. My man's got Roman era pillars up in this bitch. Those things could withstand earthquakes for 700 years, dude. Look at those goddamn tree trunks. Holy fuck, dude. No wonder he's always standing when he's doing his live streams. Oh my lord. He is thick as fuck. Stop objectifying my boy. I'm gonna always objectify him.
No. Stylistically, I kind of see him as filling in further that lane that has kind of been expanded by guys like Playboi Carti. Tight cycling beats, like it's a lot of hype, it's a lot of energy, not a whole lot of substance on like the lyrical side or anything, but like
I got my bitches,
I would say it's so visceral, but also psychedelic. You know, there's kind of like a sort of trippy, you know, undertone to it as well.
I got some see on the way, bitch one white inside and nose,
You know, what's funny is like a lot of the music that has kind of inhabited that lane for the good part of the early to mid 2010s, you know, whether you're thinking of like DS2, something like that, there's almost like a comatose element to it.
He's the most white person shit I've seen on your stream in a long time, geez. Yeah, but I mean, he's good. But then again, Twitch doesn't seem to think so, but I am white. So there is, maybe that's the reason.
You know, it's like very sleepy, you know, whereas like Yeet is more like an upper.
I don't know where I'm at, I'm for you.
Dude, this is he's not good. Stop trying to fucking fit into Zoomer culture, you goober. The music is doo-doo trash. I mean, first and foremost, I'm very open and honest about not listening to music. But when I do listen to music, I like Yeet. I listen to music. The music is fun. Fuck you, chatter. I'm not even kidding. A lot changed for me when I heard him say, I'm rolling up with the Taliban. And when he also said, I'm trying to blow up like Osama bin Laden. Like, I just walked in with the Taliban was definitely.
Revolution, bro.
I am Yeet's biggest fan. Yeet is everything, okay?
Everything?
He's amazing. He's amazing. Right? I love him. Like, genuinely love him with the bottom of my heart. Yeet's my daddy.
Who do you think's more important, Gandhi, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, or Yeet?
Yeet. Yeet. Sorry. They're both the same in different ways, you know? He's not more important, but I like him more.
Okay, that's literally like, okay, Andrew is... Okay, that's like, I have nothing to say to that. I don't agree with that, okay? All I'm going to say is this, it's like, are you trying to get doxxed and canceled by Black Twitter? There's like a plant. That's okay, you went a little overboard, okay? You went not even a little, you went very overboard, okay? That's like, This is like 3%er shit, but for Zoomers. You know what I mean? Like, oh my God.
Because I know him. Like, he's right there. He's tangible to me.
And just like that, after hours of patient waiting, Yeet emerged.
So, for those who don't know, can you tell us your name and where you're from?
I'm Yeet. I'm from LA.
What's on your mind?
About to perform. Just chilling.
If you had a time machine, what would you do?
I don't know.
As a black man, this felt like a hate crime. Yeah, I mean, it was giving a little hate crime. It was.
I'll go to the future.
How far you think? Like centuries or really, really far?
I'll go like 6 million. 6 million years. See what's going on. It'd probably be like spaceships drinking like alien lean.
Are you in love?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm in love.
With what?
With everything. What about you?
I'm in love with interviewing.
Okay.
So honestly, though, he did do a lot for dudes who are mid, like him and Jack Harlow both. Like mid dudes are on the come up. Perfect example of every guy can be a 7. Okay, it's just true. Perfect example of every guy can be a 7 directly in front of your faces, and you don't even need to do that. You don't even need to go overboard. You don't need to like get to a point where you're literally fucking, very successful off TikTok viral songs or anything like that. It's true. It's true. Okay. Everybody's like, "Oh, Hasan, you say every guy can be a 7." Look at this. I mean, that's a perfect example. New Yeet merch is fire. What? Was it Jack Harlow isn't mid? I mean, Jack Harlow is fine, okay? But also, Jack Harlow isn't mid, really? Like, you're going to tell me that... Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. Bro, what are you saying right now? What? Jack Harlow personally is the perfect example of every dude can be 7. Every dude can be a 7. Okay? That's it. There's no better example than fucking Jack Harlow. All right? There isn't. There isn't a better one. Bar none. No, this is not what he looks like now, chat. My point is this. Dude, look. Oh, you're making fun of Jack Harlow, right? Oh, yeah, that's crazy. Boom. All of a sudden. I rest my case. Also, I love when dudes are like, women wear makeup and then they grow a beard. Okay? Like we really underestimate the power of like adequate facial hair. It is fucking wild. It is fucking wild what facial hair can do to you, okay? It is wild what obviously like a multi-million-dollar operation can do to you. His music was unironically better when he looked goofy. Beards are male contour. So much better than contour. Like, contour has limitations. A beard does not. It just like a beard. Growing a beard, being able to grow a beard as a man is like having the GigaChat filter on your fucking face automatically. And you didn't even have to work for it, too. Anyway, let's continue with the good takes.
So you believe in it?
Yeah, I think so.
That's crazy.
What do you want to be when you're like an old man?
Nothing.
What is clout?
I don't like clout. I just be in the house all day. I don't even leave my house. I only leave I gotta perform.
Really?
Yeah.
Why do you have to do that to me? That's it. I'm fucking shaving again. Fuck you guys.
Play video games and stuff?
I make music, just chill, make food.
What's your favorite kind of food?
I like cereal. I like Frosted Flakes.
How many bowls a day do you think you're on right now for Frosted Flakes?
Like 13, 14.
No concern for diabetes? No?
Nah. I don't think I'm gonna get that.
Any message for the kids?
Don't do drugs.
No drugs?
I wouldn't do them if I was you.
What kind of vape is that?
Mango.
No more Juul?
I'll do Juul.
Do you think that you should be allowed to vape in schools?
Yeah.
What about popcorn lung?
It's a myth. It's not real.
Popcorn lung is real. It happens from inhaling toxic chemicals such as diacetyl, formerly used to flavor microwave popcorn. Exposure to these chemicals can happen at work or by vaping. E-cigarettes have many different types of chemicals in them that may be dangerous to your lung tissue.
How would you describe your average fan?
They cool. Turn.
Dude, he has such a good way
After
with words.
that mystical interaction with
Bro, he has such a good way with words. It's crazy.
TikTok's golden goose, I wasn't exactly sure how to proceed. Then I remembered. A few months ago, I used my stature as a perceived social media influencer to connect two very different groups of people, rap mega fans and rappers themselves, in a technique that I call the Zilla Cami Shuffle. Step one is to develop a personal relationship with a rapper to the point of receiving their private contact information. Step two is to go into the crowd and find their most rabid superfan. Step three is to ambush the rapper into a face-to-face interaction with said fan. What results is beautiful. The fan is given the experience of a lifetime and the rapper is given a better understanding of their own fan base. This worked quite well in Utah when I connected Justin from Salt Lake City with his favorite rapper, Zilla Cami.
Bro, I'm so excited. This is the only reason why I'm here right now. I love Zilla. No f***ing way, man. What's up, dude? I'm about to cut off a dread for you. I can't get it, man. There it goes.
Justin offered Zilla one of his dreadlocks, and the two shared a beautiful bonding experience.
I don't know what to do with this. It actually smells pretty good. It literally smells like shampoo.
What would you say if I told you I could get you a FaceTime interaction with you?
Well, I'd literally cry. Please, 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 please.
You guys are of age, right?
Yeah, I'm 21. 21. I'm 20. I have my ID. We're just short as sorry.
Okay, cool. Sounds good.
Oh my god! Oh my god. You so fine. We just saw you perform. You were so fine. Huh? Right there. Oh my.
That's insane, dude. Andrew is insane, dude.
Yo, bro, your performance was amazing. It was amazing. Anything for fucking your music, bro. Like straight up got me through my. Oh my god. What's it like being you? Like, what is your daily life like? It's a lot. It's a lot. You're at the airport already? Have a good flight. How are you at the airport already? Rude ass. You know what? It's fine. Anything for you. Okay, I love you. I would myself if he asked me to. Me too. Like.
Bro, wait, did you say I would kill myself if he asked to? What the fuck? What the fuck? Some losers in this chat would react the same when meeting you. Okay, fuck yourself. And also, there's, you know, it's a little bit different. You didn't hear me fucking rap on a TikTok video, okay? You heard me speak and possibly thought that I was speaking directly to you for fucking 8 hours a day.
Yeah, but it's okay. But we got to see him for a little while. Oh my god. Stop. I'm your biggest fan. I'm actually your biggest fan.
Hey guys.
I've been DMing you every day. I'm actually gonna cry.
I'm crying for what?
I love you. Can I please get a hug? Thank you so much. Oh my god. Bro, I just watched your performance. No. In the mosh pit, I got crushed, but it was so worth it.
Appreciate it.
Your performance fucking amazing. Amazing.
Fuck is
And you
this?
got that drip too. You got that hiking ass, fine ass drip.
I guess you could say.
Can we get one picture? Yeah. Oh my.
Is his face blurred or something? What's going on?
Middle finger in this shit. Come on.
I love Yeet, bro. I love Yeet, bro.
Why?
Why? Turban.
What's that?
Head thing.
What do you like most about him? Like, what really appeals to you?
His body.
What's the craziest thing you would do for Yeet?
Probably give him, yeah, my kidney. My kidney, definitely.
But don't you need that to survive?
Nah, you only need one.
What would you say if I told you you could meet Yeet right now?
Are you serious?
Yes.
Please save Gen Z. I mean, dude, it's not gonna happen. Also, look, based. Ask me a question. When you come into Turkey, it says Thanksgiving. If it doesn't happen, I'm gonna be very disappointed.
But you have to come in this porta potty.
Yes.
What?
Come on, man. Answer Yeet. Come on. Oh no, dude. Can I get a picture with you, or do you want to keep filming?
We're gonna keep filming.
Okay, okay. You gonna call him again?
Yeah.
Come on, Yeet.
Ne var ne?
Look, Craig! Look, Craig! Look, Craig! I'm walking out my ear, boot it up! I'm taking a picture, I'm booting it up!
Ne var baba? Bir şey yapıyorum. Okay, can you guys stop? What's happening here? This is not a social gathering right now. I'm working.
I'm out of the sun, the biggest smack, don't get it talking about it like that.
Talk to him like
Bitch said she loved me. She did that, Craig.
Talk to him normal.
Yo. Connection.
He said, talk to him normal. I gotta run this back, dude. That was insane.
Come on. Oh no. Dude, can I get a picture with you? Look, Craig! Look, Craig! Look, Craig! I'm walking out my ear, boot it up! I'm taking a picture, I'm booting it up! I'm out of the sun, the biggest smack, don't get it talking about it like that!
Talk to him like
Bitch said she loved me! She did that, Craig.
Talk to him normal.
Yo. Connection. Yo, you.
Someone said, bro, watching this, we not getting socialism anytime soon. Yes. Same. I do.
Hey, look, Turban, man. Come on, man. I actually came here to see Lancey Foe. But I love Yeet, too. Yo, Yeet. Dude, I can't. God damn, bro. I cannot make out a word you're saying.
You're a little rude to Yeet.
Damn.
So, how do you think it went?
I think it was alright. I mean, I couldn't hear him. He was probably booted up on X, bro. Like, he took 1 or 2 Teslas. You know how it be.
Don't do drugs.
What'd you say to him?
I told him that I couldn't hear him, and then I just started singing the lyrics to one of his songs, man. I'm walking out my ear, boot it up! I'm taking a picture, I'm booting it up!
Did he say anything to you?
No, not really.
Zoomers, you have to be a little embarrassed for your generation when videos like this pop off. You know what I mean? Like, this is kind of bad. This is kind of a bad look, Sweaty, for like the entire culture.
Really. He just kind of sat there.
Is he everything you hoped?
Yes.
I mean, I talk to artists all the time through what I do, and nobody's particularly interesting. Very few who I've talked to face to face or over social media who I'm like, wow, you really are like a demigod or some. You know what I mean? Your mind is really on another level, or you're kind of like living in such a way that is wholly unlike us mere mortals.
What was more doom-pilling? Watching the Vice video about like people being evicted from the trailer park, or recognizing that a gigantic swath of the population of the upcoming generation is like that, and their brains have been permanently and irreparably damaged by TikTok? Like, straight up. I'm not gonna lie, like, this is literally just TikTok's doing. Obviously, fandoms like this have always existed throughout time, and will continue to exist throughout time. Like, that's not... I don't know. Honestly, One Direction and Bieber fans are probably the same. For me, I talked about this on the podcast with Will as well. Like, the weird thing is that like I've never had this for anything. I've never had this for anything. It's so, which sucks. Like I literally thought there was something wrong with me when I was growing up, because like all these people had like posters and like they loved like certain artists and shit like that, and I just could not comprehend it. So I thought there was something broken in my fucking brain, because every single person was like this. Well, not like this, but like this for some reason, or to some degree, sorry. You have this for streaming, but not, what do you mean for streaming? What do you mean? You had it for Nelly, Mr. Band-Aid? No, but like I wouldn't have fucking behaved this way.
Most people are just people, and really that's it. It doesn't matter if you're on a stage or if everybody's fucking boring. Honestly, everybody's fucking boring. Even with me myself, I don't really make a whole lot out of my personal life on social media. I talk about music, and that's pretty much all I talk about and all I like to talk about, because, I mean, outside of this, you know, my lawnmower over here is really boring, you know? And like this is the most exciting thing that I have access to on a regular basis. You know, the thing is, like, it's a relief to be able to wake up sometimes and just be like, you know, I'm not going to be on today. And some people don't allow themselves that freedom in the age of social media. Everything they do is for social media. They think social media is real life, and you always have to be sort of like in that mode of like creating content, having this certain energy. You start embodying the weird caricature that people sort of see you to be on Instagram or whatever. And yeah, that's unfortunate, and that's sad. And it can be very lucrative, but also soul sucking, you know, difficult to probably look at yourself in the mirror after a while.
Cash App. If you like Channel 5, you might really also like.
That's a good segue into a Cash App sponsorship, dude. What the fuck? I like that. That's a good placement right there.
Cash App, which is an app that all of us have downloaded on our phones.
Isn't Cash App a peer-to-peer money sending service?
No, it's actually much more than a peer-to-peer money sending service. Cash App is actually like a bank, and it's a great way to invest in stocks and cryptocurrency. You can also use code CHANNEL5 to get a free $15 for new users. Cash App.
I almost got shot and killed in Minneapolis because my boy Germ owed some dude money and the guy tried to kill me. That wasn't fun. He pulled the trigger and it jammed, so I'm alive, bro.
Same here. How you doing?
I'm doing good. No, just chain smoked a whole box of cigarettes, lit.
Yeah. You look a little bit different than the last time I met you.
Yeah. Male BBL and lipo.
How much weight did you lose, bro?
Honestly, 55 pounds.
What the hell?
Yeah.
How'd you pull that off?
No carbs, no sugar.
His new diet, I swear, I'm not even kidding. Diet Coke and cigarettes.
If you smoke cigarettes, you hard. Hey, you smoke cigarettes, you Do you want to fuck the guy with a cigarette or a vape? I want to fuck the guy with a cigarette.
I would say they're kind of like underground vets, underground kings, because like, you know, anybody who's been doing what they've been doing as long as they have independently, for the most part, is like disappeared, completely irrelevant now, not consistent. Whereas like Fat Nick and Pooey, I think Fat Nick is pushing 30 at this point.
You guys think drill music is bad for the kids?
No, drill music is great. Kids ages 2 and up should listen to drill music. Shout out Chief Keef, man.
Yeah, I love drill music. I started making music with drill music.
Yeah.
Chief Keef is like the 21st century god.
And shout out to Young Thug. He's like a young Picasso. Free Young Thug.
Would you guys rather live in a studio apartment with Stitches or Joker 305?
I don't want to say anything because like I feel like both those guys might beat me up. You know what I mean? Like Stitches is pretty strong. The Joker's probably like a lunatic.
Gun to my head, I have to pick one. Stitches. I feel like he's more like stable. Even though the other dude might be stable, I don't know. But Stitches looks more calm. And I can't wake up to non-calmness.
I think Florida should secede from the United States of America, probably.
You guys scared of anything?
I hate reptiles. I don't like reptiles. I'm a dog man.
Feminism. That scares me.
Oh yeah, it's super scary too. I don't like it.
Would you guys rather live in a bunk bed with Lil Pump?
I choose Lil Pump all day. I spent 10 years with Lil Pump.
Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang.
Lil Pump, I love you, man. People say he fell off. I don't think Lil Pump fell off, bro. That guy's doing crazy ass shit. He's doing crazy shows overseas. Like,
Does anyone care about Lil Pump anymore? You know, Sir Pumperton III, the youngest flexer? No, Lil Pump is not having a fucking comeback. It would be short-sighted to say something like really blunt, like hip-hop as a young man.
What is it? Puya is a raging misogynist. Don't even want to think about his allegations. I don't know who the fuck that is. Women love men that are scared of feminism. I have no idea. You've shown us some fucked up shit, but this is too far. Who the fuck is Puya? Puya is an incel type rapper. The motherfucker on the left in the interview who was literally just talking. Hey guys, I think you sometimes forget that I'm literally fucking 31 years old and a political commentator, okay? I'm sorry that I don't know. I'm sorry that I don't know fucking literally like some random incel rapper. Okay, my bad. Now I'm looking him up, okay? Good job. You made me look him up now. Are you happy? Kevin Puya, known anonymously as Puya, is an American rapper from Miami, Florida, considered as a pioneer of the early underground rap scene that began on SoundCloud in 2012. Is Puya Iranian? Oh, he is. Oh, god damn it. He's the most famous for his 2000 Safar Journey song. Puya's songs has spread out among Iranians, Afghans, and other Persian-speaking people. Puya performs Persian pop music, currently lives in Los Angeles, California. May not know the incel rapper, but you should be General Monk, so you're all right in my book. That he is not an incel. Well, that's not how you spell that. Along with discovering the well-known hip-hop duo Suicide Boys in their early career, Puya has developed a long-lasting core fan base as an independent artist. Best friend is Fat Nick. They have a YouTube comedy channel called Nick and Puya Show. On mostly being comedy stations, the videos also serve as mini vlogs for the friends. They know Denzel Curry. Damn, the allegations didn't make it to the Wikipedia chat, so I don't know where the allegations started. Not an incel rapper. That's an insane thing for the chatter to say. He did fucked up shit, but his music is fine. Son is getting called out on the next mixtape. I don't know anything about this motherfucker. Didn't perform this year for the Juggalos because of the allegations. 55 Argentinians here watching HasanAbi, ironically, right? Why? Oh my fucking god, of course, dude. I looked it up. Have you ever been to Cuba? Hospitals are falling apart. Doctors are slightly more educated than the nurses. Do your research, pal. France is a nice example of socialized health. I work at an EMS private company doing the logistics, and I can say that the ones that have more money are the ones that get the ambulances first. Honey, do me a solid and eat an apple instead of those snacks.
Man's game, but you know what is a young man's game is certain styles or lanes, and the type of thing that Lil Pump offers is very much a young man's game. That kind of energy is like so heavily based with a novelty, kind of like in the porno industry. The fact that you are new makes you attractive because you have that X factor, some kind of mystique about the newness of you that kind of draws people. Pump at this point, in terms of his antics, like it's all pretty much known.
Yeah, I came in with a saw. Ooh, yeah, I came in with a saw. Yeah, Posh, they flare red raw. Yeah, they shot flare red raw. Yeah, yeah.
Would you rather share a studio apartment with Lil Pump or Nav?
I'd rather chill with Nav.
Really?
I think Nav. That's
an easy question. Nav all the way. What? Generational talent, once in a lifetime. Best person to come out of Toronto in general. Best rapper to come out of Toronto. My man is multifaceted. He's got an EGOT. He's got everything, dude. What the fuck? You're a Nav guy? What? Is that even a thing? Are there actually? Wait, what the fuck? First brown boy to get it poppin'. Let's go. Here come the Drake cocksuckers. Guys, I'm joking. Wait, does Nav really have an EGOT? No, dude, what? He only has a top of the hour ad break. A Toth ad. At the top of the hour, you will get a top of the hour ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. Or you can get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's a 1 minute ad break now. Boom. Blammo.
Nav has a very calming energy.
You don't think that he would try to kill you?
Who is Nav? I guess he's an up-and-coming Toronto rapper with a horrible baby voice that sounds incredibly generic. Tedious, generic, off-brand, lifeless, painfully dumb lyrics, ordinary instrumentals, devoid of anything. Oh yeah, I mean, I think he maybe would try that, but I mean, assuming there was no will to kill, just on kind of like a vibe and personality level, Nav probably does his dishes. You know, Nav probably takes out his trash.
Even though you think he's the worst rapper of all time.
Hey, he may be in like my bottom 5, but he probably won't drink my almond milk. Lil Pump probably doesn't give a Lil Pump's gonna be in the cupboard eating my Oreos.
He's gonna have in your bed.
Right, exactly.
True. These are good. These are facts.
Trippy Red was fucking lit yesterday, bro. You should have been here for that shit, bitch.
You're wearing a professional Raw Dogger shirt, Gideon's shirt.
What is we doing, Chicago?
You gotta get fly, just a list to this brand new Glock, Scotty Pippen in the clip, but I ain't Scotty Pippen, I be pippin' on the suck ass, why you listen to the zips, I be fully up with these hoes, and I flip 'em with my fake man, you better smoke.
Yo, what the fuck is going on with the fake balaclavas? I don't even know what that's called. Why does everybody look like a starting character on any RPG? Like that's the first. The foreskin drip. What the fuck is that? Shiesty? It's the Shiesty? They're copying Pooh Shiesty? What, since when? What is that? They want to be Shiesty so bad?
Smoke a cigarette and get some cancer.
Are you afraid of anything?
Shit.
I just like don't understand what that is supposed to like. What?
Shit, I'm afraid of my mama. She crazy.
Why?
She used to whip my ass when I used to go out. My mom used to go look for me when I'd be kicking with the homies on the block.
Yeah?
Yeah, she'd be screaming, "Go inside, nigga!" She used to beat my ass.
If you had a time machine, what would you do?
Go back in time, go be for Hitler.
What would you say to Hitler if you saw him?
Respect. Smoke, nigga. Ain't no talking when we see that.
You'd probably be like, what are you saying?
Respect.
What year are you from?
Shit, what year was that popping, like 1920?
I think he was popping between 1935 and 1942.
We would probably have those big-ass Western guns. Little revolvers.
After you confront him, what's the plan?
Shit, we finna take over OTX boys.
OTX to take over Nazi Germany?
Yeah. Hey, how that sound? OTX taking over Germany.
We'll put that in the backwood.
Hey, we got the Hitler pack right here.
You designed that weed bag? Montana fuck 12? Nice.
I'm trash talking old man, Chi-Town Paulie. New York, the Knicks. We love the Bulls. We love the Blackhawks. We love Chicago sports. New York.
What don't you like about New Yorkers?
The way they speak, the way they eat, and the way they act. They're arrogant. They're not Midwesterners.
Bro, you literally, I would have thought this dude is from New York. Just judging by the way he carries himself, judging by his overall demeanor, judging by his accent even. Like, what do you mean? You're fucking New York, dog. What the fuck?
Midwesterners are nice, they're kind, they're friendly, they're fun, and they accept everybody. Let me tell you a story, though. This guy, Marty...
Okay, a little bit. Like, I see it.
Saw him outside on the street. He was crying. And I said, why are you crying? He goes, because security took my passes. So I said, you could have mine. I gave him an artist pass yesterday. True story. Good reason. That was recent. Is that not true, Marty?
I was not crying, but I was in a dire situation.
It takes a real man to cry. I know he's young. He doesn't know how to admit it yet, but tears were coming out of his eyes. He was a lost soul. He didn't know what to do because he is a great cameraman, a great producer.
So sometimes on the road in this transient lifestyle we live, you interview someone for a couple minutes and you never know if you'll ever see them again. One of those people is a man named Party Marty.
My name's Marty, but around here I go by Party Marty.
Walk us through that day.
I just wanted to say hi to you. I didn't know I was going to really end up on the video.
Yeah.
I'm also a pretty crazy guy, so I didn't really know what I was going to do. My thing with alcohol is no matter what I'm drinking, it could be top shelf tequila, it's going to get me up. Or I could drink $5 vodka, and that's going to do the same exact effect.
That'll cure Corona. Tell me about the day the video dropped. What were you doing?
I was at a party, and all these people were coming up to me, and they're like, Party Marty, like, we saw you on the video. And I'm like, oh my God, this is it. This is going to be my life for the rest of the summer. And all summer long, business owners, my work, my family, everyone messaged me about that video, and I was like, I'm sorry, I'm living my life. Like, I'm a grown man. I'm gonna do whatever I want. Whoever didn't like that video, didn't like me being on the beach during COVID, like, they really need to grow up and learn how to live. This is a way to create my legacy one day at a time, so I'm not gonna stop creating my legacy ever.
Party Marty. Godspeed, brother.
Thank you.
We're on your team for life.
My uncle and aunt was kind of partners with Al Capone. The gangs of today, I think that they need to come back together and do stuff for a good cause and stop spreading themselves apart in their hierarchy and all their BS. Stop killing themselves, work together, help people out. We can make this.
Yeah, famously, the gangs back then were never violent with each other. Like, famously. Unlike your classic gangs, gangs of today always fighting each other. The most Polish Italian Chicago, man. I mean, that take is just like, that take is awesome.
The world, the best place around if everybody works together, shares the love, and helps out.
Today's gonna be just overall a legendary day for Chicago. We got G Herbo. I mean, it's a Chicago legend, man. Yeah, like, he's just been going crazy since. He came from that 2012 era, you know? Yeah. When it's like Keith, Herb, Bibby.
Early drill.
Early drill, exactly. He kind of started that whole wave.
He's a nice guy.
One of the nicest guys ever, man.
Know a couple niggas that's down the ride for a homicide when it's drama time. Run up on him with the llamas flying, leave his loved ones all traumatized. 150, I'm really with it. I'll drop his ass and then forget it. On a man around my side of town might see it. Just forget I hit it. In the game, bitch, I do my thing. Hoes scream my name, I ain't even there. Love her, boy, I do's this. Leave your bitch wetter than a pool pit. And I make bands like I make friends. Bought some Ray-Bans on some cool ish.
How did it go out there?
It was great. It was amazing, man. I'm happy to be home.
You ever think you'd be doing that?
Nah, I ain't gonna lie, not like this. It's still surreal. I mean, I worked hard for everything, you know what I'm saying? But when I started, I ain't really see this. Yeah.
How do you feel about people like coming out against drill music like in New York?
Now, there's a new style of rap that's blowing up. And it's gotten to the point where the mayor of New York is so concerned that he's trying to rein it in.
Mayor Eric Adams is trying to curb the violence associated with drill rap. You know, that's a branch of rap music that is...
That shit's so stupid, dude. What the fuck?
About the violent side of the streets.
I had no idea what drill rapping was, but I called my son. He sent me some videos, and it is alarming.
Adams made national headlines late Friday when he called out social media companies for their responsibility in promoting violence in drill rap videos, and he vowed to put a plan in motion.
It's art, man. Everybody should be able to be creative in their art, you know what I'm saying? And I don't see why they feel like drill music is bad for society or anything like that, you know what I'm saying? It's just, we got to do better as a people to, you know what I'm saying, make like less violent and shit like that. But no, I don't think drill the problem, hell no.
Anything else you want to say to the world?
Man, I love y'all. It's G Herbo. Survivor's Remorse coming soon, man. Gang.
Wait, Survivor's Remorse?
Yeah, that's my album. Survivor's Remorse on the way.
What does that phrase mean to you?
Survivor's Remorse, it's survivor's guilt, man. You know, overcoming circumstances, you know, and being here right now where you lost so much and so many people that should be here with me, not, you know what I'm saying? So.
Eric Adams also fucking hates dirt bikes too, and famously destroyed a bunch of perfectly fine dirt bikes by driving this massive fucking bulldozer over them.
That's what it is.
What do you think is the reason that you survived and a lot of people didn't?
God.
In the next episode, we travel to Chicago's famous O-Block projects
Oh
to learn
my
about
God,
the
that's
origins of
sick.
drill music and talk to friends of recently slain rapper King Von about their opinions on the genre.
We started the word drill with our music. Like, let's do a drill. We started that shit.
This shit came like a movie to people. Like when it first got famous, people started like, it was like we was characters. Like, damn, like you got me look like an assassin.
We also explore the influence that social media and YouTube gang content have on escalating real-life violence in the streets.
What I realized quickly, the attention span of the people tuned into me was young. They were younger. Yeah. They didn't want to hear 30 minutes. So I created the war in Chirac. There's like a whole thing going on here.
This past weekend, at least 52 people were shot, 8 of them killed.
If it happened today, within 2 hours, I'm already talking about it.
Like, do you feel any responsibility for like inflaming like gang beef by having so many gang members use this platform to promote themselves?
But it's like, you know, as a content creator, you kind of have to follow the incentives to a certain extent. It's tough to get away from the fact that the fans just want what they want.
Everybody want to be a character now for the internet.
We gon' spin and spin again. We gon' hit our last friends. We gon' show him we ain't playing. We gon' leave him where he stand, which by itself his man's ran because a hole up in his back. Fat as hoes, they thinking, damn, mama had a heart attack. That's really, yeah, that's all I want to be successful.
That's sick.
If you like this video, it would be great if you could support us on Patreon. It's only about $5 a month and it gives you access to a bunch of uncensored and pretty much unreleased content. Also, you guys may not know this, but pretty much every one of our videos gets demonetized. Maybe it's for vulgar language, but for this video, it's definitely for the 15 Yeet songs that we used. These videos wouldn't be possible without Patreon. It pays for RV insurance, gas bills, memory cards, my large selection of ties, and our amazing new studio.
By the way, the balaclava was called the Scully mask, and Pooh Shiesty made it popular when he wore it on his anonymity in the Lil Durk music video for Back in Blood and other viral moments of him in his Shiesty mask. A real article about drill. Drill, is it right to blame the music for the genre for music genre for violence? I mean, this is British people, so their take is going to be awful on this, probably. Especially considering that they literally fucking banned... Didn't they ban Prodigy? Welcome to Chirac. Vice is a decent Chicago drill rap docuseries. Bro, this is definitely TOS. On Twitch.
All we do is just go #1. And I just brought in some ends, little bitches the first of the month. Run, I'm in the game, little bitch, I'm much of the city, I'm afraid of the sun.
That's crazy. Here I thought it was impossible to get Yeet on Twitch. Turns out he's already on Twitch. Tyler, the Creator, was also banned? Yeah. It was fucking crazy. Youngest kids you'll ever see rapping about killings and defacing graves. Sadly, a lot of it's true. Wait, I want to see this video now. God damn it.
Streets and music is two different things. And then what the audience essentially doing is saying, go on, do it, until someone gets stabbed or shot.
If it weren't for music and the way out it gave me, like the options, I'd be doing road completely. Like I'd just be on the road. I haven't been showed no other way.
Big batch, you know she attractive. He didn't want corn, but I slapped him. But look on and he's still acting. Didn't do no poking bear scratching. Look, his basic rules, there's no lacking. Active, Batman anking and scratching. Push it in and then twist it, itching. The way I'm living is livid. Look, it's T-face on tech.
There's been a wave of killings amongst young people in London this year, and it's the UK's drill music scene which is in the spotlight, with a lot of focus on the content of the lyrics.
applaud. I hate these snitches, swear to God, me strap still buried with the book. I had to hide it cause it's hot in this.
Critics say artists are glamorizing drugs and gang violence amongst young people.
Bro,
as I speak,
what are they fucking killing each other with? Is it knife crime? What are they fucking using, bruv? Are they using a blunderbuss? What are they doing? What, they got knife crime? Is that what's going on then?
Gangs posting videos
A
and music
stabbing.
online that document, encourage and glamorize violence and goad and threaten others. And the repercussions can be deadly.
Like many people in the music scene, Croydon-based artist T-Face thinks drill music is being wrongfully blamed for violence on the streets.
Obviously, I'm hearing the speculation around people thinking that drill music is the cause when it's actually an escape route. All it's doing is televising it, it's telling you what's happening because you guys just don't know. It would make sense for the media to just go, yeah, look over there, there's crime, there's blacks, there's the Hispanics or whatever, they're over there making this kind of music and this is what's happening in those areas. So they're just pointing the finger, really.
I went to a university in Birmingham to visit criminologist Craig Pinkney. He did the UK's first report to why young people in gangs get into drill music.
I think media do definitely contribute to this idea and concept around perpetuating a lot of the violence because they air it on their programs. So what I'm saying is we have a lot of individuals that are in these industries that benefit off young people talking about their chaos. And when those young people go onto their platforms and go back to their communities and have to deal with those problems, those radio organizations don't have to deal with the consequences of what those individuals.
Bro, the music is so bad, bro. It's the music, bro. Like, don't do like an after-school program or something, bro. Don't actually offer meaningful prospects for these children, bro. No, please do not undermine the previously established hardline, impossible to change, capitalist organization of the economy, bro. I swear, it's the music, bro. It's the kids, bro. The violence is coming from the kids, bro. It's like before drill, no violence. After drill, lots of violence. Take? What the fuck do you mean? Stealing my comment? Love you, bro. Adams, kids are killing each other. Is it because they think they have nothing better to do? No prospects, no in society. Yeah, dude, I've stole your comment that I stole it for the past 10 years that I've been saying that art is simply a reflection of the material conditions that people experience. If anything, I stole Gramsci's fucking comments, okay? And give you like a really bastardized version of that. But it goes back to the Greek ages. The relationship between crime and rap. Exactly.
Go for it.
Croydon-based independent record label, Finesse Forever, manages some of the biggest names in the drill scene, from T-Face to Skengo and AM.
You know what's interesting? This exact same dynamic about degeneracy within art or art leading to like violence existed throughout time. Like early impressionists and moving away from only showing naked bodies of heavenly women or fucking deities or whatever, and then actually showcasing prostitutes was considered to be completely morally abhorrent and absolutely like would cause a fucking scene. Okay? So it's been around. This idea, this notion of like cultural critique and a completely misunderstanding the impact that art could potentially have has been around since the beginning of time. Motherfuckers were probably saying that about cave paintings, okay? So, you know, that's not going to change. It is also an inherently reactionary attitude.
We managed some drill artists and whatnot. Recently, they went on tour. And if you look at the demographic of the ethnicity that was there,
Internet media today is nothing like media from cave paintings, brother.
White people. So why, when I'm seeing all the lists,
brother, the cave painting seems a fucking joke. But having said that, what I referenced about paintings and the reactionary commentary surrounding like art changing, even in a society that was desperate for or desperately modernizing, in some ways is, you know, is true. It's prescient. It's still happening right now.
Faces of all the dead people and whatnot. Why is it people of colour? Do you know what I mean? So really and truly, it can't be drill music, because otherwise there'll be a hell of white kids stabbing up each other and that.
Exactly.
But there isn't.
The streets and music is two different things. 90% of the time, if for UK especially, this is not US where man just gets bland for no reason. Like 90 to 95% of the time, especially for the young people, they are dying because they're involved in something that they shouldn't be involved in.
They wanna be mean, so they beat me. The way that I step is way too cheeky. Back it out instantly, don't take a piss.
If artists are being scrutinised for rapping about certain topics, why do they still put out content including this?
Some content needs to be heard. That's what I'm trying to say. Some people's truth, they've been through too much pain to say, no, I'm going to hide it from the world. They've got to a substantial amount of followers to tell these followers their story, not to hide and tell them about fairy tales and these things. That's not what they've been through. You know what I'm trying to say?
When gang members upload videos and content of their behaviors on social media platforms, they have what's called an audience, and their audiences are the ones that often...
Thoughts on competitive cave painting gangs? Good one. Be honest, British rap shouldn't exist solely because it's bad. That is the worst take ever. British rap is actually fire. It's probably the best thing to come out of England, bro. What the fuck are you talking about?
Sometimes perpetuate the violence.
Like legitimately an objectively bad take.
The audience say, oh, they start tagging individuals in from the other group that feels disrespected. Then that group puts something then again on Instagram or Snapchat, and then what you then have is people going backwards and forwards. And then what the audience essentially doing is saying, go on, do it, until someone gets stabbed or shot, or someone dies.
North London artist Poppy invited me to Tottenham to see how drill music videos are produced.
Why do music artists rap about the topics they rap about? Like, why do they rap about drugs or money or girls and stuff like that?
Are you saying that music has no influence on real life things? No. In the grand scheme of things, structural issues cannot be changed through art. Art is simply a reflection of the material conditions that you experience. And unless you change those material conditions, you are not going to be able to change the outcomes. You can't rap your way out of fucking, can't rap your way into ending gun violence, okay? Banning rap music or banning drill is not going to end gun violence within these communities. Communities are underserved. That's why rap music is reflective of the realities of people that exist in these communities. If you want to curb back on violence in said communities, what you have to do is, instead of fucking banning rap music or banning drill, what you must do is offer meaningful alternatives for young people that feel disillusioned, for young people that have no future prospects, and offer them something else to do with their fucking spare time. I literally cannot get the Keo boys out of my fucking mind whenever we talk about this shit. Bunch of kids, 12 years old, 13 years old, 14 years old, boosting fucking Kias and driving them around like psychos, okay? Those kids need an outlet. They had an outlet. Those kids are fucking smart. They're go-getters. They're obviously like, adrenaline junkies too, but like those kids 100% could have channeled all of that excitement and all of that enthusiasm into something that is productive. Studies show that sports clubs losing cause upticks in local crime. Therefore, they should just ban Arsenal. Oh, okay.
They can't rap about nothing else. You're gonna rap about like
you just cucked yourself. What do you mean?
Having a job. You can't get a job around here like that. You feel me? You're gonna rap about what you do every day, what you see every day, what's around you every day. You feel me?
You actually listen to the narratives of what these young men are saying in their music videos. They're actually talking about defending themselves. They're actually talking about what they're prepared to do if someone disrespects their territory or environment. So for me, that means that demonstrates that those young people don't feel safe in those environments. So even though that their narratives are self-destructive, even though their narratives are causing chaos in those communities, what they're talking about is a reality that society don't want to deal with. And for me, this is where we need to shift the discussion to, not just blaming and banning and censoring young people, but why really are you carrying knives? Why really are you carrying
No, the shirt
guns?
didn't say
You know, I'll have to-
Trapistan, it said Trap Star, which is a British, Oibrov roadman fit, yeah, which I should have bought. Instead I bought Adidas.
Deeper question, where do you get the guns from?
So, what actions have been taken against drill? Commissioner of the Met Police, Cressida Dick, has blamed drill music for fueling London's...
Oh, by the way, that's not even a joke. Trapistan seems fucking awesome, by the way. For a brand name, like that is low-key kind of fire. Trapistan, I would buy the shit out of that.
Been taken against drill. Commissioner of the Met Police, Cressida Dick, has blamed drill music for fueling London's surge in violence.
The funniest thing, dude, making cops dress up like this is the funniest thing you could ever do. It's just like automatic L. I will never, it's just impossible to take seriously. It's a job that requires you to be in a position of authority at all times, okay, to be able to command a room. And then they literally are playing in hard mode. Look at this. Boy, I'm the constable. Hello, good afternoon then. It's time for you to stop this poppycock. This nonsense.
The Met have had more than 30 drill music videos taken off YouTube, including those of West London's 1011. Members of the group have also been banned from making music without the police's permission. Detectives say these videos explicitly threaten and incite violence.
I think what will happen with banning drill music, all you're going to find is young people are going to find another way in order to narrate. They're going to find another way to publicize their music. Nothing's ever stopped music. Nothing's ever stopped censoring certain types of music.
Well, I feel like all they're doing is putting people back on the road. So if I put...
Wait, that's not even a joke. So they literally are like, do you have a license for that music, bruv? Do you have a fucking license for that drill music? That's what they do. They run around going, do you have a license for that, bruv?
It's short and simple, because if you take the way out, you're trapping them in.
I've been following drill for years, and I've seen it get bigger and bigger despite attempts to stop the music. So what's the solution to all this?
Those high governments, the MPs, what they need to do, they need to come down to the communities like this. When you're not talking to them, how are you able to say, okay, you're doing this because of this? You don't even know what's going on. These are kids at the end of the day, like, do you know what I mean? And that's what a lot of people forget, they're kids.
I'm trying to just stay on the straight and narrow. I don't want to make the music make me go down the wrong path, because that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to make it seem like it's a bad thing. So I'm going to try and keep doing my music in a positive way to influence people to do the right thing.
Right, chatter? The crime wave in London, like one extra stabbing since COVID? No, they actually do have a lot of crime in London. That's not even a joke. They do. Yeah, like I said, I'm of the mindset that fucking, you know, banning a type of music is not gonna fucking stop the violence. Violence is a consequence of material conditions, just like the music is informed by said material conditions. You know what I mean? It's a reflection of the reality.
The female sex.
It's a mirror. Art is a mirror. You can clean the mirror all you want, but ultimately, if you're the ugly one, shit's not gonna change. All right, let's watch this.
Strategy is getting with the best guy possible.
No, it's not.
So-
and we have many females on here that are telling you that.
Stop interrupting. Stop interrupting.
But then don't start saying something that's not honest.
When
you talk, right? We shut up. When he talks, you shut up. It's that simple.
Why are they dressed like that? What's going on? What era are we in? Like, it's kind of crazy. Like, you do have to respect it in some weird way. The fucking dedication they have to like just looking so fucking weird.
It's one mic at a time.
Like they're built like the LMFAO twins, you know what I mean? Like, or the nephew, uncle, whatever the fuck it is.
If you're gonna state an opinion, that's one thing. But if you're gonna state a fact and you have multiple females on here telling you that's not true,
Fresh and
What are you
fat.
talking, bro? What are you talking about?
bro, you're literally saying that all females want is one thing. What did you just say? All females want what? Repeat what you just said if you remember what you just said. You can't, right? All right, next topic.
Yo, who
Anyways,
the fuck do you think you are, bro?
I'm
Like
Lex.
seriously.
That's who I think I am. We're all here for a show.
Oh,
Like
and
we're
we-
all
and
speaking
you're
our
also off the
opinions.
fucking
but
podcast.
but
Get
if
the
you're
fuck
gonna
outta here.
speak a
Get the
speak a
fuck outta here.
fact,
Get the fuck
if you're
outta here,
gonna speak
bro.
a
Get the fuck
fact,
outta here.
then
Get the
you
fuck
know,
outta
like
here.
you have 1, 2.
Why do they invite women? What? I just like this is why they invite the women so they can like yell at them and berate them and then get upset at them and then like kick them off. You know what I mean? It's like get the fuck out of here. And then everyone's like, yeah, you're goated on the sauce, King. You fucking did that shit.
Get the fuck out of here. You're a
5,
clown.
6, 7, 8.
Like, I
I'm
don't
a
know what the
clown.
fuck. Yeah.
I'm a clown.
Yeah,
Let's
get the fuck out of here, bro.
I'm a clown.
Get the fuck out of here.
I'm a clown.
Get the fuck out of here.
You're mad
because
You're that mad.
you set the clown, bro.
You're that mad. You're that
Nobody's
mad.
mad. You're still here. I don't know why.
Yeah.
You're talking about something I don't know why because y'all invited me on here. That's the whole fucking point.
You can leave. Bye.
All right, it's revoked now. Get the fuck
all
out
right,
of
take
here.
the headphones off my head.
All right, bye.
Please come over here and do it.
Oh.
I'll sit back
Here
and
we
wait for
go
y'all.
again.
Yeah, see, look, now she's
Here we
acting
go.
tough because she knows.
Acting tough. I done acted tough before y'all started this podcast. Ask the homeboy that's producing in the
Hey,
background.
listen, I told you to leave and you wanted
No,
to stay.
bitch, you went.
right?
All right, hold on.
Oh.
Wait, you recorded the video.
What,
You
you
didn't
triggered?
tell me to leave.
What, you
hold
triggered?
on.
Yeah, I
you want
did.
to exit my court? Let's
Yeah,
go.
yeah.
Hook
Here
it up
we
to
go.
her phone.
Hey,
You ain't tell me to
Here
leave.
we go.
Smell like
You didn't tell me to
something.
leave. You didn't tell me to leave.
Yeah,
You
sex
didn't
before
tell
I
me
got
to leave.
here.
You in a broke ass shoe department Adidas.
And
She
first of all,
recorded it. She recorded it. So what you trying to do?
What is happening right now? What the fuck? Hey, we had sex before you got here?
You didn't tell me to leave.
Yeah, sex
You didn't
before I
tell me
got
to leave.
here.
You in a
Damn, we had sex before we got here?
broke ass shoe department Adidas.
And
She
first of all,
recorded it. She recorded it. So what you
respectful.
trying to do?
What y'all
trying to do? She recorded
Take a
it.
shower.
me and what you got going on.
No, send me the video. Send me the video. Send me the video right now.
Oh, he said she smelled like sex when she got here? What the fuck?
Nobody's gonna touch your head, so I need you to take off your headphones and put
It's
it on the
getting
microphone and
ratchet.
go get your phone and your bag and your belongings.
Bro, Fresh and Fit's like a fucking Amazon distribution facility. They have so much fucking turnover. Inevitably, they're gonna run out of like women with 3,000 Instagram followers in the Hialeah region. You know what I mean? Like, there's gonna come a day where they're just not gonna have people with 3,000 Instagram followers in the entire fucking Florida panhandle. Okay. It's just like, it's gonna happen. It's gonna, what are they gonna do then? Or are they based in Hialeah? I mean, that was an assumption. Maybe, I don't think I'm wrong, but that's so specific. I lived in Miami. I think you guys forget this. That's not the Hialeah mention didn't come out of anywhere, okay? I did live in Miami.
And I'm gonna escort
It's
you
a
out
lot of
politely.
flip-flopping
Real
going
correct.
on, too.
Respectfully, we need you to leave the platform.
Yeah,
we got the rest of the show to
because
read.
you don't want to show the video of the truth of him telling me to stay.
That's okay. It's all
Bro,
right.
no one cares about this video. Get out of here. Why are you still here?
All right, bye.
Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck
You
out of
mad
here, bro.
because I said stop stating opinion?
Bro, what the fuck? Yo, my man is rapidly balding, dude. They should call it Fresh and Bald at this point. What the fuck? Yo, this dude's crowning harder than a fucking... Oh my God. He's crowning harder than English royalty. He's still talking to the mic, standing up. Oh my God. Dude, this is worse than Brother Banks, dude. My man is monk status. Oh my Lord. Dude, put the fucking... What are you doing? Put Rogaine up in that. What are you doing? Fresh and Bald. Charles Barkley would tell him it's time to come home, shave your head. The fucking big white boy. I think he's some crypto guy, I guess, with a crypto billionaire, Richard Hart. owns the world's largest diamond and the most expensive, the quickest Ferrari and the most expensive Rolex has ever made. One of the chat said literal supervillain flex. True. I own the world's largest diamond. Hold your coins like this man. What the fuck? Bro, what? See if this lady would come on your show and give behind the scenes details. No, man, I don't want anything to do with these ladies. I'm sorry. Respectfully. Dude, this guy's fucking awful. I can tell you so much funny shit about Richard Hart. I know. I saw you following him, Michael. When I scrolled over there, I saw the fucking... I saw the M-HUD. You see the guy whose band was on Fresh and Fit recently? No. Didn't they want to debate you? Yeah, they do. But I think like... I think they kind of fell off. I mean, I said I would be down, but name calling is so entertaining. Holy cow, you're boring. Wait, what? What are you, above name calling? You're on Twitch, you fucking idiot. You've been on this platform since 2013. What do you mean? You literally watch this. This is it. Name calling is the height of fucking content here. Dumbass. Oh no, I can't believe Liz Cheney lost. Oh man, what? Harriet Hageman defeats Representative Liz Cheney in the GOP primary. No way. Oh no, not my queen. That's so sad. Yeah, see you on MSNBC, Liz. I can't wait. I can't wait for her to pop off with a robust career in media now. Copped a pic of the Fresh and Fit dude reading Andrew Tate's new book. Yeah, it's called the Bible. It's called the Quran, actually. Misogyny podcasts have been falling off except for Fear and the Adam Friedland Show and The Yard. Yes. Honestly, I saw that misogyny was falling off a little bit on the internet, and I decided, you know, we got to put our fucking spin on it. We got to go out there and we got to fucking make it happen. You know what I mean? But that will happen on a different day. Because for today, I'm done. I'm tired. My family's here. Murat's here. I'm going to go hang out with them. So I'm going to run the last 3-minute ad break here, okay? I'm going to hit you with the anyways. And I'm going to fucking... I will watch the I will watch the Chirac documentary probably tomorrow. Okay? And I'm going to end on this. Pretty good. When's the Valor stream happening? I don't know. I have to play a little bit. Anyway, guys. I love you all, and I will see you tomorrow. Peace.
红哎，咿呀咿自由，呀呀自由啊，革命江山一片红。